Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 4 of What If I Was Reborn into the Pokemon world and became a legendary Pokemon adventurer. Let the tale begin. Chapter 71, That Stuff Really Happens? Yesterday, during my walk towards the central lane of Route 4, I did not see anyone else, with that I mean no humans. That was probably because I was walking right through the fringe area. Today, I am going to walk along the central lane, so I should see some human presence, at least I hope so. After saying goodbye to my mother, I ask Zata to teleport me to the last spot we reached yesterday, and he does. One moment we are in front of our home, and the next we are 60 kilometers away. The progress of a whole day of walking was accomplished in a few seconds, and while it was not uninterrupted walking, you get the idea. Now that I think about it, couldn't I ask Zata to teleport me directly to Honeydew City, since we have already been there before? Zatu, at that time Natu, should have remembered the location of both the bus station and the teleportation hub. I could save around 90 kilometers that way. On the other hand, the whole reason I am doing this is to explore, so skipping part of the journey without doing the walking myself, at least once, seems counterproductive. I think I am going to just walk for today. Maybe I will teleport towards Honeydew City tomorrow, depending on how much of a distance still needs to be covered. On another note, I can't believe I forgot to go over Weedle's full status yesterday. In all that elation and hurry to resume walking, I simply checked her new potential and ignored the rest. I can't believe I let myself get swept away by excitement like that. Well, actually I can, but still, I didn't even check her moves. At least, this is something that can be easily rectified. I let out Nyx as well as Butterfree and start walking, before checking Weedle's status. Name, none. Species, Weedle. Gender, female. Age, 29 months. Type, bug, poison. Potential, blue, 0.4%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, shield dust, run away. Talents, none. Affinities, bug/growth, poison. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirks, food-focused, hardworking. Parameters. Stage, Iron Stage, mid. Vitality, E. Strength, E. Endurance, E. Agility, D. Energy capacity, F. Energy density, F. Resistance, grass, major, fighting, major, poison, minor, bug, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses, fire, minor, air, minor, psychic, minor, rock, minor. Condition, healthy, happy, determined. Masteries, bug E, manipulation, initial, poison E, manipulation, novice. Techniques, poison sting, proficient, string shot, beginner, bug bite, beginner. I look over the whole thing and have to nod at what I see. She is less than a year old, which is good because I don't have to worry about her lifespan. That's one of the disadvantages of most bug types, they have a shorter lifespan. Take Weedle for example, her kind has a lifespan of 3 years while they are stageless. Upon breakthrough to the Iron Stage, their lifespan lengthens, and at the high Iron Stage their lifespan doubles. This is enough to break through to the Bronze Stage or to evolve, but if one wants to let them do the full limit-breaking training, then they have to be young, otherwise their time runs out and they have to abort. Yeah, I sigh for a bit. I always get derailed while thinking about the age of my bug types. Anyway, her potential managed to barely reach blue, so it seems I got lucky on that front. No talent has been unlocked and she did not possess one before. While this is unfortunate, that could change upon evolution or breakthrough, maybe, hopefully. The bond is artificial for now, but that will turn into a genuine bond soon enough after I spend some time with her. Now her quirks are interesting. The food-focused part will probably go away after she gets used to the fact that she does not have to worry about going hungry anymore. Her hard-working quirk, on the other hand, is probably something that every trainer would wish his or her Pokemon possessed. That's an awesome quirk to have. As long as she does not start shouting youth, everything will be fine. PFFFFFT, just thinking about a Beedrill with bushy eyebrows and a bowl cut makes me laugh. I can see my Pokemon looking over. Everything's fine. I just thought of something funny. That's all. I tell them. Oh, good. I thought I might have fried your brain while teleporting. Zada broadcasts telepathically. Nix and Butterfree snicker at that. Ha, ha. Really funny. I tell him and ignore him in favor of looking around while walking. I seem to have reached the area where trainers regularly walk through because I can see a few trails that have been created, so I should start to see some trainers soon. A few minutes later I start to see the first few people. They are, as I had assumed, all trainers, but that had been obvious. I mean, why would civilians walk around outside the official pedestrian roads? The pedestrian roads, vehicle roads, and highways were always at the centermost part of the routes. These roads had a high traffic volume and were used by everyone. Pokemon generally avoid those places, so they were safe most of the time, even it cost a heavy price to get that far. Everywhere else on the routes was the area that generally only trainers walked around. Anyway, I am observing all trainers that I see, and I have noticed that most of them are either teenagers or young adults. So they should be mostly junior class or senior class trainers, as long as they are not some kind of super talented person. Naturally, it is also possible for them to be rookie class trainers, but I have heard that those tended to stay near the Civi areas since those parts were safer. Knowing this is important in case I decide to battle against someone. Junior class trainers will be my choice since that should be my current weight class, so accepting a battle with someone better would be asking for a beating, and I have no intention to do so. As I said, I am observing all trainers I come across, and I occasionally approach one of them. Not to challenge them, mind you, but to ask them what kind of trainer they are. Some are unwilling to entertain me, but most are ready to answer me. I learn from them that most newcomers either focus on bug, poison, normal types, or a mix of them since they are the most prevalent and easy Pokemon to encounter as well as catch at the beginning. As a consequence, most rookie class and junior class trainers have Pokemon of these types, with the occasional one having a Pokemon of another type. This did not mean that there were no rookie or junior class trainers that focused on other types or were generalists, just that they were the minority. Most only started to diversify their Pokemon upon reaching senior class or near advancement, that is if they did not decide to just specialize in one of those types. The trainers here are a precious fount of information on trainers, just like the one I am talking to right now. Yeah, no. Something like forcing others to battle just because your eyes meet does not happen. Mary, that's her name, by the way, answers my question, before laughing a bit. I don't know where you heard that, but that does not happen. Actually, someone might approach you to ask if you want to battle, but he or she won't force you to accept. After a while, most trainers start to get a feeling for when another trainer is willing to battle from the look in their eyes or their stance. The same is true for the opposite as well, so they avoid those that seem unwilling. Naturally, there is no guarantee that their guess is right, but in that case, the challenge trainer simply declines. She gets a bit contemplative after saying that. Actually, that might be the reason why you heard that you had to battle someone after meeting their eyes. Someone probably used that mood reading skill as a basis to prank some newbies, and the joke spread from there. She nods at her explanation and I nod along because her explanation does kind of make sense. So there really might be trainers that approach me to battle after meeting my eyes or looking at me? I just don't have to battle them if I don't want to. I ask her just to make sure. Yeah. She answers, so that stuff from the games could really happen after all. Even if it is not as extreme, since one can decline and they do it only if they believe the other party to be willing, but no one can deny that people do approach others for a battle after seeing them. I think and nod at her. What about battles? Do you need to register them somewhere or can you just battle? I ask her. Well, that depends on the type of battle and the willingness of the two trainers. All Alliance-supported events, like tournaments or gym battles, are official battles, which means that you need to register them in the system either through their trainer account in their Pokédex, the Pokédex app, or another terminal connected to the Alliance system. If two trainers want to have an official battle, then they can either go to a venue that presides over such battles, or they simply use their Pokédex to register their match. The reason people hold official battles is twofold. First, in case they agree on a monetary prize, the Pokédex directly deducts the money from the loser's account once a winner is chosen, so running off is impossible. The second reason is that the Alliance keeps track of your battle record and gives out rewards depending on your wins. Mary explains, and I interrupt her for a bit. How does the Pokédex know who won, if they are alone, I mean? I ask her. Good question. The Pokédex has a recording function that can be enabled to record the battle. Some algorithms use the recording to determine whether someone has won or not, and in case there is a disagreement, the recording can be used to settle the problem. I nod at that. Makes sense. I think to myself, and just when I am about to ask her another question, she preempts me. Seeing your current get-up, I can already guess your next question. You want to know about unofficial battles, right? She says, and I release an embarrassed chuckle at that before I nod. No, need to get all shy on me. While not really common, people hiding their identities are not that rare. No one really cares as long as you don't try anything too illegal, because in that case, you're in deep shit. In such situations, the case is directly transferred to the higher-ranked trainers, since no one wants an anonymous risk factor, and believe me, those guys and gals will find you no matter how good your disguise is. Gulp, Mary says, and I unconsciously have to swallow at that. Still, no need to worry, that only happens if you do something really bad, or if you repeatedly get seen doing something illegal. Anyway, back to unofficial battles. Those are rather common as well. In case the trainers don't want to register their battle, they simply don't use their Pokédex. In that case, they have to verbally agree on the prize, but there is nothing that guarantees that they will pay up. Still, cases where a trainer breaks the agreement are rare because of the bad rep one can gain. Don't think anonymous people are safe from that, because there are some really vengeful people out there. I know of a case where someone ran away without paying up, so the winner published everything he could remember of the loser. Height, shape, skin color, eye color, hair color, behavior, quirks, Pokemon, everything he noticed during their meeting he published. The loser got recognized by others because of those clues despite being disguised at that time. Ha ha ha, she explains and laughs a bit at the story she tells. I nod at her. So unofficial battles are the same except for the risk of the loser running off. Does one have to wager something, or is it possible to just battle as well? I ask her and she shakes her head. You don't have to wager anything, but the number of trainers that are willing to battle just for the battle's sake is really low, so you will probably be unable to find someone that agrees to a battle with no wager. Anyway, we have talked so much about battles, how about it, do you want to have one with me? She answers me, before asking me for a battle. She previously told me that she is a junior class trainer and that she currently focuses on poison types, so it shouldn't be an uneven fight. Yeah, why not? How does 3 versus 3 sound? I ask her and she agrees. That's great. Let's see what you can do, she says, and we stop once we find an area that can be used for our battle. Chapter 72, My First Time. Mary and I are currently deciding on the rules of the battle and the stakes. No swapping Pokemon, alright? She asks me and I agree with her. Yeah, no problem. So, recalling equals forfeiting the Pokemon, right? She nods at my response. What about the stakes? Do you want to wager something? I return a question of my own. Sure, do you want to follow the Alliance recommendation for wagers, or do you want to bet more? I hear her inquire of me. There are Alliance recommendations for wagers? I ask her in turn, genuinely surprised. Yup, they're actually for official battles, but there is nothing that says we can't use them for unofficial ones as well. The suggestions were published to keep the stakes from escalating to avoid creating strong resentment against the winner. I nod at that. It makes sense after all. For rookies, it's a max of 300 poke. Juniors have a max of 1,000 poke, and seniors have 5,000 poke as the recommended maximum. All amounts that every trainer in that class should be able to afford to lose. She continues and I have to nod again. That makes a surprising amount of sense. I think to myself before I answer her previous question. We can increase the stake if you want. I'll tell you if I can match you or not. I tell her. Alright, for unofficial battles the stake has to be either cash or something of equal value. Which one do you plan to use? She asks me. Well, since I do not have any cash at hand, I don't really have a choice. Fortunately, I am rich as hell as far as material wealth is concerned. I'll wager something and you can match it, if you agree with my offer, okay? I suggest to her, and she nods. Great! You said you were currently focusing on poison types, so would you be okay with me offering an E-class purple lily for my wager? I ask her. An E-class purple lily costs around 1200 poke, so I'll put up 1000 poke in cash to match it. She answers me, before she adds, don't be surprised that I'm matching it with less than 1200 poke, because 1000 poke is what you will get if you try to sell it. I agree with her offer. Normally we would have to show that we have whatever we are wagering, but you don't need to take out the lily, yet. You can take it out after I win our little battle. I surprisingly trust you enough to not lie to me about it. She tells me. Could be a passive effect from my aura, or maybe I am just that handsome. Yeah, definitely has to be my mysterious look. I think to myself. I have no problem with that as well. I am sure you won't run away after losing to me, just because of 1000 poke. I fire back at her. She laughs a bit at that. Good, then let's get this show started. Let this big sister show you how to battle outside the sandbox, little guy. She says, before walking a bit further. She stops around 25 meters and stands opposite of me. Meanwhile, I gain a little tick mark at her comment. I know that she said that to rile me up, and she succeeded as well. That's some high-level pre-battle trash talk right there. Little guy? I'll show you something little. We'll see if you can call me like that afterward. I yell at her. Let's see your face when you see my larger-than-average Butterfree. I think to myself, while simultaneously deciding on my first Pokemon. Ha ha ha, she laughs a bit, before she says, surprise me, little guy. The match starts as soon as both Pokemon are on the field, alright? She asks and I agree. We'll call out our first Pokemon on 3. She continues after getting my confirmation, then we start counting together. 1, 2, 3 on 3 we simultaneously release our first Pokemon. I call out my Butterfree, while she calls out a Venomoth. Mary releases a whistle after seeing the size of my Butterfree and I use the time to check out her Venomoth. Species, Venomoth. Gender, male. Type, bug, poison. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, bronze stage, high. We give our orders virtually at the same time. Free, use fast asleep, I tell Butterfree. I decided to call him Free while giving out an order since it saves time. Meanwhile, Mary shouted, start dancing, and I could see Venomoth start using Quiver Dance, but I don't really care, because it will have to stop one way or another. Butterfree released a cloud of sleep powder and was using Gust to blow it at Venomoth. Thanks to Gust, the cloud was moving rapidly towards our opponent, and just as I expected, Mary is forced to adjust her order after seeing our opening move. Use Psychic to stop that cloud from reaching you. Venomoth already starts using Psychic after she says the part of her sentence, showcasing their experience and understanding of each other. You wish. I think before calling out, Free, Bug Buzz. Butterfree immediately uses Bug Buzz. Before I finish my sentence, stop that mimic from interfering. Just as planned, Bug Buzz interrupts Psychic, keeping it from interfering with our cloud of sleep powder. Mary, seeing this, tries to tell her Venomoth to dodge, but it's too late for that. Venomoth gets submerged in the cloud and falls asleep shortly after. I naturally won't allow such an opportunity to escape. Free, wrap it up with an Electroweb and then keep spamming Psybeam until it wakes up or is knocked out. Butterfree does just that, and after only the second Psybeam, I see more than hear Mary release a sigh before she recalls her venom off. Well played. You surprised me, and it seems I underestimated you. That's not going to happen again, so don't think you have won, she says after recalling her venom off. That was easier than expected, probably because she underestimated me, as she said. I think to myself. Mary puts away Venomoth's pokeball and takes out another one. Let's see how you deal with this one, she says, and an Arbok appears on the field. I quickly check it out and have to gulp at the result. Species, Arbok. Gender, female. Type, poison. Potential, light green. Stage, silver stage, low. Okay, I did not expect that. Impressive, but I should still be able to beat it, whatever. I hear Mary say, use overwhelming shock, and not knowing what that order entails, I give Butterfree an order. Use Psybeam, I tell him, but he freezes up because of Arbok. After Mary's order, Arbok aims a glare at Butterfree, while simultaneously releasing a screech that sounds more like a roar, which causes my Butterfree to freeze up for a moment. Arbok uses this moment to approach Butterfree and use his wrap, followed by a Thunder Fawn on him. Butterfree receives quite some damage, but at least it causes him to get out of his shocked/frozen state. Seeing Butterfree all wrapped up like that, I know that I have to get him free first, so I order him to use Sleep Powder. Mary yells not this time, and orders Arbok to use Acid Spray. The move soaks up the sleep powder, rendering it useless. Before I can give Butterfree another order, Mary gives hers. Use Fire Fang. Arbok does exactly that and knocks out Butterfree. I am a bit stunned by the whole thing, but I release a sigh before recalling Butterfree. Good job, Butterfree. That one's on me, I underestimated her, I say before stashing away his ball. I consider my options for a bit, but the only one that stood a chance was Xatu. Mothra would be an option as well if she had been a Butterfree, but as a Metapod she was too slow for Arbok. Xatu, you're up, I say to Xatu, who had been watching outside his ball. Xatu teleports on the field and the fight resumes. Disable. Mary directly orders and manages to shut my greatest reliance for this fight right at the start. Now with Xatu unable to teleport, the difficulty went up a notch. Use Psychic, I tell Xatu, because Arbok is a poison type. Now the type advantage is the only thing I can rely on. Xatu gets a grip on Arbok with his Psychic, and just when I am about to smile a bit, Mary counters. Arbok use Crunch to break his Psychic grip on you, and then use Dig until you're full. Arbok then used the dark energy of Crunch to get rid of Psychic, before it went underground. Full? Does she mean rested? I think to myself. Still, seeing that there is nothing we can do to Arbok until it resurfaces, I give Xatu a few orders. First use Protect and then start boosting, and Xatu does exactly that, but seeing the smirk on Mary's face, I feel as if I am missing something. I receive my answer shortly after. Arbok resurfaced behind Xatu and Mary says just 2 words. Spit up, and Arbok releases a big beam of energy at Xatu. The beam crashes against Protect and the shield holds up for a bit before breaking, allowing the beam to smash into Xatu, causing an explosion. Well played, so that was what made me feel that something was wrong, but 2 can play that game. You shouldn't have allowed Xatu to boost himself like that. If Xatu loses, then he will take Arbok with him. I think to myself. Hoping that Xatu is not knocked out yet, I yell out an order. Xatu use Stored Power. A pink beam flies out of the cloud where Xatu is located and hits the surprised Arbok that, together with its trainer, probably did not expect him to stand after being hit by its attack. Stored Power, being a Psychic type move, caused massive damage to Arbok, even more so since Xatu was boosted quite a bit. Once the dust settles, I can see that Xatu is on his last leg, claw, whatever, but the same can be said about Arbok. Just when I want to give Xatu another order, he collapses. I have to sigh at that, and I can see Mary sighing in relief. I recall Xatu and thank him for his effort. Before I can send out my last Pokemon, Arbok collapses as well, and I laugh happily at that for a bit. Now I still have a chance to win this thing. I think to myself. I consider my options before settling on Mothra. Mary seems to be a really strong junior class trainer and the others are not strong enough yet. We release our Pokemon at the same time and I have to sigh again after seeing her Pokemon. Species, Golbat. Gender, male. Type, poison, flying. Potential, yellow. Stage, bronze stage, high. Okay, that's going to be really hard. Mothra's only real chance are her psychic and electric moves, but I don't think she has a chance to get near Golbat, so that leaves me with Confusion and Electroweb. As for using String Shot to restrict or catch Golbat, I don't think Mary is going to let that happen. I think to myself, and am once more proven right, when Mary gives out her order. Keep your distance and spam Air Slash as well as Air Cutter when necessary. She says and Golbat follows. I order Mothra to use Electroweb to take it down the air, but Golbat uses Air Slash to cut it in half. Mothra dodges the next Air Slash it releases and I tell her to use String Shot to approach Golbat, but it simply changes to Air Cutter, destroying her strings, causing her to fall mid-swing and damaging her at the same time. After that, it switches back to Air Slash, landing a hit before she can recover. Use Confusion to attack him and dodge to the best of your ability, I tell her, because frankly, that's the best we can do right now. This is honestly not a good matchup, and the only reason I did not throw in the towel after seeing Golbat is that Mothra knows electric and psychic moves. Still, Mary and Golbat are fighting smartly without giving us the chance to use Mothra's moves, so our situation looks grim. Mothra succeeds in dodging quite a few Air Slashes but fails to land any attacks of her own. Seeing Mothra's dodging capability, Mary tells Golbat to only use Air Cutter because it's a wide area move in contrast to Air Slash. After that, I can see that there is no real chance for us to win this. I mean, we could probably drag this out for quite a long time, especially with Iron Defense, but I see no way to ultimately win this. At least not without letting Mothra evolve, and I am not going to make her evolve just to win a battle. That's not vital in any way. After coming to this conclusion, I inform Mary that I am giving up. Mary, I am forfeiting. I don't see a way to win this, so there is no reason to drag it out. I tell her, before walking up to Mothra, who looks down after hearing my words. I bend down and hug her to console her. I can see and feel that she is really sad because of her loss. It's okay, darling. This is not your fault in any way. It was just a bad matchup. We simply had bad luck this time. You are strong, and the only reason they won is that Golbat can fly. You would have wiped the floor with it otherwise. I tell her while stroking her spine. Pod. I could have won as a Butterfree. She says sadly, and I acknowledge her statement but still tell her why I stopped the fight. Yes, you could have won if you were to evolve, but we're not ready for your evolution yet, and no win is worth sacrificing any of your prospects. Let's just take this as a lesson that bad matchups can happen and to never underestimate anyone, alright? I feel that Mothra feels a bit better now and release a sigh, before turning to Mary. She had approached us while I was consoling Mothra and has been waiting for us to finish. I pet Mothra one last time before I recall her, and then I address Mary. Thank you for waiting, while I consoled my Metapod. That was her first loss. Anyway, that was a good fight. You're much stronger than I expected. I say to her, and she nods. No problem, I get it. It happens to all of us. Still, I have to compliment your Pokemon. They are quite strong, especially your Metapod. Having such mastery over her moves and having moves she should only have after evolving. That one is going to be quite the beast in the future, I can tell. She tells me, and I give her a grateful nod. Besides, there is no reason for you to be too sad, because of your loss. You did a good job, and I can confidently say that you are in the upper echelon of the junior class from what I have seen from your Pokemon. It is just that I am already a senior class level trainer in all but name. My Pokemon are strong enough to qualify me for the class, but there are one or two other requirements I still have to fulfill, so no need to feel bad about your loss. I nod again, really feeling a bit better after hearing that. Thank you for your compliment and encouragement. I thank her, before opening my bag and acting as if I am taking something out from it, while in truth I am taking out a purple lily from my space. Taking out my hand from my bag, there is a flower in it, which I hold out to Mary. A loss is a loss, but thank you, I feel better after listening to your explanation. Here is the purple lily I promised you. I tell her, and she looks me in the eye for a bit. Seeing my clear gaze, she nods and accepts the lily. After that, we talk for a bit, before we separate. Still, she writes her phone number and ID number on a piece of paper that she gives to me, telling me to call her if I want a rematch or simply if I want to talk. I thank her and resume my walk after saying goodbye. Chapter 73, Honey City. It has been 2 days since his first trainer battle, which unfortunately ended in a loss, but what do they say, everything is a learning experience, and what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. While I do not fully agree with the second one, the first one is pure gold, at least in my humble opinion. Anyway, the 4th day of my trip is about to end and I am about to, finally, reach the first milestone of my journey, Honey City. I had actually expected to reach the city by the end of the 2nd day, but the walking, exploring, battling, and enjoying the journey, in general, had prolonged the trip more than expected. Still, the distance I had managed to cover over 4 days, despite the delays, was decent. Nearly 200 kilometers, that's apparently the distance between Hope Town and Honey City on foot. After our defeat, I healed my Pokémon, before challenging a few more trainers to battles. This time I made sure to challenge normal juniors and also a few rookies because I wanted to let Mothra as well as my other Pokémon taste victory. The cash I got after winning may have been a small incentive as well. I naturally did not want to bully the rookies too much by using Mothra, Xatu, and Butterfree against them. So, I used Nyx, Seb, Gaia, and even Weedle to battle against the rookies instead. By now every single one of my Pokémon had won more than one battle, and I had earned a respectable sum of 10.500 poke. To be honest, I could have earned much more, but I did not wager the maximum amount, because I would have felt a bit bad by bullying them and taking too much of their money on top of that. So, the wagers I offered were 150 poke for rookies and 600 poke for juniors. All these battles taught me a few important things. The most important one was that I found out why the Alliance is endorsing Pokémon battles so much, at least I think I did. My Pokémon told me that the stimulation from the battles helped them process their supplements faster, loosen the hurdles in their training and help them with their moves as well. In short, while the Pokémon do not get automatically stronger by winning fights, fights do in fact help them get stronger faster, as long as one keeps training instead of only fighting. Additionally, this counts for all fights, curb stomps not included, even losses. Anyway, tomorrow is Dial Day, which means it would be the last day of my journey for this week since I promised my parents to stay at home during the weekends. This is why I plan to spend my whole 5th day exploring Honey City, finishing my first week by scouring through my first milestone. Ah, I can finally see the periphery of Honey City. Right on time as well. It's about time for me to go home and I was afraid I wouldn't reach the city before then. I say to myself, before turning to Xatu. Remember this place, because you're going to teleport us back here tomorrow. It's time to go home, Mom's probably already waiting. So, take us back home, Xatu. I tell him, and he does teleport us in from our entrance. I take out my keys and open the door. After entering, I walk towards the living room and see my mother there, once more waiting for me to return. Hi, Mom. I'm back. I tell her as soon as I see her sitting on the couch looking over at me. She stands up, walks up to me, and hugs me, before saying, "Welcome back, honey. Was everything all right? Did you manage to reach Honey City like you wanted to?" She releases me and we walk back to the couch. Once we are seated, I answer her question. Yep, everything went fine. I fought a few trainers and won. I say, and my mom interrupts me with a great job, and that's my boy before I continue talking. I kept a lookout for any interesting Pokemon but couldn't find any. I did manage to reach Honey City shortly before coming home. As soon as I say that, my mother congratulates me. That's great. Good job reaching Honey City, honey, she says and laughs a bit at her own joke. I smile at her, and she continues. So, are you going to keep walking tomorrow, or do you plan to explore the city for a bit? Without even a moment's delay, I answer her question. I want to explore the city a bit. They specialize in honey, so there is probably a lot of stuff for the Beedrill line that I can check out for Weedle and a few for the Butterfree line as well that could be useful for Mothra. Besides, Mothra has her underling, so I plan to see if I can find one for the queen bee as well. I tell her, and she started to laugh when I said, Queen bee. Makes sense. Ha ha ha, good choice, honey. I'm sure you will find some useful things. As for finding Queen bee, really nice nickname, by the way, an underling, I hope you get lucky. Every queen needs some lackeys after all. Ha ha ha, she says amused before she can't stop laughing. It's not that funny. I think to myself, before repeating it out loud. It's not that funny, Mom. That's just something that I am occasionally using right now because I haven't decided if I want to give her a real name or not. Besides, she is really going to become a queen among Beedrills someday. I'll make sure of that, so it's not exactly wrong either. HMPF, I pout a bit. I know I am too old, at least mentally, to pout, but I am only human and I was sure my nickname for Weedle was quite clever. Yet, it caused my mom to laugh this much. I think I am entitled to feel a bit pouty. Oh, honey. I am not laughing at you. Really? I am laughing because I think it was such a clever idea. Pause, that's also a bit funny. She says, and I can't stop myself from asking really, despite knowing that she is only saying that to pacify me. She nods, says really, and continues. On another note, since you are going to explore Honey City tomorrow, can you buy us a few jars of honey? There is a shop called Walter's Addicting Honey in the western part of the city center that sells the best honey in Kanto. Their honey is really popular, so you might not be able to get any, but if there are some, then buy as many as you can. I think they have a limit per customer anyway. I graciously agree to her request. Sure, Mom. I'll try to buy some honey from Walter. My mother smiles at me at that. Great! I'll tell your father to give you some money for the honey. The one you have to get is the deluxe version and it's relatively expensive. We naturally wouldn't want to use your hard-earned money for this. Besides, depending on how many jars you manage to buy, your money won't be enough anyway. I gaped slightly at that, which causes her to laugh a bit again. Yeah, I know, but compared to regular honey, the deluxe version is aimed at trainers and rich people. The honey is really nutritious and helps stay healthy among other things. A single jar costs 1,500 poke. She tells me. Really? A normal jar costs only 10 poke. I ask her and she nods. That's not even the most expensive honey they have, but the deluxe version is good enough for us, Mom says. The hell, that's some expensive honey, is what I would say if I did not know the prices for E-class materials and up, so I'm only mildly shocked. I think to myself. Okay, then I'll buy the deluxe honey. Before looking around to see if I can find Weedle and underling, I tell my mom and she recommends me a place to start. Good. The store also has a branch near Walter's Addicting Honey called Walter's Buzzing Bees that sells products aimed at the Beedrill line and some poke eggs, Weedle as well as Kakuna as well. If you ask one of the employees or someone outside the store, I am sure they will point you the way there. After that, we talked about other things until my father came home. We ate dinner, where my father wanted to hear about my day as well, then he gave me a bundle of money saying that there was 15,000 poke in there. We watched a movie and after that, I went to bed. I just said goodbye to Mom and am walking out right now. I turn to Zata that is following by my side and I tell him to take me to Honey City. A teleport later we are at the place we had left yesterday. I walk into the city and observe the surroundings while walking towards Walter's store. I decided to buy the honey first to get that out of the way. Anyway, I noticed that the Pokemon the people in Honey City seem to walk around with are predominantly of the bug type. It is quite funny seeing people walking around while carrying around Caterpie and Weedle or being followed by Beedrill or Butterfree. There were naturally other bug types as well, but those were the most common. This naturally did not mean that everyone was walking around with a Pokemon, but there were a lot who did. Damn it, I am getting sidetracked again. I ask around a bit and 30 minutes later I arrive in front of Walter's Addicting Honey. I enter the place and walk up to the counter. Excuse me. I would like to buy some deluxe honey, I tell the sales clerk. Of course, sir. I would like to inform you that, unfortunately, due to high demand, each customer is limited to 6 jars per purchase. How many would you like? He asks me and I answer with, in that case I'll take 6. He nods and turns around to call another employee over. The two talk for a bit, after which the other employee leaves for a bit before returning with a bag. The sales clerk takes the bag and turns back to me. Would you like to pay with card, app, or cash? He asks and I answer with cash, please. He nods. Certainly. That would be 9,000 poke. He informs me and I take out the bundle my father gave me. Taking out the required amount does not feel awkward at all and I pay the man his money. Fortunately, the notes are all 500 poke, or that would have been even more embarrassing. The man accepts the money and after making sure it's the correct amount he gives me the bag. I look inside, and nod, after seeing the 6 jars, and turn around to leave. I can hear the clerk saying, "Have a good day," and simply wave my hand a bit, before I remember that I wanted to ask how to get to Walter's Buzzing Bees. Too embarrassed to walk back and after my cool exit, I ask one of the other shoppers leaving the store if she knows where Walter's Buzzing Bees is. Fortunately, she does and after listening to her route description I start walking there. It takes me 5 minutes to reach the place, and I have to say that it is much larger than the other store, but it does make sense since they are selling living Pokemon as well. As soon as I enter the store an employee approaches me. Welcome to Walter's Buzzing Bees. Can I help you with anything, sir, or would you like to look around on your own? She asks me and I start to wonder if they are all so polite. I am not used to such polite and attentive store employees, but it's great. I think to myself, before answering her. I would like to take a look at the Weedle, I tell her and she nods. Certainly. If you would please follow me, then I will lead you to the Weedle section. She informs me before she starts walking. I naturally follow her. We currently have 2 5-star Weedle available, as well as 12 4-star Weedle. Would you like to see them first or would you prefer to directly visit the undetermined ones? She asks me, while we are walking. Could you tell me the price range for them? I ask her instead of answering her question. Absolutely, she says before listing the prices. The 5-star Weedle costs 1.500.000 and 1.750.000 poke respectively. The price for the 4-star Weedle ranges from 400.000 to 600.000 poke. The price difference is due to their age or the moves they know. As for the undetermined ones, they cost 100.000 poke each. These 5-star Pokemon are also expensive. At least these ones are cheaper than the 5-star Rattata. I don't even want to know the price for something like a 5-star Royal Pokemon or a pseudo-legendary. Still, because they are just Weedle they are cheaper than I expected. While I can't or more like won't spend that much money for a 5-star or even 4-star Weedle, I could buy an undetermined one if it has good potential. I think to myself. I would like to go straight to the undetermined ones please, I tell her and she nods. Sure. We currently have 46 Weedle that are undetermined. She tells me and we arrive there. You can take a look and if you want anything then one of the employees here will help you. She says while pointing at the employees that were standing ready in the area. I nod at her and watch her leave. After she's gone I focus on the Weedle and check them out one by one. The bad news is that there are no blue potential Weedle among them. The good news is that I found a male Weedle with light green potential among them. Species, Weedle. Gender, male. Type, bug, poison. Potential, light green. Stage, iron stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, shield dust, run away. Talents, none. Affinities, bug, poison. Now, I only need to come up with 100.000 poke somehow, since I don't have that kind of cash. Turning to one of the employees, I ask him a question. Do you buy any useful materials, in case I want to sell some? The employee walks over and answers my question. Certainly, sir. In case you want to sell materials, our in-store appraiser will check the wares and inform you how much the store is willing to pay for them. I nod at that and inform him that I would like to sell some things. He leads me to the appraiser, where I take out 10 portions of E-Class silver powder, 8 portions of D-Class silver powder, and 2 D-Class beadrills lances. The total comes up to 92.000 poke, and I agree to the price. I do not believe I could get a better price for them in another place unless someone urgently needs them, so I did not try to haggle too much. Anyway, together with the money I won through battles, I have enough to buy the Weedle, which I promptly do. It takes a bit to keep my identity a secret, but they accept in the end that I do not want to register as a customer no matter how attractive the discounts are. Anyway, I store the Pokeball containing my new Weedle and leave the store to explore the city, happy that I have managed to complete my 2 main goals right at the beginning of my visit. Chapter 74, Honey City. The first thing I do after leaving the store is to put the bag with the honey jars into my space by acting as if I was storing it in my Silph company. Bag. I can't believe I actually kept hauling that thing around, must have been the embarrassment of forgetting to ask for directions inside the honey store. Turns out my space does not replicate honey, just like it did not replicate blood, which is too bad. Well, not the blood part, but the honey part, because this thing is actually useful. Name, Beadrill Honey. Type, none. Class, E. Uses, contains plenty of nutrition and tastes sweet. Can be eaten as food, and long-term regular ingestion boosts the body a bit and helps the consumer to stay healthy, prolonging her life. This honey practically redefines the saying eat to live. Well, if this does not ascertain my decision to get myself a Beadrill colony/army, then I don't know what will. I may have to wait to realize it, but now I am 100% sure I will. Anyway, I also check out what has changed for Weedle L1 and see that nothing changed. Since he is inside the Pokeball, he got transported to my house instead of the Weedle habitat, which is good to know. Only after I let him out did his potential rise to deep green. This is the first time I store a Pokemon inside my space while she/it is still inside the Pokeball, so I did not know what was going to happen. After I am done with all that, I take a look at Xatu and decide to offer him a chance. Xatu, I am going to walk around visiting stores for the next few hours, so it's probably going to be pretty boring. Do you want me to recall you or pull you inside you know where? I could have Nix accompany me in that case. I tell him and he answers me. For real. I've got zero interest in shopping, so I think I'm going to relax, train inside your place. Call me out in case you need me or if something interesting happens. After hearing his telepathic answer, I nod and act as if I was recalling him while pulling him inside my space, then I let Nix out of her Pokeball. Nix, I have to visit a lot of stores today and I want you to accompany me, alright? I inform her and she simply nods, before she springs into my arms. I start to walk around the city center while carrying her around and visit all the stores that seem interesting. I check out their wares but buy nothing yet. Not just because I am broke again after my last purchase, totally worth it by the way, but to compare their prices to each other. After visiting I am not sure how many shops I am exhausted, but I have decided on which stores to visit to buy some things that I find useful. I don't know how most women can do this all day long, but after just 4 hours I have enough of it. Thankfully, it's time for lunch, so I decided to go to a restaurant before resuming my shopping. I walk towards a restaurant called Soma's Tasty Surprise and enter it. The reason I chose this restaurant is that they also cater to one's Pokemon. I am led to a private booth and let out my Pokemon. Luckily, the menu has pictures for all dishes, so I allow them to choose for themselves what they want to eat. After everyone has eaten I pay the bills and leave. I already decided which 8 stores I am going to sell things at and which stores I was going to visit to buy something. At the first store, I sell 40 F-Class, 20 E-Class, and 6 D-Class Vibrant Petunias for 42.000 poke. At the second store, I sell the same amount of purple lilies for the same price, before walking towards the third store. There I sell off a few Econ skins. Specifically, 30 F-Class, 15 E-Class, and 5 D-Class skins for 71.000 poke. After that, I walk to the fourth store, which pays me 15.500 poke for 100 F-Class, 80 E-Class, and 10 D-Class poisonous mushrooms. Yeah, it seems like those mushrooms are pretty cheap. Good thing I stopped growing them because it isn't worth the effort. The tiny mushrooms are a bit better in that regard since the fifth store buys 100 F-Class, 80 E-Class, and 10 D-Class ones for 44.000 poke. I directly walk to the sixth store on my list, once I am done at the fifth store. The material I sell there is the Beedrill's Lance. I bring out 20 F-Class, 8 E-Class, and 2 D-Class ones and receive 114.000 poke for them. I actually decide to stop selling any more of my stuff after leaving the sixth store, because I have gotten enough money for now. Besides, those were nearly all the things I have that could logically be found in big amounts, and while I have even more of them, I don't want to flood the market with them. I earned a total of 328.500 poke from selling all that stuff and can now be considered rich according to civilian standards as well as okayish according to lower rank trainer standards. This means it is time for me to buy some of the stuff that caught my eye before. For this, I head towards stores that are selling them for the lowest price. This information is the only reason the torture I endured at the beginning was worth suffering. Anyway, I first visit Butterfree's garden and buy an E-Class as well as D-Class Butterfree's treat. Name, Butterfree's treat. Type, bug. Class, E. Uses, contains plenty of bug-type energy. A jelly that has been purposely seeped in the energy of a peak silver stage Butterfree for a long time. Can be used as a supplement for any bug-type Pokemon, but is especially useful for the Butterfree line. Name, Butterfree's treat. Type, bug. Class, D. Uses, contains plenty of bug-type energy. A jelly that has been purposely seeped in the energy of a gold stage Butterfree for a long time. Can be used as a supplement for any bug-type Pokemon, but is especially useful for the Butterfree line. While it was pricier than other materials of the same class, it was worth it. At least I think so, because this is going to be useful for Mothra and Weedle, but mostly for Mothra. I dropped 20.000 poke at the store for those two. As soon as I am out of the store, I put the treats inside my space and the thing I expected happens. While the treats can be replicated, they can't be improved, which is why I directly bought the D-Class version as well. This way I have access to it without my space having to upgrade the E-Class version, which like previously mentioned it cannot. It probably has something to do with needing a sample of the energy used during the creation of the treat, at least I think so. Anyway, after Butterfree's garden, I go to Journey's End, which is actually a shop that sells complete carcasses and body parts. There I buy an E-Class Metapod's Chrysalis for 2,000 poke. That one I buy for my space to replicate, but what I buy next is purely to help my Pokemon since I know that my space can't replicate complete carcasses. I drop 200.000 poke to buy the complete corpse of a low, gold stage, 3-star Butterfree for Mothra. That also brings an end to my much shorter shopping spree. In the end, I am left 106.500 poke, which is only a third of what I had before. Man, I only bought 4 little things and spent 2/3 of my hard-earned money. Trainers do spend money like water. Thankfully they can earn it just as fast, as long as they are strong enough. I think to myself, I am done with everything I had planned for today, and looking at the time I still have around 2 hours until dinner, so the question is what am I going to do during that time? Actually, I could use that time to check out the battle club I have heard about if there is one in Honey City. After asking around for a bit, it turns out that there is no battle club in Honey City, but there is a bug club. Well, apparently, its real title is Bug Specialists Club, but everyone calls it the Bug Club. Since the descriptions of the passerby I talked to have made me curious, I decide to visit it. It takes me 20 minutes to reach the place, since it's at the periphery of the city center, and I took the wrong turn a few times, but I finally make it there. The building itself looks really classy and has a big sign symbolizing a bug hanging over the entrance. Pretty sure that I came to the right place. I enter the building and walk straight up to the reception. The clerk behind the counter addresses me as soon as I stop before her. "Welcome to the Bug Specialist Club. How may I help you?" she asks me. I would like to know more about the club and maybe sign up, so is there someone available for that? I answer her before asking for some information. Yes, there is. If you walk a bit further inside, there is a sign leading to the waiting room. Right across the waiting room is the registration office. There you can ask about the club and also register if you are interested. She tells me and I nod at her. Just wait a moment please. I'll inform the registration office and they'll call you up when it's your turn. Who should I tell them is waiting? She asks and I answer with Maruam. All right, then. You may go ahead, Mr. Maruam, she says, and I nod before walking towards the waiting area. I follow the signs and sit down once I reach the waiting room. Just 5 minutes later I see someone leaving the door where the registration office is, and shortly after I'm called up. Hearing my name I stand up and enter the office. There are 3 desks there but only one has an empty seat, so I walk up to that one. The lady behind the desk, Olivia, and I talk for over an hour. By the end of our conversation, I decided to register anonymously. This meant I only had to provide an alias and a proof that I have bug-type Pokemon. During our talk, I learned a few important points. The Bug Club, just like the Battle Club, is also an alliance-supported organization. It also works the same way as the Battle Club does, the difference being that the Battle Club accepts all kinds of trainers with Pokemon of any kind and the Bug Club only allows the use of Bug-type Pokemon. Trainers are allowed to register anonymously in these establishments by only providing an alias and proving the possession of Pokemon. Those that register anonymously receive fewer benefits as a consequence, but that much is obvious. As an anonymous member, I can earn money by winning battles, bets, and advancing. I also can use my member card for a certain amount of discounts in any of their affiliated establishments. Members are divided into different ranks and every member of the Bug Club starts at the Bug Catcher rank. After that comes the Bug Collector rank, the Bug Maniac rank, the Bug Noble rank, the Bug Lord/Lady rank, the Bug Duke/Duchess rank, the Bug King/Queen rank, the Bug Emperor/Empress rank, and finally the Bug Sovereign rank in that order. Thanks to these rankings, I also learned all currently existing trainer classes, because the club ranks generally correspond to the prowess of certain trainer classes. Bug catchers, that are stuck at the rank, have the same prowess as rookie class trainers. Bug collectors have the prowess of junior class trainers, and so on. Anyway, thanks to this I now knew the complete class list. It goes like this: Rookie Dash, Junior Dash, Senior Dash, Expert Dash, ACE Dash, Elite Dash, Champion Dash, Master Dash, and Legend Class Trainer. So, a Bug King is a Champion Class Trainer and a Bug Emperor is a Master Class Trainer. According to Olivia, there are currently 5 registered Emperor/Empress rank and 12 King/Queen rank members in Kanto. Additionally, there are 30 Bug Clubs spread out across Kanto, which seems to be less than the number of Battle Clubs, but it's still more than enough, in my opinion, considering that these numbers are only for Kanto alone. She also told me the advancement requirement for the next 2 ranks. If a bug catcher wants to become a bug collector, then she needs 15 wins in a row or 100 wins total against someone of an equal rank. From bug collector to bug maniac she needs 20 wins in a row or 150 wins, and finally, from bug maniac to bug noble one needs 25 wins in a row or 200 wins. Anyway, Olivia gave me my member card just now, and I pocketed it immediately. Now that I have the card I can leave, but I have to say that these people work fast. I just registered, but it took them only 5 minutes to produce my member card. Thank you for helping me out, Olivia. I wish you a good day, take care of yourself, and goodbye. I tell her and she returns a goodbye of her own. With that out of the way, I start to leave the building. While walking I decide to come back a few fights on Arc Day, since the whole thing took quite some time. It is currently time for dinner, which is why I call out Zatu as soon as I am outside the building and tell him to bring me home. Chapter 76, Bug Catcher Maruam. After spending a relaxing and fun weekend with my parents, I am back at the Bug Club. My goal for today is to upgrade my rank to Bug Collector, which means I need to win 15 times in a row if I want to achieve that. Truthfully, I don't know if it is possible to participate in that many battles in a single day, but I hope it is. I just went up to the reception to sign up for a fight and am currently waiting for my turn in the lobby. There are 4 huge TVs in the room, where one can watch the ongoing battles. All battles are being streamed live on the club's webpage and later on uploaded to their video library, with the agreement of both trainers, of course. So, it is possible to watch any battles one finds interesting. Members can watch any videos of their rank for free and those above their rank for a fee. Non-members have to pay a fee to watch any battles, which is one of the main revenues for the club. Watching the highest ranking battles has a few more requirements, but that's alright. All trainers that agree to share their battle receive a small cut depending on the popularity of the video, but anonymous trainers only receive a one-time payment depending on their rank. They also asked me while I was signing up for the fights if I was okay with the streaming option, and I told them that I did not want my battles to be live-streamed or recorded. I mean, I can't do anything about the present spectators, but I do not want any videos of my alternate identity out there, at least for now. They accepted my choice and here I am currently waiting for my turn. I have been watching the ongoing bug catcher battles while waiting, and all I can say is that I do not believe that I will lose today. There is also the fact that all bug catcher battles were only 1 versus 1 fights, so I am 1000% confident that I will get promoted today as long as the club lets me fight often enough. May Bug Catcher Maruam and Bug Catcher Anthony please proceed to court number 4. I repeat, would Bug Catcher Maruam and Bug Catcher Anthony please proceed to court number 4? I hear from the loudspeakers and start moving there. After entering the court I see my opponent already standing there, beside the referee. While walking towards them I check out my opponent a bit. He looks like a young teen, which means his age could be anything between 13.5 and 17.5 years old. He has short black hair, an amber skin tone, and a slightly chubby body build. Once I reach their side, we exchange polite greetings and the referee addresses us. You may have heard these before, but I am obligated to say them anyway, so listen up. Here are the ground rules. The battle is going to be 1 versus 1. In case I decide that one of the Pokemon is unable to battle, then the fight is over. Attacking after I declare the battle over is forbidden and may result in a fine or worse. Attacking the trainer or referee is also forbidden and will definitely result in a fine or worse. Understood? He looks at us both and we nod. Good! Now that's out of the way, let's talk about the wager. Do you want to put up a wager? He asks us and we look at each other. Yep/yeah. We answer at the same time. Alright, then let's talk about the sum. The maximum amount bug catchers can wager per fight is 500 poke. So, how much do you guys want to bet? He inquiries. I'll match whatever Anthony here is willing to bet, I say first, and after briefly shooting me a look Anthony says, is that so? Alright, we are betting 500 poke. The referee shoots me a look and I nod, confirming Anthony's statement. Okay, 500 poke it is. Please, prove that you have the money you wagered, and after that go to your side of the field. Then once I give my signal, you have to release your Pokemon. The battle starts as soon as the Pokemon appear on the field. The referee instructs us, and we do as he said. While walking to my place I think about which Pokemon to use for this and the following battles. I currently have 4 bug types, and after briefly thinking about my options I decide that both Weedle are not strong enough to guarantee my victory. Which leaves me with Mothra and Butterfree. In the end, I decide to use Butterfree and leave Mothra as my surprise for the next rank, so that everyone thinks that Butterfree is my best Pokemon. Once the two of us are in position, the referee raises his flag and counts down from 3. 3, 2, 1. Begin! He lowers his flag while saying begin, and we do exactly as instructed. I call out Butterfree and Anthony releases a Paras. I think that's the first Paras I am seeing, so I check out its status. Species, Paras. Gender, male. Type, bug, grass. Potential, orange. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, affect spore. Talents, none. Affinities, bug, grass. Now, I would like to say what followed was an exciting battle, but that would be a lie. Butterfree made short work of that Paras. Even I felt a bit bad seeing how fast he took the Paras out. He used only 2 confusions to beat it, and the second one was even low-powered because Butterfree saw that Paras was nearly beaten after the first confusion. Once Butterfree knocked out Paras, the referee declared it unable to battle. Butterfree wins, announces the referee, and we recall our Pokemon. After that, we walk up to the referee, where Anthony and I shake hands. I can see that he is feeling a bit down, undoubtedly by the crushing defeat his Paras just experienced, so I try to encourage him a bit. I don't know why I feel like consoling him, but I do. Don't worry about your loss. Your Paras is not bad, it's just that my Butterfree is too strong. It was simply bad luck that you had to fight someone strong that has yet to rank up to a rank that is appropriate for her prowess. I tell him, but honestly, I am not sure if it is worse to hear that from someone smaller, thus most likely younger, but I am genuinely trying to lift his spirit. It looks like it worked, at least a bit. That may be right for now, but I know we are going to get much stronger, and the next time we are going to be the ones that will easily win, Anthony says to me, and I simply nod. The referee that had been simply watching our exchange until this point chimes in after that. All right, Bugcatcher Anthony, please pass over the wagered sum to Bugcatcher Maroon. Anthony nods and takes out 500 poke that he then holds out to me. I accept my winnings gracefully and we bid each other farewell. I have to wait for another 10 minutes until my second opponent is announced, and I use that time to find out more about the betting on fights in general as well as my own. Turns out one either has to be popular or take part in the streaming deal for any betting to be organized, so I can't bet on myself. As far as betting on others is concerned, I am not interested in that for now because I don't know enough about the trainers battling. Anyway, my second fight was against an attractive young lady called Isabel. I had to stop myself from chuckling when the referee addressed her as Bugcatcher Isabel because it did not fit her look at all. I used Butterfree and she used a high Iron Stage Swadloon with deep yellow potential. Butterfree still won easily, but he had to use 3 air slashes because Swadloon managed to throw in an iron defense. After I won and accepted my hard-earned money, I asked her where she got her Swadloon from, since they are generally found in Unova and the western continent. Well, turns out there are a few small colonies of the Levany line in the deeper parts of the Viridian Forest, and her parents paid a few experienced trainers to catch her a young Sawaddle. After thanking her for the information, I returned to the lobby and waited for my next opponent. The next 3 fights went like that as well, with nothing interesting happening, except for the 1,000 poke he earned. In fact, the fights were even easier than before, since my third four had a mid-Iron Stage Metapod, the fourth had a mid-Iron Stage Kakuna, and the fifth had a low-Iron Stage Spinarak. After my 5th win, I was informed that I earned 1,000 poke for my first 5-win streak. Anyway, I have just finished my 6th battle, and this one had been a bit more interesting. The young boy, Steve, I fought against had a low Bronze Stage Scyther, and I have to say it was well trained. I ordered Butterfree to use Fast Asleep, but the Scyther used agility and started dodging around, escaping Butterfree's efforts to force him into sleep. Still, while Scyther was running around occasionally hitting my Butterfree with Slash, Butterfree used Psybeams and Air Slashes to herd Scyther into an Electroweb he had shortly before released. Once he got momentarily stuck and shocked, I had Butterfree douse him in Sleep Powder. After that, Butterfree used Air Slash until Scyther was knocked out. The 4 fights after that were relatively uninteresting again, but a win is a win, and I did earn 1,400 poke, so I can't really complain. The fights were uneventful and took only 1 or 2 moves. The 7th bug catcher had a low Iron Stage Wurmple, the 8th trainer had a mid Iron Stage Venonat, the 9th one was a bit interesting because he had a mid Iron Stage Grubbin. I obviously asked him where he got a Grubbin from, but unfortunately, he said he got it as a gift from a relative from Alola. That was a bit disappointing because Vikavolt are strong and I wouldn't say no to one. Anyway, the 10th bug catcher I beat was a girl called Stacy and she had a high Iron Stage Beedrill. The fight against her was a little bit interesting, not because it was harder than the others, no, it took Butterfree only 4 air slashes to beat her. What was interesting was that her Beedrill used something like a metal claw with its stingers/lances. It used its metal sting/lance, not sure which one to use yet, to successfully block 2 air slashes before it was overwhelmed. I made a mental note to remember that move, so I can teach it to my own Beedrill in the future. It shouldn't be too hard I think, since Kakuna can learn Iron Defense, which I can use as a basis for the new move. Not only that, after my 10th victory I received 2 rewards from the Bug Club, 1,000 poke for 10 wins, total, and 2,000 poke for my 10-win streak. My 11th fight is against an older-looking lady that had a high Iron Stage Shuckle with deep red potential. I am a bit ashamed of what I did after seeing that Shuckle, but truthfully I never liked that Pokemon. I had Butterfree douse it with sleep powder and after it fell asleep I had him use Gust to hurl it through the air until I got knocked out because of dizziness. I regretted my decision right after seeing the older woman's sad look and I apologized to her for my unnecessarily mean behavior. The kind woman accepted my apology and smiled a bit after telling me she was simply doing this occasionally for fun, which I am sure was unintentional, but dealt me a slight blow because of my previous behavior. Resolving myself to not bully a Pokemon just because I don't like its species, I accept the 200 poke from her and say goodbye to her. The fights 12 to 14 are easy wins as well, with number 13 being a bit harder since the girl had a low Bronze Stage Ninjask. The battle turned to a little game of tag, but ultimately Butterfree won without any problems. Right now I am registering for my 15th battle. Once I win this one, I will rank up to Bug Collector, which should allow me to meet more opponents that are somewhere around my level. While walking away from the counter I signed up for my next battle, I say that's been much easier than I expected. After I win the next fight I'll rank up to Bug Collector and it didn't even take me a single day, to myself. Chapter 77, Bug Catcher Maruam. Bug Catcher Maruam and Bug Catcher Samurai please proceed to court number 2. I repeat, would Bug Catcher Maruam and Bug Catcher Samurai please proceed to court number 2? I hear from the loudspeakers and am a bit surprised. Seems like my opponent decided to use an alias as well. I think to myself before remembering something. Wait a minute, a bug-type trainer near Viridian Forest that's called Samurai. This is not the guy with the pincer and Metapod, is he? I am probably overthinking, but in case I am not, he would be the first known character from my previous playthrough that I have personally seen. At least it shouldn't be too hard to beat him if he is that guy. I mean, that dude was a joke. I think to myself while walking towards court number 2. As soon as I enter the room I am surprised by what I see. My opponent looks just like Yajirobe from Dragon Ball. He looks like someone in his mid-20s, is somewhere around 165 and 170 centimeters tall, has black eyes, long, untidy black hair, and looks overweight. He wears a Kabuto helmet, sleeveless, knee-length red yukata with black stripes, a black obi/belt with 6 pokeballs, black wristbands, black shin bands, and straw sandals. What's more surprising is the F-King katana hanging from his sides. The hell is that guy doing here? Besides the Kabuto helmet, he looks just like Yajirobe. Did he get lost? I thought getting lost was more like the green-haired swordsman's thing. I think to myself, after checking him out, while walking towards him and the referee. I have seen you looking at my katana. You do not have to fret over it, for I have a permit to carry it around. He says as soon as I stand in front of him. My given name is Kinji, but please call me Samurai. He continues and offers me a handshake, which I reciprocate. Maruam, I tell him my alias. Well met, Maruum. I have just finished my secluded training inside the Vidian forest and have come here to test my prowess, after hearing of it. This is my third fight so far and the previous two were a bit lackluster, so I hope to have a good fight with you. He says, and listening to him I get more sure of my previous assumption. He might really be the guy from the anime. Well, more like a Terran version of him that looks a lot like Yajirobe. I think to myself, after which the referee cuts in to give his regular spiel. You may have heard these before, but I am obligated to say them anyway, so listen up. Here are the ground rules. The battle is going to be 1 versus 1. In case I decide that one of the Pokemon is unable to battle, then the fight is over. Attacking after I declare the battle over is forbidden and may result in a fine or worse. Attacking the trainer or referee is also forbidden and will definitely result in a fine or worse. Understood? He looks at us, but especially Samurai, and we confirm our understanding. That's good. Now, let's talk about the wager. Do you want to put up a wager? He asks us and Samurai answers first. I do not wish to gamble on the outcome of my battle, he says, and the referee turns to me at that. I simply nod, accepting Samurai's declaration. If the guy does not want to bet some money, that's okay. Alright, since both of you agreed, there will be no wager. After I am done talking, please go to your side of the field, then once I give my signal, release your Pokemon. The battle starts as soon as your Pokemon appear on the field. The referee instructs us. Samurai gives me a nod, which I reciprocate, and then we walk to our sides. Upon the signal of the referee, we simultaneously release our Pokemon. On my side, Butterfree appears, as usual, and on Samurai's side a larger than average Metapod appears. He might be as weak as both of his counterparts after all, I think to myself, before checking out his status. Species, Metapod. Gender, male. Type, bug. Potential, deep green. Stage, bronze stage, high. Once I see his status, all my previous thoughts of contempt are gone. Damn! That's one hell of a Metapod. Not nearly as awesome as my Mothra, but then again no one is. Still, damn. I think to myself when I hear Samurai addressing me from across the battlefield. Don't underestimate him just because he is a Metapod. He may currently be my weakest Pokemon, but he is still plenty strong, and he easily beat our previous two opponents. So, give it your best shot. He says, and I can only think to myself, that's his weakest Pokemon. It looks like he is strong after all. This is followed by, looks like I am the one being underestimated here. Even if I actually don't want to fight against his other Pokemon if that is his weakest, since I want to win. At least this way I have a chance of winning. We'll do our best, I answer him and give my first command. Use Fast Asleep followed by Air Slash, I tell Butterfree, but Samurai does not stay idle. Upon seeing the powder cloud moving towards Metapod, he gives the command, String Armor, after which Metapod covers itself in a few layers of string shot, effectively keeping the sleep powder, and any other powder for that matter, from touching him. He follows the command with another one. Dodge the Air Slash and then use Shooting Star. He says, and I see Metapod dodging Butterfree's Air Slash, using String Shot, while completely ignoring the sleep powder cloud. Metapod is aiming his string shots at the ceiling and the walls to swing around the place like a certain spider. Tailwind, I order Butterfree to give him a speed boost, because whatever Shooting Star is, it does not sound like something I want Butterfree to get hit by, which is why I follow up that with, after that dodge everything he throws at you. My order is not a second too soon, because I can see how Metapod, after dodging Butterfree's Air Slash using String Shot, gains a metallic glint, which I assume is because of Iron Defense. Then it uses a few more string shots to turn itself into a surprisingly fast missile. Butterfree, who has completed Tailwind by that time, smoothly dodges Missilepod, who crashes into the ground after missing his target. Metapod created a decent crater in his crash site, and all I can think seeing that is, that would have definitely hurt if it had hit. While Metapod is recovering from his crash landing, I tell Butterfree to use Air Slash. The move hits, it first cuts through Metapod's string armor and then hits Metapod directly, which causes him to grunt. Keep it up, I tell Butterfree, while Samurai gives his own order. Endure it. This is nothing you can't take. Start dodging again and then use the battering ram maneuver. Metapod follows his orders and starts swinging around, trying to crash into Butterfree mid-swing, and simply swinging away if he misses. After that happened a few times, I told Butterfree while Metapod was mid-swing to use Bug Buzz, which he promptly did. While Metapod was distracted by the pain and noise Bug Buzz was causing, ordered Butterfree to cut Metapod's string, causing it to crash once more, hurting as well as distracting it some more. While it is down, keep hitting it with air slashes, I tell Butterfree, and he does. The first hit causes Metapod to release a cry of pain. The second does as well, and just as I was thinking that we had this thing in the bag, Metapod started to shine, which forces my Butterfree to stop attacking. All I could think at that moment was, really, you're going to evolve on me right before our victory? Are you for real? What bullshit. Now, Metapod is going to get a second win thanks to his evolution. I think to myself when I see Samurai running onto the field, rushing towards his evolving Metapod. I can see him taking out a few things and tossing them around his Metapod. While he is taking out a bottle to feed it to Metapod, the referee interrupts him. Bugcatcher Samurai, your actions are actively interfering with the battle. So, if you do not remove those objects and still try to feed that liquid to your Metapod, then your actions will be considered as you forfeiting the fight. He warns Samurai, who simply waves him off. Metapod's future is more important than the battle. So you can declare the fight over, he says while pouring the liquid on Metapod. The referee nods with a respectful look on his face. Bugcatcher Samurai has interfered with the battle due to the evolution of his Metapod, which equals him forfeiting the fight. This means Butterfree automatically wins and Bugcatcher Maruum is the winner. After saying that, all of us quietly watch the evolution, while Samurai assists his Pokemon with materials. Before long the evolution is over and the light recedes. At the spot where a Metapod had been, a Butterfree can be seen hovering. It is a bit smaller than mine, but still much bigger than the average. We all give our congratulations to Butterfree and Samurai, and I use the chance to check out its status once more. Species, Butterfree. Gender, male. Type, bug, flying. Potential, light blue. Stage, bronze stage, high. Holy shit! His potential increased to light blue. I think to myself. I can't stop myself and approach Samurai, who is currently inspecting his new Butterfree and talking to it. I can hear him congratulating his Butterfree, and after waiting a moment for Samurai to finish his sentence, I clear my throat. Congratulations on your Metapod evolving, I tell him. Thank you. The fight against you gave him the last push. He had been near evolution for a while now, and only a small push had been missing. So you have my thanks. He answers me. No problem, I tell him, before asking the question that had made me walk up to him. Could you tell me what those liquids were that you used on your Metapod? Naturally, only if you are okay with it. Samurai gains a pondering look for a moment before he answers me. Sure, no problem. Those bottles contain the heart blood and refined blood of Silver Stage, as well as Gold Stage bug-type Pokemon that fell to my Pokemon during my stay in the Viridian Forest. He tells me. The guy has taken down Gold Stage Pokemon. Thank Mew, he did not use any of his other Pokemon, or I would have most likely gotten curb stomped, is what I thought immediately after hearing his answer. Oh wow, your other Pokemon must be really strong, I tell him. I can see you have 5 more Pokemons with you. Would it be alright if you told me what they are? I ask him straight after, which causes him to chuckle a bit. He recalls his Butterfree, and I do the same with mine. Sure, I've got no problem with telling you about my loyal partners. He begins. These 6 are my only Pokemon because I decided to focus on them before thinking about catching any more Pokemon. Butterfree was actually my newest and thus weaker Pokemon. Besides him, I have a Beedrill, Fortress, Levany, Scyther, and Pinsir. All of them can be found in the inner area of the Vidian forest. That place is really a paradise and simultaneously a hell for us bug specialists. There is a large variety of bug types there, but the danger of the place makes it a risky move to enter the place. He tells me and I thank him for the information. Before we separate, I tell him that I will re-challenge him after training my Pokemon, and he tells me he always welcomes a good challenge. Afterward, I go to the counter to check up on my status. The lady at the counter informs me that I received 4,000 poke for my 15-win streak and that I was promoted to bug collector for winning 15 times in a row. She asked for my card to update the information on it, and a short while later my member's card showed my rank as a bug collector. Happy with my achievement, I decided to go home a few hours early today. The meeting with Samurai had been quite a surprise, but I was happy that it happened. Chapter 78, Breaking News. After ranking up to bug collector, I went home, and my mother was pleasantly surprised by my early arrival. "Honey, you're back earlier than expected and you seem quite happy. Did something good happen? You didn't bring home another Pokemon, did you, sweetie?" she asked me. "No, Mom. I did not bring along another Pokemon. The reason I am happy has to do with something totally different." I start to answer her, and then she interjects with, "What are you waiting for? Tell Mommy what made my boy so happy." I was about to do just that, I tell her, and continue. "I went to the bug club I told you about and registered," I say when my mom interrupts me once more. "You did not use your real name to register, right?" she asks in a slightly worried tone. "No, Mom, I did not. I used the name Maruam as my cover and became bug catcher Maruam." I inform her, and she gives me a relieved nod. Anyway, after registering there I started to sign up for battles and I won them all, I say to her. "That's my boy," my mother says and hugs me. "So, how many battles did you participate in?" "I think you need a 100 wins to rank up if I don't remember it wrong." "I am sure it won't take you too long to do that," she says after releasing me from her hug. "Yep, that's right, but one can also rank up after winning 15 times in a row," I tell her, and she starts to show a dumbfounded look. "No way! You didn't!" she exclaims, and I nod a bit smugly. "Sure did. Beside you sits the freshly promoted bug collector Maruam. I went to the club, participated in 15 battles, and won them all, which allowed me to get promoted to bug collector in a single day." I humble brag to her, just without the humble part. "Oh my Arceus, my baby boy became a bug collector in a single day. I've got to call your dad and tell him about it." My mother shouts before she gets a look on her face that says she noticed something wrong. "Oh, sweet Mew, my 4-year-old baby boy managed to reach a club rank equal to my official trainer class," she says to herself. "I've got to increase my trainer class immediately. My Pokemon are strong enough, I just didn't bother meeting the other requirements, but I can't let my baby have the same rank, class, whatever as me. He needs to look up to me, and for that, I need to have a higher class." I hear her think out loud. My mother is kind of in her own world right now, but from what I have seen, her Pokemon are indeed strong enough for her to become a senior class trainer. Still, I've got no idea what else she needs for a promotion, but I am sure it won't be too hard for her to fulfill them. "Honey, I am going to call your daddy for a bit to tell him the good news," she informs me, and then I need to look up which conditions I am still missing. She whispers the second part, but I hear her nonetheless thanks to my enhanced senses. "You can watch some TV while I speak to your dad. It might take a while, so just do what you want until I am back," she says before she takes out her Pokephone and walks to the kitchen. I simply shrug a bit, slightly amused by her reaction to my news. She hadn't even mentioned my earnings. Previously, after I told her I had beaten a few trainers on Route 4, she had told me she could open a savings account for me if I wanted to, so that she could deposit some of the money for me. According to her, it would be easier for me to save money for the future if I had no instant access to it, which would make spending it randomly harder. I agreed with her, and since I did not mention anything about me selling my stuff, I gave her 5k poke that day. I have won around 12k poke today, thanks to the wagers and club bonuses that I had actually planned to give to my mother, but that would have to wait, it seems. After I stand up from the couch, I walk towards my room to check up on my Grolive egg. It has been less than 2 weeks since I got it, so there were no changes to it, but that was normal since it still had 13 to 15 months to hatch. I am actually on the outlook for some good fire materials to see if I could help along with its potential before it hatched. While I have the crimson flower available, I don't want to use it because it's a dual element material. There is still more than enough time, so I will keep an eye out for any pure fire element materials. I am sure I will find some during the next 2 to 3 months. I don't want to risk using firestones for this because I have no idea how the Grolive egg would react to them, otherwise, I could have bought some in Honey City. But like I said, it is not urgent, so I can take my time with this. While I am at it, let me check up on my Magikarp. The ones that have already reached the mid-bronze stage still have a while to go until they reach the high-bronze stage. Amongst the ones still at the iron stage, the Magikarp with the poison affinity is not far from being ready for her breakthrough. Name: none. Species: Magikarp. Gender: female. Type: water. Potential: light blue, 27.8%, 29.2%. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: swift swim, rattled. Talents: none. Affinities: water, poison. Bond: Mikhail, weak. Quirks: slightly vengeful. Parameters: stage: iron stage, high. Vitality: SSS. Strength: SS-SSS. Endurance: SSS. Agility: SSS. Energy capacity: SS-SSS. Energy density: SS. Resistance: fire, minor, water, major, ice, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses: electricity, minor, grass, minor. Condition: healthy, content. Masteries: water energy manipulation. Techniques: tackle, proficient, flail, proficient, bounce, proficient, hydro pump, proficient, swift, proficient, aqua jet, proficient, splash, advanced, water gun, mastered. Only her energy density needed to improve and she would be able to break through. She would gain the poison typing during her breakthrough, and I am curious if there are going to be any physical changes to her. The other 2 iron stage Magikarp, on the other hand, still need some time until they are ready. Besides training their parameters, I have them focus on their water gun. All of them have mastered water gun, so I want to see if any one of them can upgrade the move, deriving a stronger one from it. What I have them do is to try to reduce the circumference of the water jet and increase the pressure. The inspiration for this are those high-pressure water cutters. I want to see if any of my Magikarp can reach such a level. Even if they do not completely succeed, the training is still helping to train their energy parameters and water gun mastery. There is still the Transcended Mastery left, so hopefully, they will reach it. Nonetheless, their main focus is still on their parameters training. After looking at my Magikarp, I decide to take a look at my Weedle. Currently, I have them learning how to use Electroweb, but since it has been only a few days since I got them, they have not made much progress. At least they have Mothra to help them along, so I knew that they would definitely learn the move sooner or later. After that, I will have them focus on their string shot. While we have not found a way to make their strings fire, ice, or air resistant yet, it is still a really useful move. Happy with the things I have seen, I go downstairs once more. There I see my mother back from the kitchen. After I sit down next to her, she says, "Sorry for hurriedly going away like that," and hugs me. "No problem," I tell her before I add, "Mom, I earned 12.000 poke today. I'm giving you everything, from my savings account." "Are you sure you want to give me everything?" "I mean, I am happy that you are saving your money, but don't you want to have some spending money?" She asks me in a surprised tone. I still have some money left from the last time, and in case I need some more I can always earn more, I tell her. "If you're sure, then okay," she says, and she starts asking me about my day. I tell her about the battles I had and how easy they were, except for the last one. Samurai was strong, and I am sure that if he had not used his weakest Pokemon I would have most likely lost, but he did and I won. The next time we battle I will win even if he does use his other Pokemon. I tell her. Chuckles. My mother chuckles at my declaration. Oh, honey. It looks like you have chosen your first rival and he sounds like a strong one too. She says. Mom, he is not my rival. At most he can be the rival of Maruam. I say before I have to laugh a bit. Yes, yes. He is not your rival. He is your bug club rival. She answers me, while lightly laughing as well. After that, we just talk about random things, like what she has been doing all day, and before long my father came back from work. I'm home, he says, and we return a welcome home. After that my father addresses me. Son, I heard you went to the bug club today and got promoted to bug collector on your first day. He says, and I nod. Great job. That's my son. You take right after your dad. Before I can say anything to him, my mother interjects and they fall into their joke argument about who I take after. Once they are done, my dad asks me to tell him about my battles, and while I do that my mother goes to the kitchen to set up dinner. A short time later she calls us over and we eat dinner. During dinner, my parents talk about their days went, and my mother tells my father that she looked up what she needed to do to improve her rank. She says that she should be about to do it in a few months and my father encourages her. After that, they talk a bit about buying some of the lands around our property since it would give their Pokemon more area to live in. Some of them needed more space to freely move around, so they were talking about their options. After clearing the dinner table, we go to the living room to relax. My father turns on the TV and chooses a news channel. We watch the news for a while, when something comes up that can impact me. Currently more than 10 people have been reported missing while traveling on the fringe areas of Route 4 during the last 2 days. During the investigations by the relevant authorities, traces of scuffles have been found. As soon as I hear that, I think shit, because that is going to worry my parents. So, please try to avoid traveling alone on Route 4 or stay away from the fringe areas, at least until the case has been cleared up. The news anchor says, and I think double shit. I turn to look at my mother and as I expected she looks worried after hearing the news. Honey, how about you stay at home until the case has been solved, or you could keep visiting the bug club. Just don't walk on Route 4, please. She says worriedly, and my father agrees with her. Your mother is right, son. You should avoid traveling on Route 4 until this has been cleared up, so you either stay at home or you promise to only visit Honey City. He says, and I try to placate them. I'm sure nothing would happen to me. No need to worry. I tell them, but they keep staring at me until I cave in. Alright, I promise to not leave Honey City during this time. I concede before it can devolve into an argument, and my father nods. My mother on the other hand still looks quite worried but does not contradict me. After that, we keep watching TV, even if the mood is a bit more somber because of the previous news until it is time for me to sleep. Chapter 79, Conversation and Role Model. Today, Mikhail had told his parents that he had visited the bug club and that he had managed to improve his rank from bug catcher to bug collector on his first day. After Mikhail went to bed, his parents began to talk to each other about what they had just learned. Edward, can you believe it? My baby has managed to become a bug collector in a single day. Edward, our 4-year-old boy has managed to reach a rank that equals my own, and it took him only a single day. Arya said to her husband. I know, honey, he told me about it as well, and we both saw the member's card with his rank on it. As unbelievable as it sounds and feels, and believe me I feel the same, it's a fact. A fact that is starting to scare me. Edward answered his wife and she interjected. Are you scared of our son? Arya asked, puzzled. For our son. I am afraid for our son. He retorted, before continuing. He is too excellent, and I am very afraid that his excellence is going to attract unsavory or outright bad attention. I am afraid that someone with evil intentions is going to take an interest in our son, and that I won't be able to protect my flesh and blood from people that are trying to harm him." He stood up and started to pace up and down the living room while pouring out his concerns to his wife. "Edward, honey, calm down a little bit." "I'm sure," Arya tried to calm her husband, but he interrupted her before she could finish her sentence. "At first I was really happy when he showed his psionic talent, and the high intelligence as well as growing maturity he showed because of it. I mean, who wouldn't be happy if their beloved son turns out to be a genius?" He began, while he continued his pacing. "Yeah, I was happy as well, when Mika told us about his discovery of psionic energy. Not to mention his bond with his Natu." Arya voiced her own thoughts on the topic, and what she said caused Edward to briefly pause his pacing. He turned to his wife before he resumed his speech. "The early bond and the number of his Pokemon are points that add to my worries as well. First, he bonded with Natu, and then with all the other Pokemon he kept finding. The fast bonding can be explained through his psychic as well as aura talent, but his luck in finding all those Pokemon is insane. I mean, come on, how lucky does he have to be? While we have not tested their potential, their overall fast growth is enough for me to believe that all of them have either 4 or 5-star potential," Edward said, and Arya released a snort. "Edward, I don't want to hear you of all people complain about luck. He is simply as lucky as his dad. Even if the number of his Pokemon is getting higher and higher, which is impressive. The thing I have been starting to worry about were the regulations on possession of Pokemon we have been breaking, but his little bug collector stun has solved that, at least, in case it ever comes up," she interjected. "Yeah, at least that's been taken care of, but as I was saying before you interrupted me," Edward said before he resumed his pacing. "Then we found out that he is talented in aura as well, which caused me to worry a bit because so much talent could attract the kind of attention we are not ready for. As if that was not enough, his talent in aura turned out to be so great that it kick-started his second maturity phase prematurely, which meant that we couldn't hide it even if we wanted to," Edward let out. "Well, at least we managed to find some kind of solution for that." Arya tried to reassure her husband. "That we did," Edward confirmed. "We decided to conceal his psychic talent since the result of his aura talent was too obvious to hide, and since only Thorn, as well as his family, knew about it, it was easy as well. Yet, I worry about someone discovering about his tremendous potential. I am extremely proud of him, but I worry that he is going to be hurt or abducted by someone if his talent is exposed." Edward took a deep breath before he restarted speaking. "As if all of that was not enough, our boy turns out to be a prodigy in training Pokemon as well. I mean, we saw his little training sessions with his Pokemon, and we saw their fast progress, but I had not noticed just how strong they have gotten. For Arceus's sake, he is 4 and he has managed to gain a rank that is equal to the status of a junior class trainer. Most people are more than 4 times his age before they manage to do that, but he did it at 4, and if what he said about his battles is true, then he is not far from being as strong as senior class trainers." Here he stopped for a bit before he continued. And don't get me wrong, I am incredibly proud and happy at his talent and success, I really am, but I just can't stop worrying about the consequences that would follow if his talents and achievements were to be exposed." Arya could hear and feel the worry her husband felt and decided to let him get it all off his chest before she tries to comfort him. "It is my inability to keep my son safe in case his secrets get exposed, and someone stronger than me tries to do something to him, that worries me. Every time I think about the possible negative consequences, my chest tightens and I want to keep Mikhail home, hiding him away, without letting him out, until he is older and his excellence does not seem as overwhelming. But I know that we can't do that because we would be stifling our son's potential with our own hands, which would be unforgivable. Not only that, Mikhail could start to subconsciously resent us for essentially imprisoning him, and that's something we both don't want," Edward shared with her. "So, I am more disappointed in my own inability to protect my son in case his excellence is exposed, than I am about his excellence itself. In fact, I am really proud of his talent. It's the possible negative repercussion if they get exposed that worries me. I mean, it is my job as his father to protect my son, but I am afraid that I am not strong enough to protect him in case someone much stronger shows up." Edward slumped a bit, both in worry as well as a bit in relief after letting out all the worries that had been eating at him lately. "Oh, honey. That seemed to have been really eating at you, didn't it?" Arya started. "I have naturally been worried about that as well, but apparently not as much as you. Before you shared all that with me, I was more worried about being unable to be a good role model for Mikhail, and him slowly stopping to respect me, since he, theoretically, has an equal rank as me now. I was planning to improve my trainer class, and wanted to discuss that with you," she said before Edward cut in. "Darling, you won't stop being a role model to him just because he became a bug collector, and he most definitely will not stop respecting you for that. He loves you and he respects you because of that and your love for him. I don't, for 1 second, believe that your or his rank will change anything as far as his love, as well as respect for you, is concerned," Edward said and hugged her. She had to smile at his reassuring words and return the hug. "Thank you, honey. I know that you are right, and I know that my worries are most likely unfounded, but I still want to increase my trainer class. My Pokemon are certainly strong enough to qualify me as a senior class trainer. I looked up the other requirements for a class increase after calling you," Arya told Edward. "Yeah, I remember the requirements from the time I ranked up to senior class. The first one is to have at least 6 Pokemon. The second one is to have earned at least 16 B-rank badges, which is also the number of badges one needs to gain during one season to qualify for the Junior League. The third requirement is to have 3 Pokemon at the Silver stage, and the last one is to have 3 more at the Bronze stage. While you fulfill the second and third requirement, you lack a Pokemon to fulfill the first and consequently the last one as well," Edward chimed in. "I know. As I said, I looked it up and found out that I need 1 more Pokemon that also needs to be at the Bronze stage. Nonetheless, I am determined to upgrade my class, so I am going to catch myself a new Pokemon. After that, I will update my trainer profile," Arya said resolutely. "Besides, this is also one of the 2 things we can do to resolve your worries. The first is getting stronger and increasing our trainer class. This will allow us to gain access to more resources, information, and possibly useful contacts. Us getting stronger will make protecting our boy easier, and networking will make the second option viable. We could try to find a reliable and influential backer that we believe to be trustworthy enough to back up our son." She expanded and Edward had to nod at her idea. "You are right, while we could try to appeal to Professor Oak or other influential trainers with a good reputation right now, but we would be unable to guarantee that they would hear us out or even that we would be successful in approaching them without giving up the secret to others in some form. On the other hand, if we keep increasing our trainer class, we could approach them or others like them more easily." Edward agreed to Arya's suggestion. "That's right. So, we need to step up our training. After retiring from active trainer status, we have both slacked in the training of our Pokemon, and while we have both succeeded in meeting the strength requirements for the next class, we could have been stronger if we had trained more seriously. Well, at least I have managed to fulfill the strength requirement for the next class. You told me you were still missing another Gold Stage Pokemon," Arya asserted. "Well, Sky is not far from reaching the Gold Stage. It should take her no more than 2 months, and once she has done so, I will have fulfilled all requirements," Edward replied to his wife. "Really? You already fulfill all other requirements?" Arya asked, astounded because she had not looked up what the requirements for the upgrade from senior class to expert class were. Neither had he told her the requirements, besides the need for 3 Gold Stage Pokemon. "Yep, I have everything else covered. The requirements resemble the ones needed for the senior class. The first one is to have at least 6 Pokemon, which is exactly the same. The second one is to have earned at least 16 A-rank badges, which, like with the Junior League before with B-rank badges, is also the number of badges one needs to gain during one season to qualify for the Senior League. The third requirement is to have 3 Pokemon at the Gold stage, and the last one is to have 3 or more at the Silver stage. I fulfill all of them except for the third one. I am missing the third Gold stage Pokemon, but as I said, Sky is going to upgrade soon," he explained, before seriously looking into Arya's eyes. Honey, sorry for ranting in front of you, and thank you for listening to me, while I let all of that off my chest. Voicing my worries and now thinking about measures to hopefully solve them has eased my mind a lot. He told Arya, before hugging her. Of course, darling. Supporting each other is part of being married, and you have done the same for me many times. As long as we have each other's backs and keep earnestly working towards our goals, I am sure we will succeed. Besides, I love you, and you sharing your worries with me only makes me happy, because it shows that you trust me. Even if it took some time, I am happy that you told me your worries. Arya returned Edward's hug and reassured him. Thank you, and I love you too. Edward gave her a peck on the lips before he continued. Hopefully, we will be able to finish everything before the league tournament start, because that could delay our process by quite a bit. This year both the junior and senior tournaments are happening in the same year, so all bureaucratic procedures will most likely be delayed while the tournaments happen. HMPF, what bad luck. The junior league season takes 3 years, so the junior league tournament happens every 3 years. The senior league season, on the other hand, takes 5 years, so the senior league tournament happens every 5 years, which means both events take place in the same year every 15 years. To think that an occasion that happens only every 15 years has to happen the year we want to upgrade our trainer class. Arya grumbled, and Edward appeased her. As I said, we should be done way before the tournament start, so we should be able to avoid the hubbub following it. Sky should reach the gold stage in the next 2 months, and I believe you should be able to catch and befriend a bronze stage Pokemon during that time as well, which leaves us with more than enough time to get the whole upgrade thing done. He told his wife. You're right. I think so too. Arya agreed with her husband before she asked him a question. Do you think we should visit one of the tournaments? I am pretty sure Mika would enjoy seeing it. Edward contemplated her suggestion. That's not a bad idea. We could do that, but let's wait a bit before coming to a decision. We don't know if anything is going to happen until then, but it is definitely a good idea. He told Arya. They once more shared a brief kiss, before they talked a bit about the incidents on Route 4. They decided for Arya to accompany Mikhail tomorrow, in case he wanted to visit Honey City tomorrow. As for the day after, they would decide that depending on the development of the situation. After that, they decided to watch a funny movie, to laugh and relax a bit after the serious talk they just had. Once the movie was over, they went to bed, knowing that they would have to be more serious about training from now on. Chapter 80, Shopping. The next day after he woke up, Mikhail remembered the news about the missing people on Route 4, and his promise to his parents that he will stay either at home or in Honey City. Seems like another trip to the Bug Club is going to happen today, he thought to himself. He had actually been planning to turn Dial Day into his club day so that he could use the last day before the weekend to battle there. With that in mind, he made his way downstairs to eat his breakfast, before leaving for Honey City. While he was eating, he felt his mother staring at him, and she seemed to be thinking about something, and seeing how she was staring at him, it probably had to do with him. Right as he was done with his breakfast, she seemed to have come to a decision, because her face gained a resolute look. Oh, boy. Whatever she has been thinking about, it has to have been quite serious. I hope it's nothing bad, Mikhail thought before he heard his mother clear her throat. Mikhail, honey. I plan to visit Honeydew City. I want to get a 6th Pokemon, so before I try to find one in the wild, I decided to try my luck there to see if I can find one that appeals to me in one of the stores selling Pokemon, and I want you to accompany me. She said. What the hell? That's it? Give me back my feelings of worry and seriousness. Mikhail thought, relieved that it was nothing serious. Sure, Mom. I'll go with you to Honeydew City. I was only going to visit the Bug Club in Honey City anyway, so accompanying you instead is not a problem. He told her. That's good. I was actually planning to accompany you to Honey City and try my luck there, but I decided to change our destination to Honeydew City at the last moment because the probability of finding something good is higher there. His mother told him. No problem, Mikhail told her before he continued. Have you already decided what exactly you are going for? He asked his mother, and she looked a bit contemplative before she answered my question. Yes, I have thought about it, and I have also talked with your father about this topic. We decided that I would get a Pokemon with either the fire, electric, ghost, or dark typing. She told him, and he had to nod at that. All of those would help counter one of the types her Pokemon had not been covering until now. That's a great idea. Honestly, I think you should bring father along instead of me if you want to get lucky and find a good Pokemon at those stores, but I'll try my best to find you a good one. My luck is not bad as well, at least I think so. Mikhail said, while secretly adding, especially since I can just check their potential, in his head. I'm sure you can, honey. We'll use Zata to teleport over to Honeydew City. He should be able to reach there in 2 to 3 jumps. Since you're going to be accompanying me shopping, you won't need to wear your trainer gear, so please wear normal clothes, and no mask or hat, please. His mother told him before she started to clean the table. After they were done cleaning and had changed into appropriate attire, they left the house and had Zata teleport to Honey City first. After resting for a few minutes, Zata teleported them to the teleportation hub of Honeydew City, since that had been the only place they had been to in this city. From the explanation of his parents that Mikhail remembered, Honeydew City had a bug-type gym, as well as a grass, flying, and normal hall. So, he expected those to be the most available types on the market, but he hoped they would have some Pokemon with good potential from the types his mother wanted. As long as they were available, Mikhail was sure he would identify them thanks to his observe function. His mother grabbed his hand and started to drag him along. I know where the best stores that sell Pokemon are, so we don't have to ask around, she said, while purposefully walking in a certain direction. Your father and I visited this city quite a few times during our journey, so I know my way around. Just keep following Mommy and we will avoid any unnecessary detours as well as any subpar stores. His mother added shortly after. They kept walking for around 10 minutes until they stopped in front of a store called Pokepals. How original, Mikhail thought sarcastically when he saw the signboard of the store. This is the first store on our list, so let's enter and see if they have any Pokemon of interest, his mother said, before entering the store with Mikhail following behind her. The stores we are visiting only have undetermined Pokemon available. In case someone wants to buy a Pokemon with an assessed potential, one has to call or inform them in advance, so that they can prepare the desired Pokemon beforehand, she explained while she strode right up to one of the counters. Before he could say anything, she addressed the employee. I would like to know if you have any Pokemon of either the fire, electric, ghost, or dark typing available. If so, which Pokemon species are they and how many of them do you have? Certainly, madam. Of the typings you listed, we have Pokemon of the fire and electric type available. The fire-type Pokemon we have are Vulpix and Slugma, of which we have 8 and 12 respectively. As for the electric Pokemon we have, they are Pikachu and Voltorb. We have 16 and 10 of those respectively. The employee answered his mother, after looking up the information on their system. Excellent, we would like to take a look at them, his mother replied, and the employee nodded. He called over another employee and told her to lead us to the Pokemon. Did you notice that he did not mention their price? He did that because he wants us to see the Pokemon first. This way we won't simply leave because we find the price too high. Furthermore, in case we find one that we like, we are more likely to buy it even if it is pricier than expected after we have seen it ourselves instead of simply hearing the price, she quietly told him, and he nodded to show his understanding. Either way, we'll take a look at the Pokemon first. Inform me if one of them stands out to you in any positive way, his mother added. Unfortunately, the best one among the fire types was a Slugma with less than satisfactory potential. Species, Slugma. Gender, male. Type, fire. Potential, deep orange. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, magma armor. Talents, none. Affinities, fire. The best one among the electric types was a Voltorb that was also a bit underwhelming. Species, Voltorb. Gender, genderless. Type, electric. Potential, orange. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, soundproof. Talents, none. Affinities, electric. After they had seen all listed Pokemon, his mother gave him a look, but he simply shook his head. She nodded her head at his gesture, and they left the store, after thanking the employee, even if she was simply doing her job. The next store they visited was called Poke Dreams, and he had to suppress a snort after seeing the store's name. For real, who names these things? These names are so cliché, it's hard to believe. Mikhail thought to himself as they were entering the store. His mother once more strode directly up to one of the counters and addressed the employee, without letting her say anything. I would like to know if you have any Pokemon of either the fire, electric, ghost, or dark typing available. If so, which Pokemon species are they and how many of them do you have? She asked, and the employee started looking up the relevant information. One moment, madam, she said, and shortly after she started listing the Pokemon they currently had on site. Of the typings you listed, we have Pokemon of the electric, dark, and ghost type available. The electric type Pokemon we have are 8 Pikachu and 14 Magnemite. The dark types we have are 9 Murkrow and 6 Poochyena. As far as ghost Pokemon are concerned, we have 4 Ghastly and 3 Misdreavus. The employee informed his mother. Species, Pikachu. Gender, female. Type, electric. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, static. Talents, none. Affinities, electric. The best one of the electric types was this Pikachu, but she was not good enough as well. He had hoped that they would maybe find a Magnemite with good potential because Magnezone were really strong Pokemon, but unfortunately, the best one only had light yellow potential. Species, Poochyena. Gender, male. Type, dark. Potential, light green. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, runaway, quick feet. Talents, none. Affinities, dark. Amongst the dark-type Pokemon he actually managed to discover a rather good one, even if he had no real interest in the species. He decided to shelve it for now, and in case they could not find a better Pokemon, he would inform his mother of this one. The ghost types had no Pokemon with better than orange potential. When his mother asked for his opinion, he told her that he maybe had a candidate, but he wanted to visit the other stores first. She nodded and they walked towards Tom and Thomas, which was the third store on his mother's list. After they entered, his mother once more strode directly up to one of the counters and addressed the employee, without letting him say anything. I would like to know if you have any Pokemon of either the fire, electric, ghost, or dark typing available. If so, which Pokemon species are they and how many of them do you have? She informed the employee, who started looking up the relevant information. Just a moment, madam, he said, and shortly after he started listing the Pokemon they currently had available. We currently have Pokemon of the fire and dark type available. The fire type Pokemon we have are 6 Vulpix, 11 Ponyta, and 7 Slugma. The dark types we have are 4 Sneasel and 8 Murkrow. The employee informed his mother. He had practically gotten used to that exchange by now because it kept repeating at each store. They visited the fire Pokemon first. The Vulpix and Slugma were useless, but one of the Ponyta turned out to be a surprise, and what a surprise it was. Species, Ponyta. Gender, female. Type, fire. Potential, light blue. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, runaway, flash fire. Talents, none. Affinities, fire. He couldn't contain his surprise and wonder after seeing her, which his mother noticed. Did you like this one, honey? She asked him. I have a really good feeling about this one. Something is just telling me that we definitely need to buy this Ponyta. Mikhail answered her while emphasizing the need to buy this Ponyta. A light blue potential, unbelievable. He thought to himself, while subtly trying to get his mother to buy it, or rather her. Okay, let's just take a look at the dark-type Pokemon, and after that, we can decide if we are going to buy any of them. His mother said to him, and the employee led them to the dark types. After checking them all, he could not believe their luck. He had actually managed to find another good Pokemon among the dark types. Species, Sneasel. Gender, male. Type, dark, ice. Potential, green. Stage, Iron Stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Inner Focus, Keen Eye. Talents, none. Affinities, dark, ice. One of the Sneasel turned out to have green potential, and if he had not seen the Ponyta, he would have made his mother buy this one, but he could not force his mother to buy both without seeming suspicious because of his insistence. This was why he decided to give up on the Sneasel, but he still told her about it. "Mommy, this Sneasel gives me really good feelings as well, but the Ponyta still feels better," he told her with a slightly disappointed look. "Really, that's great. So, why do you look down if you have found another Pokemon that you think is good?" she asked, seeing his look. "I am just slightly disappointed that we are going to miss one of them because you want to buy one of them," Mikhail answered her question. "Really?" she asked him, and he answered with, "Really," before he added to it, "Those two give me the best feeling out of all the Pokemon we have seen until now, and among the two, Ponyta is the better one." His mother gained a pensive look after listening to him. Maybe it is his psychic and aura abilities giving him an inkling into the potential of the Pokemon he meets. If that is the case, then I definitely need to get the Ponyta, but by his reaction, the Sneasel is nothing to sneeze at either, she contemplated. Shortly after, she came to a decision and nodded to herself. She turned to the employee that had been guiding them and pointed at the Sneasel while asking for its price. When Mikhail tried to tell her something, most likely trying to revert her focus to the Ponyta, she stopped him, and he did. 670.000 poke. The employee told her the price of the Sneasel, and she had to nod at that. It was an acceptable price for a Pokemon of a good species at the upper spectrum of the Iron Stage, especially if its potential is good. "What about the Ponyta we have seen before?" I asked, and I could see Mikhail sigh in relief at that. 590.000 poke, the employee promptly answered. That was an acceptable price as well, and the price difference between the two was normal since Sneasel were in general rarer than Ponyta. Buying one of them is definitely no problem, but if I buy both of them, then I'll have to dip into my reserves quite a bit, she thought to herself, before coming to a decision. "I'll take the Sneasel," she said, and her boy's head snapped in her direction as soon as she said that. She had to chuckle a bit at that. "Certainly, madam." "Would that be all?" the employee asked, and she shook her head. "I also want to buy one of the Ponyta we have previously seen," she answered, and she saw her son relax at that. "In that case, please follow me," said the employee after getting the Pokeball of the Sneasel they wanted and recalling it. They went back to the Ponyta, and Mikhail pointed out the Ponyta he mentioned. After the employee recalled that one as well, they went to the cash register and paid for them. She had not expected to expend so much, but she decided to trust her son's intuition, so she swiftly paid the 1.260.000 poke. After they left the store with her two new Pokemon, Mikhail hugged her, thanking her for trusting him, and she returned the hug while telling him that she naturally trusted him. Since they had gotten what they wanted, she decided to simply stroll around for a bit, before eating lunch and returning home. She would perform the checkup of their potential on another day, since she had to apply for it first, and she currently did not want to do that. Chapter 81, Not So Idle, Idle Week. It had been 6 days since he had helped his mother with choosing her new Pokemon, and he had to say it had been an amusing yet idle time for him. Idle, because he still could not continue his journey towards the coast, and amusing, because of the consequences of his action in helping his mother. Before they had returned from Honeydew City, his mother had reserved a potential check for her new Pokemon on the next day. So, the next morning after breakfast, he accompanied his mother to the test center in Honeydew City. She told him that all Tier 6 and many Tier 5 cities had such test centers available and that they were established by the Alliance so that trainers could check the potential of their Pokemon for a respectable fee. She mentioned that the fee was priced as it was to prevent lower-ranked trainers from mass catching and releasing Pokemon since it would cost a fortune for them to pay for a huge number of tests. As far as higher-ranked trainers were concerned, the high price made no big difference to them because being strong paid well enough that the price was affordable enough. Now, from what he had seen/heard during their visit, the actual price seemed to be divided into 4, depending on the stage of the Pokemon that was being checked. The reason the League wanted to prevent that was that such actions usually led to an unacceptable increase in the number of Pokemon types. The Alliance had witnessed such events in its history and did not want to repeat. They outlawed the willful mass capture by organizations and created a permit that was necessary for any such action. Organizations that tried to do so without a permit were prosecuted harshly, but for individuals that mass caught Pokemon to check their potential, another measure was found. The Alliance did not want to interfere even more with their trainers, so they found a compromise by increasing the price of the test. Of the 4 options, only 3 were available at the test center they visited. Still, it did kind of make sense, since the stronger the Pokemon the higher the cost, which meant that those of the 4th category were extremely strong, thus rare. So, procuring the necessary equipment for the test center was not worth the cost. Checking Iron to Silver Stage Pokemon cost 100.000 Poke. The cost for Gold Stage Pokemon was 1.000.000 Poke, and the cost for Dark Gold Stage Pokemon was 10.000.000 Poke. Following that trend, Mikhail assumed that the next stage would cost 100.000.000 Poke, which was a massive sum in his eyes. The test itself happened behind closed doors and was executed by equipment produced by the Alliance. The results were encrypted before they were saved in one of the databases of the Alliance, and it seemed that no more than 100 people worldwide had the privilege to access those databases. The result of the test was then printed out by a specialized printer, produced by the Alliance, that sealed the paper so that no one could check the result before the owner of the Pokemon. At least not without breaking the seal, which would expose them. Anyway, his mother paid 200.000 Poke to have the potential of her Pokemon tested. After they returned her Pokemon together with the test results, she was astonished by the result. Mikhail had known what those results were going to be, thanks to his observe function, which was superior to the means of the Alliance. The same could not be said about his mother, who according to her own words expected the potential of her new Pokemon to be 3 stars, or at most 4 stars. So, when she broke the seal and saw the result with her own eyes, she was really surprised. It is quite funny to see the pupils of someone widen like that, especially when their face also shows an astonished look. Still, she managed to school her face quite fast, and put away the paper and her Pokeballs, before leading the test center with him in tow. After they had left the test center, he asked his mother about the test results, since he, obviously, had no way to know the results without her telling him. She quietly told him that Ponyta had 5-star potential and that Sneasel had 4-star potential. After that, she added that they would talk more in a moment and led him towards a park. Once they sat down on one of the benches, she let out Emerald and told her to make sure no one was listening in on them. After that, she turned towards him with a serious look and asked him more about the feeling he told her about during their shopping trip yesterday. He told her that if he came really close to some Pokemon, or if he touched them, then he would get a certain feeling from them. The stronger the feeling the better, but most Pokemon gave of a weak feeling, like most of the Pokemon they had checked yesterday. They quietly talked a bit more about it and he stuck to his story the whole time. After they were done talking, they visited Poke Dreams, the store where they had seen the Poochyena with light green potential, and his mother asked him to point out the one he told her about yesterday. She bought him after he identified the right one, and then she asked him to compare the feeling the Poochyena gave him with the feeling her Sneasel and Ponyta gave him. He told her that Poochyena gave of the same feeling as her Sneasel, and she nodded at that. She made another appointment at the test center for the next day and they returned home. During and after dinner they talked about what had happened that day and they decided that if the result really came out as Mikhail had told her, then they would occasionally take him to stores selling Pokemon to see if there were any Pokemon worth buying. In case they found some, they would check their potential at different test centers after a while before selling those they did not want to keep for profit. So, after they verified that the Poochyena did indeed possess a 4-star potential, his mother took him around multiple shops for the next 2 days to check out certain species if there were any with good potential. He naturally could not check every single Pokemon inside a store since that would take too much time, so his mother would ask the employees which species they had available, and then she would choose some of them for him to check out. He spent the next 2 days checking a huge number of Pokemon for their potential. They visited around 30 small as well as large stores that sold Pokemon during that time, and he did indeed manage to find some Pokemon with good potential. He was not exactly sure how many Pokemon he had checked during that time, but he was confident that it was more than 1,000. Out of that number, he had located 6 Pokemon with 4-star potential and 1 with 5-star potential. At least that would be their potential according to the Alliance standard. The one with 5 stars was a light blue Hoot, and the 4 stars were a light green Pidgey, a light green Pikachu, a light green Centret, a green Sandshrew, a green Voltorb, as well as a deep green Sunkern. Since they did not plan to keep any of these Pokemon, they decided to sell them all. They gave the Pokemon to his father, who spent some time on Kaede to take 4 Pokemon to the test center in Lime City and 3 Pokemon to the test center in Emerald City. After Edward saw that Mikhail's feeling was accurate once again, he went around the stores of both cities to check out the prices of the species they had bought. Once he had an estimate, Edward went around different stores to sell all 8 Pokemon. After some haggling, he managed to sell the 5-star Hoot for 3.200.000 poke, and the 7 4-star Pokemon for 4.365.000 poke. So, after subtracting their expenditures, they earned 4.435.000 poke. Mikhail saw the happy look on his mother's face after she heard how much they earned from simply reselling some Pokemon and decided that it had been a good idea to tell them about his feeling. They talked about the reselling business after celebrating for a bit and came to the decision to reserve 1 week every 3 months for the whole thing. Mikhail and his mother would spend 5 days going around stores to buy any Pokemon that caught Mikhail's fancy, and his father would spend the weekend selling those Pokemon. Additionally, it was also possible to keep one of the Pokemon, in case one of them really wanted the Pokemon for their team. Anyway, that had happened yesterday, and today while they were watching the Grude evening news, they saw that there has been major progress on the missing case on Route 4. Apparently, the investigators had managed to track down the suspect, after said suspect released all missing people except for one. The suspect turned out to be a Tangela that used to belong to the last missing person. As it turns out, the Tangela had been abused by its trainer and had been enduring the abuse for quite a while. After it managed to break through to the gold stage, it rebelled against its trainer. It first put to sleep the Persian of his trainer and then broke its Pokeball. Afterward, it beat the crap out of its former trainer, before he could call out any of his other Pokemon. The others did not come out of their own violation, because they did not like him enough to muster the effort it took to leave the ball on their own. The reason for the other missing people was that some people tried to interfere when they saw the actions of Tangela. Tangela beat their Pokemon and captured them, taking away their Pokeballs, after forcing them to switch them to sustenance mode, because they interfered. After that, it took everyone involved into the Vidian Forest, where it made those people help it build a home for itself as punishment. It provided them with berries as well as water. After they were done, and Tangela was satisfied, it returned their belongings and released them all, except for its former trainer. The investigators found and caught it after that. After a thorough investigation, it was decided that it would work for the Alliance at one of their plantations for 6 months, before being released to the Vidian Forest. The reason for such a lenient verdict was that it did not harm anyone except for its former trainer, and even made sure the others were alright during their time with it. Additionally, it promised to help teach a move it knew to one of the Pokemon of every trainer it abducted. As for the former trainer of Tangela, he did not have as much luck. During the investigation, it came to light that the guy did not only abuse Tangela but also all his other Pokemon, except for his starter Persian. Tangela was simply the one that got the worst of it. Additionally, the guy seemed to have done some minor crimes such as petty theft and running away after losing. His sentence was pretty harsh, I think, which showed that the Alliance did not like those that abused their Pokemon. He was forced to release all his Pokemon except for his Persian and was sentenced to 5 years of jail, as well as a 10-year service at the border. According to his parents, the guy would have a really hard time at the jail, because most people dislike people that abuse their own Pokemon, a bit like with child molesters in his old world. Furthermore, his time at the border would probably be even harder until he caught new Pokemon and trained them while doing his service. Mikhail asked them if it wouldn't be dangerous if the guy returned even stronger after 10 years at the border, but his parents assured him that after 10 years of service, the military would have instilled some serious discipline and acceptable principles into the guy. Mikhail went to bed that day happy that he could resume his trip to the coast tomorrow, which also happened to be the first day of the new week. Chapter 82, Route 4. It has been 3 days since I have resumed my trip towards the coast after we heard that the case on Route 4 had been solved, and during this time I have managed to cover half the distance towards the next milestone of my journey, Leaf City. Leaf City is the next Tier 5 city on Route 4, after Honey City, on the way to Vidian City. The distance between Honey City and Leaf City is around 300 kilometers, and during the last 3 days, I had already left 150 kilometers behind me. Like always, I kept Nyx, my EV, Xatu, and Butterfree outside their balls to accompany me while walking as well as a safety measure. The others were chilling inside my space since I did not want to keep them in their balls if they didn't want or have to. Anyway, my guys and gal were happy that we could start going out again, so they were really active during our trips. Thanks to that, we managed to find 4 more new useful materials. The first one was found by Xatu on our first day. It was a psychic seed that he felt about halfway through the day. Name, Psychic Seed. Type, Psychic. Class, E. Uses, it's a seed that has absorbed psionic energy from the environment. Contains psionic energy and can be used as a supplement to help psychic-type Pokemon. When consumed while under the effect of psychic terrain, then the consumer receives a temporary boost in their energy density. The second item was discovered by none other than Nyx. On the second day, during one of her checkups on shrubs she believes could be interesting, she actually managed to find something. Name, Balance Root. Type, Neutral. Class, E. Uses, it's a root that is saturated in neutral energy. Contains neutral energy and can be used as a supplement to help normal-type Pokemon. I was actually curious how that root came to be and expanded the description of the material since I generally made the observed screen only show the important bit. Name, Balance Root. Type, Neutral. Class, E. Uses, it's a root that is saturated in neutral energy from a plant that has somehow absorbed too much neutral energy. The plant concentrates the excess energy it cannot convert or contain inside a part of its roots, which then gets separated from the main root to prevent the plant from getting overloaded. Contains neutral energy and can be used as a supplement to help normal-type Pokemon. It was interesting to know, and it showed how resilient plants were. Some even had a function like lizards that separated their tails to escape dangerous situations. The third and fourth materials were found on the third day, which was yesterday, by Butterfree and Nyx respectively. Butterfree found a sweet leaf. Name, Sweet Leaf. Type, Plant. Class, E. Uses, it's a leaf that is really sweet. Can be used as a supplement and as food. It gives the taste of nearly everything a sweet tone. Can give a little temporary energy boost, which helps the consumer to stay active. As for Nyx, she found a Moon's Buttercup. Name, Moon's Buttercup. Type, Plant. Class, E. Uses, it's a flower that has absorbed lunar energy. Can be used as a supplement and contains lunar energy. Pokemon that prefer the night can make the most of this flower. Besides those materials, nothing new was found. The Pokemon I saw were still of the same variety and none of the ones I bothered to check had any good potential. Don't get me wrong, I still check every single Pokemon I encounter, but only those of the species I find interesting enough. I had actually stopped checking out every Caterpie, Weedle, Rattata, Sentret, or Paras I encountered. There were too many of them, and nearly none of them had any decent potential, so I decided to ignore them. In case I want any of them in the future, I could check out the stores. The same could naturally be done for all Pokemon, but it was more of a balance of interest, time, and encounter rate that led me to that decision. Anyway, where was I? Today is the 4th day since I restarted my trips, and half of the day is already over. We just finished our lunch and are resuming our walk. 10 minutes later I noticed some traces 10 meters from my current path that were different from those of the Pokemon we had encountered until now. Curious about which Pokemon they belonged to, and excited to see something different, I went up to check them out. After the novelty of walking outside passes, all that walking can get a bit monotonous, and if not for the occasional trainer battle or new discovery, I would have probably been bored. So, things like these traces were welcome distractions for me. From what I could make out, the traces were caused by a bipedal Pokemon, since there was always a single pair of footprints. The depth of the footprint tells me that the owner does not belong to the super heavy or heavyweight class, so Pokemon like Snorlax can be excluded. Our current location excludes a large number of options, like Rhydon or Golem. Only Pokemon living in or near forests, as well Pokemon living on plains should be around, so Pokemon like Nidoking or Primeape are possible. Or at least they would have been, if not for the shape of the footprint. The footprint shows that the owner has a 3-nailed foot shape, so Nidoking, with his single-nailed foot, or Primeape with his 2-toed foot get eliminated as well. That leaves us with Kangaskhan, Scyther, Pinsir, and Ursaring. I removed Teddiursa because the footprint is too large to belong to one. The form of the foot and position of the nails allows us to exclude Pinsir from the suspect list as well. Wait, Kangaskhan can be removed as well since the middle nail of Kangaskhan is generally longer than the 2 outer nails, which is not the case here. That leaves me with Scyther and Ursaring as the most likely candidates, at least of the Pokemon that are common near areas like these in Kanto. Now I am currently leaning more towards Scyther since their feet are wider than those of Ursaring, and these prints fit that category, but the difference is not large enough to be sure. So, I need additional information before I can come to a conclusion. Let's check for other traces along the path of footprints left behind. In case it is a Scyther, there should be some cut marks somewhere along the way, left behind by its sickles. If it's an Ursaring, then there would be some claw marks along the way. At least, I am guessing that they left behind some other traces. I am pretty sure the Pokemon is alone, or at least it was alone when it was here. There is no second set of footprints, so as long as the second Pokemon did not keep stepping on the exact same place as the first, then the Pokemon is alone. That does not mean that it is not part of a group, just that it's walking around on its own. I follow the footprints for around 200 meters until the first useful clue turns up. Up to this point, the Pokemon had an obstruction-free path, but here it encountered some vegetation that hampered its road. It cleaned up the obstructions, and after checking the broken branches that were left behind, I can exclude Scyther. The reason for this is pretty simple. If the Pokemon had been a Scyther, then the breaking point of the leftover branches would be smooth, since it would have used its sickle arms to cut them apart. That is not the case here. The braces that I just checked looked more like they were slashed apart by claws, which points to Ursaring. Now the question is, do I keep following the tracks left behind what is most likely an Ursaring? Ultimately, I decide to follow them, because of a few reasons. First of all, we are still on Route 4, so the Ursaring should be below the gold stage. Since the strongest Pokemon on the routes are generally kept below the gold stage. Since it is at most at the high, silver stage, I should have no problem escaping it if it proves too strong for us, which would include everything above the low, silver stage. If we are strong enough to beat it and its potential is good enough, I plan to capture it. Even if it is too strong, it could lead me to other Ursaring or even a few Teddiursa. So, I decide to keep following the traces. I follow the tracks while keeping the sounds I make to a minimum, and for the next 20 minutes, I discover a few more traces that make me sure that it is an Ursaring that I am following. The occasional markings I see lead me to the conclusion that it is marking its territory, so I begin to believe that it is relatively new to the area. Another 15 minutes later I hear some sounds in front of me and all of us make maximum effort to be quiet and inconspicuous. Then I see it less than 100 meters in front of me. It is actually an Ursaring, so my conclusion turned out to be right. Since I want to know how strong it is, I recall my Pokemon except for Xatu. I tell him to stay put and quietly approach the Ursaring. Once I am near enough, I use my telekinesis to check its status. Unfortunately, at least for me, the Ursaring notices my action, more like it feels my telekinesis coming in contact with its body. It warily looks around and manages to spot me. Seeing that I have been spotted, I run towards Xatu and tell him to teleport us away, which he promptly does. The last thing I see before being teleported is Ursaring launching a hyper beam. Once I see that I am at the entrance of Honey City, I check the status screen of the Ursaring I tactically retreated from and promptly plop to the ground trembling a bit. I have never been so grateful to have a Pokemon that knew teleport, or that could have ended really badly. The reason for my slight panic is what I have seen of Ursaring's status. Species, Ursaring. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, green. Stage, gold stage, low. All I could think once I saw that was thank everything that is holy that I ran away the moment it discovered me. The second thing I do is facepalming because I remember that I could have entered my space if I had recalled Xatu beforehand as well, but because of my excitement, I had forgotten that that was an option. I wait there for 1 hour just talking with Xatu before I decide to return to the place we saw the Ursaring. This should give the Ursaring enough time to calm down and leave the area. Once Xatu teleports me back to the place I look around. As I assume the Ursaring is no longer around, but the area itself is a bit destroyed. I could see the traces left behind by the hyper beam the Ursaring fired at me, and some destroyed trees that it probably destroyed in anger when it saw me escape. The reason I returned to this place is that I plan to follow its tracks once more. I know that I have no chance to do anything to the Ursaring itself, but I am hoping that by following its tracks, I will be able to find its home. There I hope to find some Teddiursa or some weaker Ursaring. In case I get detected, I plan to hide inside my space this time, so I recall Xatu. After that, I start to follow Ursaring's tracks once more. After following the track for more than an hour, I finally arrive at its home. Chapter 83, Route 4. The place my stalking has brought me to is an area that has a cave entrance. I can currently see 3 Ursaring and 7 Teddiursa relaxing in front of the cave mouth. It seems like the Ursaring are keeping an eye on the Teddiursa while they are playing around. 2 of the Ursaring are slightly smaller than the third one, so I assume that they are female, while the taller one is male, but I could be wrong even if I don't think I am. Now the question is, are these 3 Ursaring parents with a grown child, or does the sleuth compose of 2 or more families? I am actually leaning more towards there being more than one family, because of the high number of Teddiursa that I can see. I could be wrong and those 3 could actually be 1 male and 2 female Ursaring. In that case good for him, but I still think that the sleuth is made up of multiple families. This would mean there could be more Teddiursa and Ursaring inside the cave, or that some Ursaring are currently out either procuring food or patrolling their territory, maybe both. I have to consider all these points if I don't want to experience a bad surprise while trying to approach them. Now, one would think, are you out of your mind? Why would you try to approach an area with so many Ursaring? And I can only say that I want to check the potential of the Teddiursa. Now that I am here and have seen so many Teddiursa, I want to see if one of them has good enough potential to be worth any risk. I have already given up on the Ursaring, because they are too strong, which means not only that I can't beat them, but also that they have lost multiple chances to increase their potential. This means that they would have to have really good potential to be worth catching. For me, the stronger the Pokemon before capture, the higher its potential needs to be. The lower its strength, the lower the potential requirement. At least it's like this for Pokemon that I want to join my team. If it is just for the sake of having them, then my requirements are a bit lower. Personally, for a bronze stage Pokemon, I would prefer deep green potential, but if it is from a rare species I would reluctantly accept green potential as well. If it's at the silver stage then green potential won't make the cut for my team at all, but I could capture it as a gift for my parents, or to sell it. Anyway, I decided to observe the cave, the bears, and the area for a while to see if I can find an opportunity to check out the Teddiursa and to see if I could capture one of them without getting caught by the Ursaring. For the next 20 minutes, nothing different happens. The Teddiursa are playing around and the Ursaring are relaxing while keeping an eye on the Teddiursa. Then I see one of the Ursaring looking at the sky, and I think it is checking the time because it calls out to the others afterward. The Teddiursa hearing the yell and gather in front of the Ursaring. Once all the Teddiursa stand in front of the Ursaring start to talk to each other before one of them addresses the Teddiursa, who sit down. After that 2 of the Ursaring walk into the cave, while one of them stays behind to watch over the Teddiursa. A short while later, I see the 2 Ursaring returning with multiple things in their arms. The smaller one sets down the large leaves she brought, and the larger one puts down the berries in its arms on them. Seems like they don't want to eat dirt or earth. They return to the cave and upon seeing that I release a relieved sigh. Their behavior leads me to believe that there are no more Ursaring inside the cave. A few moments later they return once more, this time with the bodies of 3 Raticate and 7 Rattata that are swiftly deposited on the leaves as well. Once they are done with that the group starts to eat. The Teddiursa eat a Rattata each together with some berries, and the Ursaring do the same just with a Raticate instead. After everyone has eaten his portion, the Ursaring dig a hole and put the leftovers inside before refilling the hole. Then they gather together and walk in a certain direction. I discreetly follow them, and a few minutes later I start to hear the sound of running water. A bit later I see the bears drinking water from a small creek and I have to say they have chosen a great place to live. Access to water, a nice cave, and most likely no one strong enough to harm them. What is confusing me is that the trainers working for the Alliance that are tasked with patrolling the routes are allowing them to stay around. I mean, I understand that this area is only in the fringe area of the routes, but according to what I had learned the Pokemon in these areas are supposed to be below the gold stage. Still, that could be deliberate as well. Something like mini-bosses for the routes. If that was the case then there could be other Pokemon at other parts of the route that were just as strong as the Ursaring. Maybe that was the way for the Alliance to stimulate and challenge those that want to be challenged like that. I mean, no one forces trainers to walk along the fringes after all. Anyway, a few minutes after the group returns to their home, I get my opportunity to check their potential, in the form of the 4th Ursaring returning from wherever it had been. Now, most people would ask how the return of the 4th Ursaring gave me any chance to check their status. Well, it is what followed its return that gave me the chance. After it came back, it spoke with the other Ursaring, and shortly after 2 of them followed it back where it came from. Seeing that there is only a single Ursaring around I decided that the risk of approaching them is low enough for me to risk it, so I quietly approach the Teddiursa. 100 meters away from them, I decide to use my telekinesis to lift myself up a few centimeters and levitate myself the last 60 to 70 meters to avoid making any sounds while walking. In the same vein, my use of telekinesis helps me keep my smell from spreading. I cautiously approach the group and once I am near enough to check their stats, I stop. Then I wait for a short while to see if they will detect me or not, and once I am sure that I am in the clear I start checking their status. Species, Teddiursa. Gender, female. Type, normal. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, pickup. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral. The first does not notice my telekinesis coming into contact with its body and after checking its potential, it turns out to be a dud, so I directly move on to the next one. Species, Teddiursa. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, quick feet. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral. This one is a dud as well. I simply continue with the rest of the Teddiursa. Species, Teddiursa. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, light green. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, pick up, quick feet. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral. This one turns out better than the previous two, but just light green potential is not really worth the risk of kidnapping him. At least not for the current me. Species, Teddiursa. Gender, female. Type, normal. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, pickup. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral. Species, Teddiursa. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, quick feet. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral. Species, Teddiursa. Gender, female. Type, normal. Potential, light green. Stage, bronze stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, pick up, honey gather. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral. Among the next three, the first two are totally uninteresting, while the third is a bit more interesting. She is at the low, bronze stage with light green potential, and she has a hidden ability instead of one of the standard ones. Nonetheless, while that is interesting, it is still not enough for me to risk anything. After that, I have pretty much written off this group of Teddiursa, but I still decide to check out the last one. It's a matter of principle, and who knows, maybe I'll get lucky and that one has at least green potential. Species, Teddiursa. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, deep green. Stage, bronze stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, pick up, quick feet. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral. Yes. Hell yes. I was starting to think that these guys were having a severe case of inferior fertilizer, but thankfully at least one of the Teddiursa turned out to be not a disappointment. I think to myself. Happy with my find, I quietly retreat for the moment to wait for a good opportunity to nap that one without dying in the process. Around 20 minutes after my retreat, the 3 Ursaring return with the bodies of 1 Fiero, 1 Sea King, and 5 Raticate. It looks like the returner called them over to carry over its prey. They directly carry them into the cave, and after they come out again, they deliver me my second opportunity. It looks like they are planning to collectively hold a nap, which seems a bit reckless in my opinion, because they could be ambushed while they were sleeping, but it seems like they were confident in their safety. Most likely because of their strength. The largest one lays down at the entrance to the cave, effectively blocking it. The other 3 lay down in such a way that they form a triangle with the Teddiursa in the middle. As for the reason why they are napping outside and not in the cave, I can only speculate that they want to nap under the sun. I am really starting to believe that they are overconfident like this because they know that they are the strongest group of Pokemon around this place. Otherwise, this kind of seemingly reckless behavior makes no sense, but it provides me with a great chance, so I am not complaining at all. I wait for a bit more than 5 minutes to make sure that all of them are asleep, before quietly and carefully approaching the group of Teddiursa. Once I am in range for my psionic abilities, I use my psionic energy to carefully cover my target in my energy so that I can pull it in my space without waking it up. I am naturally keeping an eye on the napping Ursaring while doing that, in case they wake up while I am busy. I don't want Teddiursa to resist my energy, because that would keep me from taking him in. Not to mention that any struggle would most likely wake up the others, which would be pretty bad. Just as my energy finishes covering the Teddiursa's lower body, he turns around. I freeze, stopping any kind of movement, even holding my breath, and my heart leaps up to my throat. I slowly relax again, seeing no further movement, and I resume my effort. My energy keeps covering more and more of Teddiursa's body. from its lower body up to its upper torso. Once my energy reaches his throat, one of the Ursaring twitches, making me freeze once more, mentally cursing it for scaring me like that. After waiting a moment to make sure that it is not waking up, I resume covering the Teddiursa in my energy. 3 seconds later I am done, which allows me to place him inside my space. Those were the most nerve-wracking 40 seconds of my life, I think to myself. Happy with my success, I briefly contemplate if I should leave them something in exchange for Teddiursa, like a mountain of berries or something like that, but I decided against it. Since I achieved my goal, I quietly and carefully retreat away from the area, and once I am far enough I call out Xatu, to have him teleport me home. As for the reactions of the Ursaring, after waking up from their nap, once they notice one of their Teddiursa missing, that's not my concern. Chapter 84, Teddiursa. Mikhail looked around after their escape and saw that Xatu had brought them to his room. He relaxed a bit, slightly releasing the tension that had built up during his latest stunt. He walked up to his bed and sat down. Now that he was safe, decided to check up on his newest guest. He told Xatu to keep an eye out and entered his space. Teddiursa's habitat was a clearing with a single small hill that had a cave. It was positioned in the western area and was 1,400 SQM big. He saw Teddiursa lying on the grass beside the entrance to the cave, and apparently, Teddiursa had slept through the whole thing, which to be fair only took seconds. Still, this did not bother him in the slightest. He took out a common ball and quickly balled him while he was still sleeping. Once the capture was complete, he let Teddiursa out once more. He had to chuckle when he saw that the fellow was still sleeping. Mikhail decided to check out Teddiursa's complete status before he woke him up. Name, none. Species, Teddiursa. Gender, male. Age, +4 year. Type, normal. Potential, light blue, 62.4%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, pickup, quick feet. Talents, none. Affinities, normal/neutral. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, low. Vitality, F. Strength, F. Endurance, G. Agility, G. Energy capacity, G. Energy density, G. Immunity, Ghost. Resistance, none. Weaknesses, fighting, minor. Condition, sleeping, content. Masteries, neutral energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, lick, beginner, scratch, beginner, sweet scent, beginner, play nice, beginner, charm, beginner, brick break, beginner, fire punch, beginner, fury swipes, proficient, feint attack, proficient, slash, proficient. He had to nod at what he saw. Teddiursa's age proved that it was still relatively young but not too young, which was good. The potential boost Teddiursa received improved his potential to light blue, and looking at the percentage, Mikhail could infer that Teddiursa's potential had been deep green by the slightest of margins. The talent and quirk sections were empty, which happened to Mikhail for the first time, but that was alright. Truthfully, he had been a bit too lucky as far as the talent section was concerned. I mean, those were supposed to be really rare, but every single one of his 6 main Pokemon, except for Butterfree, had one. So, he was not complaining that Teddiursa did not gain a talent. As for having no quirk, that simply meant that he had no characteristics that stood out, which was not a bad thing as far as he was concerned. The artificial part of the bond section was normal as well, but it wouldn't stay that way for too long, hopefully, because he was hoping that Teddiursa would warm up to him during their time together. For now, the artificial bond together with the friendly feeling from Mikhail's aura and the friendly function of his space should make Teddiursa accept his new situation pretty fast. The fact that he was not sapient yet also helped. Pokemon that did not receive any mental stimulation from the outside as his own Pokemon did, had certain periods where they gained sapience. For normal types, it was between high, bronze and low, silver stage. The Ursaring line generally gained sapience during the high, bronze stage. Mikhail did not know what would happen first. Would the mental stimulus from his use of telepathy help Teddiursa gain sapience early, or would Teddiursa reach the high, bronze stage first? Moving on, his parameters are at the limit of the low, bronze stage, which was a happy surprise. From what he saw, it wouldn't take too long for Teddiursa to reach the mid, bronze stage. Teddiursa had the standard strengths and weaknesses all normal types had, and the only surprise as far as moves were concerned were Fire Punch and Brick Break. Moves he had most likely learned from the Ursaring from his previous group. The relatively low number of moves and their lukewarm mastery was not really surprising for him. Teddiursa was still young, and most wild Pokemon did not focus too much on the mastery of their moves until they were older or much stronger. Most of the time they focused on their parameters first, and moves came second. After he was done with checking Teddiursa's status, Mikhail took out a few Oran berries as well as a few raspberries and put them beside Teddiursa. Then he took out one of the Magikarp with the worst potential from his subspace, which was deep orange by the way. Once the struggling, since it was outside of water, Magikarp was in front of him, he used his telekinesis to let it float. After that he focused on his psionic energy and created one of his psionic daggers, which he then proceeded to ram into the head of the Magikarp, aiming for the brain, twice to kill it. The first strike broke its defense, the second killed it. He managed to do it so easily because it was only at the low, iron stage, thus much weaker than him. As for why he was not hurling despite killing his first Pokemon, well, the Magikarp was not sapient yet, and that meant it was nothing more than an intelligent fish in his eyes. He had caught, killed, and cleaned fish in his previous life, so besides the fact that it was a Pokemon, he had no difficulty with killing it. Had it been sapient, he would have probably shown a completely different reaction, because honestly, he was still a bit queasy about killing another sapient being. But that was a problem for future him. The reason he killed the Magikarp was that he planned to give it to Teddiursa as food. Not only did that satisfy Teddiursa's hunger, but it also kept low-potential Magikarp out of the gene pool, so 2 Pidgey with 1 stone. Once he had everything ready, he called out to the Teddiursa to wake him up. Hearing his voice, Teddiursa started to stir and woke up. Teddiursa sat up and looked around confused by his new surroundings until he saw Mikhail. He tilted his head and called out confused. Mikhail used his aura speech to convey his friendliness towards Teddiursa before he addressed him. Teddiursa, do you know what trainers are? Mikhail asked him, and Teddiursa nodded at that. That's good. I captured you and I am your trainer, he informed him. Teddiursa's reaction confused Mikhail a bit. He had expected Teddiursa to be upset that he had been separated from his sleuth, but contrary to his expectations, Teddiursa seemed to be more upset that he got caught without a battle. After talking for a while, he learned that Teddiursa was at the age to decide if he wanted to stay with the sleuth or if he wanted to leave the group and live on his own until he made a sleuth of his own. Teddiursa was planning to leave, and he had told his parents as much. This meant that he, probably, did not cause the Ursaring to go on a rampage, simply because Teddiursa was missing, which was great. It was one of those protagonist luck moments that only happen to main characters in stories, but he was certainly not complaining. He had been afraid that he had caused the Ursaring to go on a rampage, which would have probably ended with him being unable to resume his journey through Route 4 for a multitude of reasons. Nonetheless, it seemed he had dodged the bullet, so that was a relief of epic proportion. Mikhail gave Teddiursa the usual spiel with never going hungry again, while pointing towards the berries and the Magikarp, and with helping him become as strong as possible. Appealing to the common desire of all beings, which was being full and getting strong. Teddiursa started to eat, and he kept eating while they were talking. They came to an agreement. Teddiursa was cool with the whole me being his trainer thing, but he wanted his capture fight. Additionally, Mikhail had to promise that he would never mention that Teddiursa had been captured while he was asleep to any outsider, including his parents. Only his other Pokemon were allowed to know, and that was only because Xatu already knew. Mikhail readily agreed to Teddiursa's request, because frankly, it was something ridiculously easy, and it was always better to gain the full cooperation of your Pokemon from the very beginning. That made the whole training thing much easier. As for the battle Teddiursa wanted, Mikhail brought over Mothra for the fight. The whole thing was over pretty quickly. The only remotely dangerous move for Mothra that Teddiursa had was Fire Punch, and he had warned Mothra of it. So, she simply spammed Confusion until Teddiursa was beaten, which did not take too long, because of their strength difference. After his defeat, Teddiursa wholeheartedly accepted his new position, and he gained respect for Mothra as well. Mikhail planted an oranberry tree and a raspberry tree beside Teddiursa's cave. Afterward, he told him that he was not allowed to hurt or eat any of the other Pokemon inside this place. Then he allowed Teddiursa and Mothra to talk among themselves and left his space. Once outside, he briefed Zato on the happening inside his space, and he saw Zato releasing a sigh of relief. He thanked Zato for keeping an eye out, and they went downstairs. They relaxed until dinner, and when his parents asked him how his day had been, he told them that it had been okay, not mentioning his little tryst with the Ursaring. Tomorrow was Dial Day, and he had actually planned to visit the Bug Club that day, but he decided otherwise. He was going to continue his trip along Route 4 instead. He had to stay at home during the weekend, so wanted to use Dial Day to cover some more distance, since his adventure with the Ursaring had distracted him today. The next day he did exactly as he had planned. He walked along Route 4, only occasionally stopping to check some materials or Pokemon, without participating in any battles. He had to mention that he heard nothing about any kind of Ursaring rampage, so that was great. He did not encounter any Ursaring during the rest of the day as well, which meant they were not hunting after him, which was even better. He had been a bit worried about that because he had been uncertain if they had noticed any scent he may have left behind during his maneuvers. Still, Teddiursa had been right, and no negative waves had followed his plunge. At the end of the day, he managed to cover around 70 kilometers, which left about 80 kilometers to Leaf City. When he returned home, he was happy with his progress, and his parents noticed his chipper mood as well. They asked him what made him so happy today, and he told them he was simply happy with his progress. During the weekend he stayed at home, and he noticed that his parents were a bit more active as trainers than before. The reason he said that was that he saw them training their Pokemon more than usual, especially his mother. She focused mostly on her newcomers, but she didn't neglect her other Pokemon, and she was not alone in this. His father trained his Pokemon more than usual as well. Generally, his parents trained their Pokemon 2 to 3 hours per day during the weekends, one half on Kaiday and the other half on Gruday. Nonetheless, this time around they extended that time to 4 to 5 hours, and they trained all their Pokemon at the same time, or at least they tried to train as many at once as possible. Naturally, they did not focus on only one Pokemon but kept an eye on everyone, and gave advice or instructions whenever necessary. They did not train at the same time so that one of them could spend time with him while the other was training, and he was allowed to watch their training for an hour or so before he relaxed with the other parent. So, he was a bit perplexed by his parents' new attitude, but also a bit impressed when he started his new week on Arc Day. Chapter 85, Leaf City. Mikhail was walking along Route 4 when he saw a sign that said 10 kilometers till Leaf City. Yesterday he had walked around 50 kilometers, and since this morning he had covered another 20 kilometers. The most notable event yesterday was that he had seen a troop of wild Mankey. That was the first time he had seen that species, so that was a bit exciting. He saw them while they were passing through the area, but he had only enough time to check out one of them before they were gone. He didn't pursue them, because he was not sure if he wanted a Mankey, at least for now. So he decided to be satisfied that he had checked out at least one of them. Species, Mankey. Gender, female. Type, fighting. Potential, light yellow. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, anger point. Talents, none. Affinities, fighting / wep / purse. Aura. The Mankey's potential was okay, and he was mildly curious about the potential of the troop leader, but he let it go. Maybe he would come back for a Mankey when he decided that he wanted a team for an Aura user alias. Since he knew that the fighting type was a sub-branch of Aura, it would make sense to specialize in fighting-type Pokemon for that alias. It turned out that in this universe fighting-type energy was personalized aura that could be weaponized, Pokemon that did it instinctively and passively were categorized as fighting types. He also briefly entertained the idea of challenging a senior class trainer after he easily won a few more battles against some juniors, but he ultimately decided against it. He had no interest in participating in a battle that he knew he was going to lose with a 99% probability. I mean, every single senior class trainer had at least 3 silver stage Pokemon, so as long as his opponent was not an idiot, the gap in strength between their Pokemon meant he would lose. Well, he could, maybe, win if it was against a newly promoted senior, but how high was the likelihood of encountering someone like that as his opponent if he did not specifically search for someone like that? Anyway, that was what happened yesterday. Today, he, or more like Nyx, managed to find something new, a berry he did not have before. Name, Rindoberry. Type, grass. Class, F. Uses, contains nutrition and grass-type energy. Can be eaten as food and used as a supplement. It's especially beneficial for grass-type Pokemon. It turned out to be one of those berries that, in the games, could have the damage of a single elemental move during battle. Here that effect did not exist, but it was a useful source of grass-type energy and beneficial to the training of grass types. Personally, he liked this effect more, but that's probably just him. He praised Nyx like always. He practically had to, since she kept looking at him with a look that said, "Praise me, praise me." Actually, he was a hard man that was immune to cute and adorable things, but as a trainer, he liked to avoid making his Pokemon sad, as long as it was unnecessary. Anyway, knowing that there was only 10 kilometers left to Leaf City, he accelerated his walking pace. It took him about 30 minutes to arrive at the periphery of the city, and his first thought when he saw it was that they probably took the city name too seriously. The city sign was wrapped in vines, and he could already see way too much green for an urban city. He was proven right, because after he entered the city he saw that there were many, many green regions, like parks and playgrounds, in the city. The city was in a sense like Honey City, just that instead of honey and bug types, Leaf City focused on flora and grass types. He was starting to see a pattern there and was starting to wonder if all Tier 5 cities followed that example. That would be weird and kind of interesting at the same time. Mainly, because he was kind of curious how they avoided becoming repetitive if that was the case. Nevertheless, he always enjoyed walking through a city for the first time. Seeing the citizens walking around with a Pokemon that fit the theme of the city was always a bit amusing for him. Here the most common Pokemon following around people were Oddish, Bellsprout, Sunkern, and Hoppip, as well as their first evolutions. Their last evolutions were rare, but that was normal. He saw the occasional Lotad, Seedot, Rosalia, and even 1 or 2 Sewaddle as well as Shroomish, but those were much rarer than the first group. While roaming around he learned of a few interesting points. First of all, Leaf City had a minor gym. The gym specialized in grass types, and he could definitely remember that Flower City, one of the cities that were on the way to Rose's home, had a minor gym that specialized in grass types as well. So, he asked around what that was about, and the answer made sense. Actually, he had thought of it as well, he just wanted to make sure he was right. Anyway, since there were 66 minor gyms in Kanto, there were bound to be repetitions. The Alliance tried to make sure that those repetitions were distributed evenly across Kanto. Currently, there were 3 minor grass-type gyms, and they were located in the left dash, center dash, and right parts of Kanto respectively. This allowed people to challenge different types of gyms without having to travel to all of Kanto. Surprisingly, there was no hall, which meant that the gym was mostly unchallenged. The second point was that he found a grass club. It was the grass-type counterpart of the bug club in Honey City. He had no way to join it since he currently had no grass-type Pokemon, but he did visit it to watch a few battles. He paid some money to watch Pokemon beat the shit out of each other, and he had to say the 80 poke were worth it. He watched the fight between 2 foresters, which was the equivalent of senior class trainers, and it was awesome to watch. It was a 3 versus 3 battle and one of the participants even had a Venusaur. Well, the guy with the Venusaur still lost to the lady with the Exeggutor, but both are great Pokemon, so he had fun watching them bash each other anyway. After the fight, while leading the stands of the court, he felt someone with a respectable amount of aura enter his sensing range. Whoever that was at least a Tier 1 aura user, or at least someone that did not bother suppressing his aura below that grade, so he got curious about the person and tried to find him or her. Well, it turned out to be a guy. The youth looked like someone that is about 16-17 years old, which actually put him into that age range, plus 1 or 2 years. He seemed around 175 centimeters tall and looked slim but not thin. The first thing that stood out to Mikhail was the dark blue, spiky hair. The fellow had an ivory skin tone, and he saw blue eyes when the guy turned in his direction for a moment. Since this was the first time that he met someone besides himself that had aura, Mikhail decided to follow him. The youth left the grass club and Mikhail followed him. The two walked, one ahead and the other following behind, in the direction of the Poke Center. When they arrived at the Poke Center, the guy did not enter but walked towards the public battlefield behind the center instead. Mikhail obviously followed along. There were quite a few people around the place, and he walked towards the stands to discreetly observe the guy from there. No matter how stalkerish he sounded, he was simply observing someone from a distance due to curiosity. There was nothing stalkerish about that. Anyway, he sat there for the next hour watching the guy battle against others. By this point, Mikhail was pretty sure that the guy had started his official journey just recently, even if he had some, or more like one Pokemon, longer than that. The reason for this conclusion was that the guy only used 3 Pokemon, and he had no other Pokeballs on his belt. While this did not necessarily mean he had no other Pokemon, it did give that impression. Additionally, the strength of his 3 Pokemon were another indicator, along with his age. The youth had a Lucario that seemed to be somewhere around the bronze stage, most likely low or mid. Mikhail did not believe that he could check its potential from a distance without being noticed, so he didn't. Which was why he had to guess their strength instead of being sure. Anyway, besides Lucario, he also had an Iron Stage Chimchar and an Iron Stage Ralts, which was quite an impressive lineup. He had a super rare Aura Pokemon, a Royal Pokemon, and another quite rare Pokemon. If he did not have some kind of connection, of any kind, Mikhail was willing to eat his hat. From the lineup, it looked as if the fellow wanted to specialize in fighting types, and he already had the makings of a strong team. Lucario, Infernape, and Gallade were strong Pokemon that could become the ace of any team they were a part of, so that he already had all 3 was impressive. Especially if their potential was good. After an hour of observing him, Mikhail came to the preliminary conclusion that the guy was an approachable, friendly, and helpful person. He would encourage the loser if he won, congratulate the winner with a smile if he lost, and spoke nicely to those that approached him for whatever reason. Furthermore, he had some kind of confident air that made him popular among the young ladies, if Mikhail interpreted their giggling correctly. So, after making that conclusion, he decided to talk to the fellow, since it would be great to get acquainted with another aura user. "Excuse me," he said once he stood in front of him. "Yeah?" The guy focused on him and asked. "Sorry if this sounds kind of weird, but I have watched a few of your battles, and I have to say I am impressed by your Pokemon," Mikhail said, while thinking that a little bit of flattery always helps. "That's all right. It's a public place, so anyone can watch whatever they want. Still, thank you, I am quite proud of them as well," the guy answered before he could start the next sentence, but Mikhail used that last sentence to continue. "And you do have something to be proud of. Lucario, Chimchar, and Ralts are really rare Pokemon, some more than the others but still rare. Would it be okay with you if I ask where you found them? I would be really interested in finding some as well, so that information would be extremely useful," Mikhail asked, hoping that the guy did not think his request was too much. The youth chuckled a bit before he answered. "I don't mind. You're not the first person to ask me that question, and I doubt you're going to be the last. I understand that they are popular Pokemon, especially Lucario, since it's the signature Pokemon of the Aura Guardians, so I'm already used to it," he said, and Mikhail had to nod. He seemed to notice that Mikhail was still waiting for the answer, so he continued without making him wait. "As for where I got them, unfortunately, I can't help you with that. Not because I don't want to or to hide it, but because I didn't catch them in the wild, he answered. Mikhail was a bit disappointed at that, but he had actually expected something along those lines. The whole point of Mikhail approaching the fellow was to get acquainted with him, after all. The information would have simply been a sweet bonus. He seemed to sense some of Mikhail's disappointment, thanks to some emotion sensing no doubt because he apparently decided to elaborate. I received Riolu from my family before I started my journey, and Chimchar is my official starter. I received her as my official starter after gaining my qualifications in Sinnoh, he explained, and Mikhail was a little bit surprised. You're from Sinnoh? I could have sworn you were from Kanto. Mikhail asked him because Mikhail had assumed the guy was from Rhoda, since he had Aura, a Lucario, and he was starting in Kanto. He smiled at the question. Yes, I'm from Kanto. I just spent a year in Sinnoh for an exchange, he said before he continued. My name is Aaron Varon, by the way. Mikhail had to smile when Aaron introduced himself. Like Sir Aaron, from the stories, and it even seems to fit as well with you having a Lucario. Mikhail chuckled a bit, and Aaron joined him before Mikhail continued. Nice to meet you, Aaron. I am Mikhail. He finished without mentioning his surname. The reason he even used his real name was that he was not sure if Aaron would notice him lying in case Mikhail used an alias. Since he wanted to get acquainted with Aaron, Mikhail decided to use his real name. Nice to meet you as well, Mikhail, Aaron replied. Mikhail wanted to keep the conversation going, so decided to ask Aaron a question. Seeing your current Pokemon, it looks to me like you plan to focus on fighting types, am I right? Aaron nodded at that. You're right. I plan to become a fighting type specialist. That's actually why I am here. He began but stopped, and did not continue. How about we walk to the bench and continue our talk there? It would be better than to keep standing here, at least I think so. What do you say? He suggested, and I agreed with him, so we momentarily stopped our conversation to walk towards one of the benches beside the battlefield. I want to thank Crepusculum, one of my patrons, for providing the basic template of the OC, Aaron Varon. Crepusculum's OC, Aaron Varon, which got introduced in this chapter, won the OC event I previously held on my Pater Asteriskon. Aaron is going to appear sporadically in the story, so this is not the last time he is going to appear. Thank you, once more Crepusculum. Chapter 86, Aaron Varon. We sat down on one of the benches that no one was around and resumed our talk. Where was I? Ah, yes, fighting type specialist. I stopped at this place because I wanted to resupply, before entering the Viridian Forest. Aaron said, and I tilted my head. Viridian Forest? Why? I asked him. I could actually guess the reason, but I was not sure if I was right. Well, as I said, I want to specialize in fighting types, and I plan to have a rather large team because I will need one for my future plans. Viridian Forest has 3, maybe 4 Pokemon that either have or will gain the fighting type upon evolution. Aaron responded to my question. So, I was right after all. I nodded to myself. As expected of me. Anyway, narcissistic self-praise aside, I thought to myself, before directing that question to Aaron. I can only think of 3 off the top of my head, and 2 of them are going to be hard to find. Aaron chuckled at that. Heh, not bad. You could directly think of 3, that's not too bad. Seems you are quite knowledgeable. Why don't you tell me who you think I mean and I will tell you who you are missing? He told me, and I had to smile at his move. The way he said that he gains information first before he has to give out some himself, and in case I list Pokemon he had not thought of at all, he does not come across as uninformed for overlooking them. He probably had not thought of that when he said it, but doing it subconsciously is even more impressive. Well, let's see, there is Mankey. I just saw a troop of them yesterday and I know that they live in and around Viridian Forest. I started, and Aaron nodded at my first choice. He indicated for me to continue, which I did. Then there is Heracross. It is well known that they live in Viridian Forest, but they are pretty hard to come by. He nodded once more. And then there is Brelum, the evolution of Shroomish, but like Heracross, Shroomish are relatively hard to come by in Vidian Forest. At least outside of the inner and core areas. I finished, and he nodded once again. You're absolutely right. Still, you overlooked the fourth one, most likely, because of its simplicity, and the fact that it is situation dependent. The fourth one is Poliwrath, or more like Poliwag. They can be found in ponds, and I am sure there are a few in the forest. I mean, I don't necessarily have to catch one in Vidian Forest, but if the opportunity comes up, I'll take it. He answered, and I had to agree. I had overlooked Poliwag because it could be found nearly in all areas of Kanto with a large water source. So, there was no need to visit Vidian Forest to catch one, but as he said, if it turns up, why not? True, I ignored that one. I acknowledged, before asking him what he has plans to do now. I will try to catch a Mankey first, before focusing on Heracross and Shroomish. As you said, they are much rarer, and I think I will need to camp inside the forest for a while to get one. So, I plan to get the easy one out of the way first. As for Poliwag, I'll need to find a water source inside the forest anyway, so I'll hopefully find one there. He answered. He looked a bit thoughtful before he asked me a question. You said you saw a troop of Mankey yesterday, right? Could you show me where? That would make it much easier for me to find one. He asked, and I agreed. My help would make him feel grateful, and since I wanted to befriend him, that fit my plans as well. Besides, I am a good guy, so helping people is no problem at all. I thought to myself. Still, I was curious about something. If you manage to catch all 4 of your targets, won't you have 7 Pokémon together with your previous 3? You know that rookie class trainers have a carry limit of 6 Pokémon, right? I asked him and he nodded. Yeah, I do. I am going to send one to my grandparents. They will take care of it for me until I need it. I had to nod at that. Makes sense, I told him. As for why he said grandparents and not parents, I could guess that they probably died, but that's not something that one asks someone they just got to know. Are you done with your preparation, or is there still something you need to do? I asked him. Nope, I finished everything before coming here. I just need to make a quick trip to the Poke Center. I want them to take a last look at my Pokémon before I set off. I agreed with him. Then let's meet in 20 minutes in front of the Poke Center entrance, I suggested, and Aaron agreed. A bit more than 20 minutes later, he came out of the center. Sorry, there was a bit of a line, so it took some more time. He apologized, and I waved him off. No problem. It's just a few minutes. I have a Xatu, and he is going to teleport us there. So, we won't have to waste time walking there. I told him, and he smiled. That's great. I was feeling a bit bad for taking up so much of your time, but this takes care of that. He admitted, and I had to smile at him. What a nice guy. I thought to myself. I called out Xatu and told him where to teleport us. Once there I called out Nyx as well, and Aaron called out his Lucario. Seeing it, I asked Aaron if I could touch his Pokémon, and he said he had no problem with it as long as they agreed. So, I asked Lucario for permission, and after receiving an okay, I touched the nail on the back of his hand. It was really hard, and I naturally used the chance to check out its potential. Species, Lucario. Gender, male. Type, fighting, steel. Potential, light blue. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, steadfast, inner focus. Talents, combat instinct. Affinities, aura, steel. I was impressed with what I saw. Lucario had light blue potential, which was pretty good. I had guessed that he would be at the mid, bronze stage, and I have been proven right, as always. That he has a talent is surprising, that said talent is combat-oriented is just plain unfair. The fact that Lucario's affinity is aura instead of the personalized sub-branch is less impressive compared to that, but still cool to know. I gave out some heartfelt compliments and my genuineness made the two smile. Aaron called out his two other Pokemon as well, and after checking out their status as well, I was more than impressed. Species, Chimchar. Gender, female. Type, fire. Potential, deep green. Stage, Iron Stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Blaze, Iron Fist. Talents, none. Affinities, fire. Species, Ralts. Gender, male. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Potential, green. Stage, Iron Stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Synchronize, Trace. Talents, none. Affinities, Psionic, Fairy/Positivity. After seeing the potential of the two, I categorized Aaron as a cast member. You know, MCs, SCs, and so on. With Pokemon like that, plus his aura, Aaron practically screamed I am going to be someone really strong in the future. My decision to become friends with him only strengthened. I need to surround myself with friends that may be able to keep at least somewhat up with me, or I am going to leave them behind, which would be sad. It's better to save everyone from that kind of disappointment. Afterward, I told him in which direction the Mankey moved and Aaron thanked me. Thank you, Mikhail. I am going to follow their tracks. Before we separate, do you want to exchange contact details? He asked me. I would be happy to, but I currently don't have a number, so could you give me yours and I will contact you with it. Once I have one as well, I'll tell you about it. I told him, and he gained a weird look on his face for a moment, probably asking himself why I had no number before he shrugged and agreed. Sure, he said and took out a piece of paper on which he wrote his number. He then gave it to me and I thanked him. Do you mind if I accompany you for a bit? I have nothing else to do at the moment, and I might catch a Mankey as well if I find one that I like. Naturally, only after you caught yours. I told him and he agreed. This guy is really too nice. Most people would have hesitated, thinking that there may be some disagreements if both of us get interested in the same Mankey or something along those lines. Yet this bro didn't hesitate a single second before he agreed. Alright, let's go, he said after recalling his Chimchar and Ralts. We followed the tracks for around 1.5 hours before we found the whole troop just chilling around 3 trees. There were 14 Mankey in total, and I think I saw the Mankey I checked out yesterday among them. I was not sure, because they resembled each other a lot. So, we found them. What now? I asked him, because of their high number. Leave it to me. He answered me before he simply approached them with his Lucario in tow. I felt him using his aura to send out the feeling that he came in peace. The Mankey looked a bit agitated at his approach, but his aura trick seemed to work because they did not outright attack him. Aaron stopped at a small distance from the Mankey and addressed them. I am here to ask if one of you would be willing to follow me. I promise that the one that does will never have to go hungry and that I will help him or her to get as strong as possible. He proclaimed, and I could feel him using his aura to prove that he meant what he said. Because he openly broadcasted his feeling on the topic while speaking. I could see that it was working as well. Some of the Mankey looked as if they were considering his offer, and they started to talk among themselves, ignoring us. I used that chance to check out all their statuses, using my telekinesis. As long as I did not target him or his Pokemon, Aaron could not detect my use of psionic energy. Of the 14 Mankey, 3 turned out to be not bad. Species, Mankey. Gender, female. Type, fighting. Potential, green. Stage, Iron Stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Vital Spirit, Anger Point. Talents, none. Affinities, Fighting / Wep / Purse. Aura. Species, Mankey. Gender, male. Type, fighting. Potential, light green. Stage, Iron Stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Vital Spirit, Anger Point. Talents, none. Affinities, Fighting / Wep / Purse. Aura. Species, Mankey. Gender, male. Type, Fighting. Potential, Deep Yellow. Stage, Bronze Stage, Low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Defiant. Talents, none. Affinities, Fighting / Wep / Purse. Aura. The one at the Bronze Stage seemed to be the leader, and he had a hidden ability, so that was nice. Yet, he was not good enough in my opinion. The first and second ones were more impressive as far as their potential was concerned. I was impressed by our luck to find a group with not one, but two Mankey with light / green potential. On a side note, I am really happy that the effect of Vital Spirit is slightly different here than in the games. No one deserves to be sleep deprived, even if it is useful in battle. So, after finding out that it only activated after some triggers are fulfilled, like an elevated pulse or a certain amount of adrenaline, I was relieved. This meant as long as they are relaxing, the ability is deactivated and they can sleep. Anyway, after checking them all out, I got curious which one Aaron was going to choose. Was it going to be one of the good ones or a dud? In the end, everyone except for the leader was willing, and Aaron approached every single one of them, one by one. He stopped longer in front of a few, including the two with green potential, and in the end, he chose the male with light green potential. I was a bit surprised at his choice. He managed to choose one of the two good ones, even if it was not the best one. I know it was not because of his stage, because all Mankey except for two were at the high, iron stage. So, after Aaron fought against and caught the Mankey of his choice because apparently the Mankey still wanted a fight, I asked him why he had chosen that one. My Uncle Riley always tells me to check if I feel comfortable / compatible with a Pokemon before or after catching it. Otherwise, it will be much harder to get along in the future, and it helps with bonding as well as training if we are. I believe him, so that is what I did. This one simply gave me the feeling that we would get along the best among them. Aaron told me, without openly mentioning his aura. Good to know. Thank you for telling me. I think that getting along with one's Pokemon is important as well. I told him while thinking, so, it's some aura bullshit. Still, it was a useful ability if it always guaranteed that the potential of the chosen Pokemon was good. Not as accurate and useful as mine, but not bad. Besides, the potential of the Pokemon was not the condition, the compatibility was. So, it could have been a fluke for all I know, even if that was unlikely. Anyway, I was uninterested in any of the Mankey for now and told Aaron as much, so we left after saying goodbye. I had Zata bring us to the Poke Center in Leaf City since Aaron wanted Mankey to go through a checkup. So, after I agreed to contact him once in a while, we said our farewells and went our separate ways from there. Chapter 87, Route 4. I am happy that I have met someone who could become a potential friend and/or rival. The most significant point is that Aaron could potentially somewhat keep up with me, which is important for my future social life. Otherwise, things could get awkward if my theoretical friends constantly feel inferior to me. That's a recipe of disaster that I would like to avoid if possible. Maybe it is my overactive imagination, but I can see myself dealing with jealousy-filled backstabbing in such a case, and no one, me included, wants that. Anyway, I have another 3 hours before it is time for me to go home for dinner, so I decide to use that time to cover some distance. Vidian City, the next milestone of my journey, and the official end of Route 4 is about 200 kilometers away. Vidian City is the first Tier 6 city that is on my path to the coast, and it is also the first city that I am going to visit that I know from my previous life. Honestly, the only thing I believe could resemble the city from the games is the gym, and with that I mean its typing. Actually, the gym there is one of the 12 major gyms, so there is that. On top of that, is the fact that the city is enormous, so I can't use the game as some kind of reference for its design. That would be ridiculous. Still, I am curious if the major gym is going to be a ground type one or maybe a generalist one. Is Giovanni going to be the gym leader, or is it going to be someone else? I have heard nothing about Team Rocket, and to be honest, I don't see any kind of evil team, the way they are portrayed in the original, surviving the Alliance. At least from what I have learned about them until now, I can't see them tolerating those terrorist groups. I think the only way groups like that could potentially exist is if they are just part of the criminal underworld instead of being straight-up evil teams, kinda like the Mafia. It will be interesting to see and learn about that in the future, but honestly, I think it's going to take a while for me to come in contact with information like that. As far as meeting any such group goes, I don't think that would end well. At least not for me. The existence of an underworld and some criminal groups is nearly guaranteed, because honestly, as long as there are humans, there is going to be crime. That does not mean that I want to come in contact with criminal groups, especially not ones that manage to exist under the rule of a global government. At least, not while I am relatively weak. Damn it, I started to digress again. Anyway, it will be interesting to see Vidian City, but for that to happen I have to cover the 200 kilometers. If I cover around 30 kilometers in the next 3 hours, that still leaves me with about 170 kilometers. Since today is Mu Day, I could theoretically cover the 170 kilometers by the end of Dial Day, if I skip my visit to the Bug Club once again. I am actually considering doing just that because that seems more useful to me than fighting in the Bug Club. Besides, Vidian City should have a battle club, and there I could use all of my Pokemon, not just my bug types. I spend the next 3 hours walking through Route 4. Occasionally, I would meet a wild Pokemon and use Teddiursa, Weedle to beat them. In case the opponent was too strong for them, I used either Nyx or one of the Nidoran instead. None of the wild Pokemon had any desirable potential, the best one being a yellow potential Oddish. We also found no new materials during that time, but I have to admit that we may not have been as thorough as usual. Mostly because I was walking faster than usual, which gave me and my Pokemon less time to check out the area. I also fought against only 2 rookies and 1 junior during that time, refusing about 8 more challenges. The rookie battles were 2 versus 2, and I won them using only Teddiursa. This is impressive for a new capture, especially when I only had Teddiursa for 5 days, which proved that Teddiursa was already pretty strong, at least for his stage, before the capture. The battle against the junior was 3 versus 3, and I only used Nyx for that one. I was planning to focus on her for a while in preparation for her evolution. The fights were useful for training as well as bonding, and together with the Moon's Buttercup, I am sure that she can evolve into Umbreon soon. None of the trainers had any interesting Pokemon, the strongest one being a Sandslash belonging to the junior class trainer. Anyway, after the 3 hours were up I went home, and we, just now, finished our dinner. After dinner, my father decided to go out to check up on his Pokemon. He said that Sky could break through any moment and that he wanted to see if she had succeeded while he was working. Half an hour later, he returned with a bright smile on his face. Sky broke through to the gold stage. He told us and laughed happily. We congratulated him and had a small group hug. Tomorrow after work, I'm going to visit the Alliance Center in Pewter City to update my trainer rank, so I'll probably come home a few hours later than usual. My father informed us. Sure, honey. I'll give Mikhail his dinner and wait for you. My mother said, and I had to chime in as well. Oh, I'll wait too. Let's eat together, I said. No way was I going to be the only one eating dinner. None of you need to wait for me. I'm not sure how long it will take me to come home, so it's better if you eat dinner without me. I'll find something to eat in Pewter City while waiting for the upgrade to finish. My father interjected. My mother looked as if she wanted to protest, but my father looked her in the eyes, and I have no idea what kind of messages they exchanged through their couple telepathy, but a few moments later she reluctantly nodded. With that out of the way, we relaxed the rest of the evening, and I went to sleep after watching a movie about a Jolteon named Bolt. The next day I managed to cover around 60 kilometers, and Nyx managed to find a Spellin Berry. Name, Spellin Berry. Type, plant. Class, E. Uses, contains nutrition and plant energy. Can be eaten as food. Its extreme spicy taste increases the eater's metabolism for a while. It also clears any sleepiness. Completely actives all cells in the body, which is useful for any physical training. Warning! May cause dehydration because of excessive sweating and nausea because of extreme spiciness. We also briefly saw a Yinma, but it escaped before I could try to catch it, and I would have definitely tried to catch it. Species, Yinma. Gender, male. Type, bug, flying. Potential, light blue. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Genetic variation, ancient. Abilities, speed boost, compound eyes. Talents, danger sense. Affinities, bug, flying. As soon as I used my telekinesis to check its status, it seemed to have sensed something because it immediately took off. After seeing his status, I concluded that his danger sense went off after I used my telekinesis on him. The regret I felt once I checked his status after Yinma flew away was immeasurable. Light blue potential, an ancient gene, and AF * king talent on top of that. That thing was easily on par with Mothra talent-wise, and I let it slip away. It was the second Pokemon with a genetic variant that I saw, after the scent red variant, and I let it get away. I was genuinely depressed for about 30 minutes, and Nyx, as well as Xatu, worriedly circled me during that time, trying to cheer me up. It took me 30 minutes, but after releasing a deep sigh I let it go. Still, I am sure that it would have taken me longer to regain my cool without the two trying to cheer me up. Shortly before dinner, I returned home, and for the first time since my arrival on Terra, we were eating dinner without my father. I asked my mother how my father was going to go to Teddiursa City, and she said he would fly there on Sky. Apparently, it would take Sky only 30 minutes to fly there, despite Teddiursa City being around 450 kilometers away from Hope Town. The funny thing was, that according to my mother, that was only Sky's speed while making sure my father was safe. If she went all out, she could make it in less than 10 minutes on her own. I knew from the Pokédex data in my previous life that Pidgeot could reach up to Mach 2, but to hear about it from my mother, and to know that Sky could apparently go even faster if she wanted to, was mind-blowing. My father came home shortly before it was time for me to sleep. Before you stands expert class trainer Edward. He bragged a bit and started to laugh happily. "Congrats, honey," my mother told him while she went up to him to hug him. I could naturally not be left out, so I went up to them and joined their hug. "Congratulations, Dad," I told my father while squeezing the two. A short while later we broke up the hug and went to the sofa. My father took out his new trainer card to show off, and to not disappoint him we owed an ought. That day my father went up the ladder gaining the corresponding benefits of his new class, but there was a catch. Non-active, or not, in case of an emergency he had to step up. On the upside, in such situations, he would be a team leader with another 9 trainers under him that were all seniors. Anyway, after talking for a while it was time for me to sleep, so I said my farewells and went to sleep. The next day I resumed my journey through Route 4, but compared to yesterday my luck was not as good. I did not find anything useful, and none of the Pokemon had any attractive potential. The best one was a deep yellow Ekans that crossed our way, but just like all the other wild Pokemon that wanted to battle us, it got its slippery ass kicked. By the end of the day, I had covered another 60 kilometers, leaving me with only 50 kilometers until Vidian City, which meant I could reach Vidian City by the end of tomorrow. Since tomorrow was Dial Day, that would allow me to end my exploring weekdays while reaching my next milestone, which meant that after the weekend I could start my new week by exploring the city. In that vein, I covered the last 55 kilometers. It turned out that I was missing 55 kilometers, not 50 kilometers, on Dial Day. I actually managed to gain something useful that day. It was not something we found, but something one of my opponents wagered, instead of money. One of the juniors that I won against bet a fire chip, and I accepted. Name, Fire Chip. Type, Fire. Class, F. Uses, it's a fragment of a fire gem that has retained the ability to absorb and store small amounts of fire energy from the environment. Contains fire-type energy and can be used as a supplement to help fire-type Pokemon. While it was not that useful, since the amount of fire energy was truly small, my space could still upgrade it, so it turned out to be extremely useful. Especially since I finally had something to help along with my Growlithe egg. Once, my space replicated enough D-class chips, I would surround the egg with them. It shouldn't take more than 2 weeks to begin the first round, so I did not have to wait for too long. Anyway, after reaching the outer periphery of Vidian City, I had Zata teleport me home. I spent the rest of the day chilling with my parents. Chapter 88, Vidian City. Fresh on Arc Day, I had Zata teleport me to the periphery of Vidian City. During the weekend, my father and I relaxed, while my mother, spurred on by my father's success, focused more on the training of her 2 newcomers. She still spent time with us, she just prolonged her training time by quite a bit. I was a bit worried that she may overwork them, but I saw that she made sure not to overdo it. My father also said that she knew not to force them to train more than they can endure. Ponyta and Sneasel were quite enthusiastic since they disliked being Mother's weakest Pokemon. What can I say except for, as expected of a species that agrees to servitude after a loss in exchange for food and the chance to get stronger? Well, that was still the better alternative to being eaten or simply killed, but those were the rules of nature, so adaptation it is. Anyway, I made my way into the city after storing Zatu, and once I had covered more than half of the outer area, I called out Nyx to accompany me. While walking through the city, I made sure to observe the people walking around, and the Pokemon that accompanied them. I noted that the partner Pokemon of the people divulges something about the type focus inside the city. At least it had been like that until now, but the current impression I am getting paints another picture. There is no majority of one particular type as far as I have seen. After 30 minutes of simply walking around and observing my surroundings, I start my investigation into the general information on Vidian City. Talking with pedestrians, as long as they are willing to talk to you, is generally the easiest way to gather information on the place you are. You could use the internet, but then you would only learn the most obvious stuff, and it would miss a personal note. Besides, sometimes you need to know about something if you want to find out more about it on the internet. People, on the other hand, tended to slip in other facts along with the stuff you asked about. Was it always useful? No, but sometimes you learn some interesting stuff. Anyway, I just kept walking around exploring the city for a few hours, while occasionally approaching some pedestrians to talk with them about interesting things about Vidian. While strolling, I found a few interesting places, and through the conversations, I learned some more information on interesting places and facts. First of all, the major gym was not one specializing in ground types, and the gym leader was also not Giovanni. The Vidian gym actually did not specialize in any type at all. The gym leader was a generalist, the only one among the current 12 major gym leaders. At first, I thought it can't be, don't tell me Blue is the gym leader, but it turns out he wasn't. Actually, when I mentioned Blue 1 or 2 times, no one reacted, so either he doesn't exist yet, or he is not well known yet. Maybe he has another name, but I will have to find out some other time. Anyway, the gym leader's name is Colby Ventura, and I learned that his ace is a Rhydon. Besides that, I also heard he has a Pidgeot, Electrode, and Kingler. I am sure he has more than that, but those were the ones I heard about. Besides the gym, Vidian City also has 3 halls, a ground-type hall, a flying-type hall, and an electric-type hall. Yes, I checked if the leader of the ground hall was Giovanni, but he wasn't. For now, it seems Vidian is rocket-free, but I am still not disavowing the possibility of them hiding themselves. Quite successfully at that, if that is the case. After all, that roaming around, it was nearly time for lunch, and before I went to one of the restaurants that were recommended to me, I decided to call Aaron to ask him how things went on his end. It has been 5 days since we met, and I am curious if he succeeded in finding his targets. So, I walked towards one of the phone booths I saw while roaming around. Yes, they still have phone booths around here on Terra, and I am thankful for that. Otherwise, I would have no easy way to call him that couldn't be traced back to me. Anyway, I took out the paper with Aaron's number from my bag of holding and dialed it. It rang 3 times before he answered the call. "Hello, Aaron. It's me, Mikhail," I said, and he greeted me back. I just wanted to know how you're doing. Have you managed to find what you have been searching for? I asked and he answered me. So, you're still camping around the outer part of Vidian Forest? I wondered after hearing his answer. What about the Pokemon, did you find any at all? I asked curiously. So, you have seen a few Poliwag while replenishing your water, but none felt right? I marveled. Seems like the guy was really planning to catch only the ones he felt good about. Who knew how long it was going to take him to find one he was satisfied with? Well, that's too bad. How about Shroomish/Breloom and Heracross? I inquired and listened to his reply. Too bad that you found no Heracross at all, but they are supposed to be rare, especially in the outer part, so that was to be expected. To be honest, I think you are going to have to search for quite some more time the way you are choosing your Pokemon. I began. I mean, you may have not seen any Breloom, but you found a group of 3 Shroomish, right? I asked, and he agreed. Yet, you caught none of them, because they did not feel right. If you insist on that, then you will most likely have to go through a high number of candidates. I hope you have reserved quite a lot of time for this trip because you're going to need it. I told him and he laughed before he answered. Well, it's good that you expected that. As long as you know what you're doing, everything's all right. I told him before he started asking about me. Me? Well, not much, to be honest. I began. After we separated, I leisurely made my way to Vidian City, and I am currently exploring the place, I told him. No, I did not encounter any difficulties during the trip, but thank you for asking. Unfortunately, I saw no fighting types as well. I answered his question. Yes, no problem. I will tell you in case I see some fighting types during my trips. I replied to his request. Yeah, you take care of yourself as well. Good day to you too, and good luck. I reciprocated his farewells and hung up. Then I left the booth and walked towards another one that was on the way to the restaurant I was planning to visit. A few minutes later, I entered the other phone booth and called Rose to ask her how she's doing. Hi, Aunt Lily, is Rose there? I asked Rose's mother, who answered the phone. Yes, I am fine, thank you for asking. How are you and Uncle Thorn? I talked to her for a bit. That's great to hear. Is that Rose that I am hearing? Could you please pass the phone to her? Thanks. I asked her, and she thankfully did. It's not that I did not want to talk to her or something like that, but she always started to try to tease me and partner me up with Rose. I mean, we're 4 and 6 respectively, so please slow the hell down. Anyway, Rose and I talked for 15 minutes before I managed to hang up. Well, it was mostly her talking and me listening, with some occasional input from me. Still, I currently had only this one friend, so I could listen to her talking for 15 to 20 minutes per day without complaining. As for Aaron, he might become one, but for now, Rose was the only one. Back to Rose, she told me everything was fine on her end. She talked a bit about her school life, and about her Vulpix, and EV. That was also what I had expected because that came up every week during our talks. What I did not expect was her telling me that she got another Pokemon. A Whismore, to be precise. She said it was a gift from her parents and the son of her father's Exploud. All I could do was congratulate her. Still, she was only 6, so she had nearly 10 years until the start of her journey. Yet, she already had the beginnings of a solid team. Ninetales, an evolution, and Exploud were strong species. Nevertheless, it was better for me that way. As I had previously said, it is better if my friends are strong and have high potential. That way they won't fall behind too much, and things won't get too awkward between us. Anyway, after ending the call, I walked towards the Flying Choice, a restaurant that was recommended to me multiple times. The name apparently contains 2 puns, as far as I heard. The first one was that if you repeated Flying Choice really fast, sometimes it turned into Frying Choice, which was the main dish type. The second pun was that all food variants were from some kind of bird Pokemon, hence flying. I ordered 2 portions of Pidgey Stripes as well as some fries, and I have to say it tasted awesome. 10 out of 10 would recommend. After eating my fill, I visited some of the stores I saw while strolling around, and in one of them, I bought something that would be useful for my Growlithe egg as well. Name, Fire Rock. Type, Fire. Class, F. Uses, it's a rock that forms around a firestone. While it is not as precious or useful as a firestone, it can absorb and store small amounts of fire energy from the environment. Contains fire-type energy and can be used as a supplement to help fire-type Pokemon. According to the clerk, rocks like these could be found in mines, near the evolutionary stones. They were like the disappointing little brother that the firestone grew up with, but for me, it was still useful. Especially after my space upgraded it. Together with the fire chip, I had one more option to surround my Growlithe egg with. I could use them alternatively, which would help me, since I have a limited supply of them, and the production rate was not that fast for the D-Class version I was planning to use. The rock was relatively cheap, I paid 500 poke for it. Besides buying the fire rock, I also sold some of my berries, but only the standard ones, not the rare ones. I had way too many of the standard ones, so I sold around 300 of each. Since there were 9 types of berries, I sold a total of 2,700 berries and got a total of 160.000 poke for them. Naturally, I sold them in across multiple stores, since I did not want anyone to get curious why I had so many berries. All that took a few hours, and by the end of my selling spree, there was only 2 hours left until dinner. I decided to use that time to check out the locations of the gym, the 3 halls, and the battle club I had heard about so that I could check them out tomorrow since I did not have enough time to check them all out today. This way I could decide in which order to visit them, to avoid walking in circles. It took some time to find them all, and after mentally noting down their locations, I returned home. Chapter 89, Vidian City. Bright and early, well okay, not bright and early, but right after breakfast, I returned to Vidian City to finish visiting the places I had no time for yesterday. Right at the top of my list were the major gym, the 3 halls, and the battle club. If, after that, I still had some time, I could scout out the stores selling Pokemon. That way I could see if there were some worth buying either for myself or my family, but mostly my family. Still, since I was still unsure if there was an active crime organization operating in Vidian or not, I was not planning to go overboard. Yet, purchasing Pokemon from Vidian City would allow us to distribute our purchases to multiple cities, and as long as we did the same while identifying them, we would attract less attention. Which was exactly why I decided to look around the stores despite my misgivings. Anyway, the first place I visited was the major gym, and I can say the looks bigger than either the minor gym or the gym I have seen before. The Alliance seems to have knowingly set certain size standards to the gym buildings depending on their rank. So, minor gym, major gym, and it honestly made sense, at least it did to me. Where was I? Ah, yes! The major gym. After I entered the gym, I could honestly say that it was an overall better looking place than the lower ranked gyms I had visited before, even if there were only 3 of those. From what I could see, they invested a lot into it, since it did kind of represent the highest, or more like one of the highest, powers of the Alliance, and it showed. From its design to its furnishing, everything was great. Nothing that said too much, but still enough to impress those that saw it from either the outside or the inside. After asking around for a bit, I learned that all major gyms had a theme going depending on their type, but the Vidian gym had none since it was a generalist gym. The gym leaders simply decided to go for a classy look instead, unlike the pewter gym for example, which had a rock theme going. After a lot of asking around, I also learned at what stage the Pokemon the gym leader used for his battles were at, and which Pokemon he commonly used. 1-star challengers, who wanted to earn a 1-star S-rank badge, had to win a 4 vs 4 battle against a team of mid to high silver stage Pokemon. There were apparently 8 Pokemon he used the most against these challengers. Those Pokemon were Butterfree, Arbok, Raichu, Sandslash, Persian, Golduck, Primeape, Hypno. 2-star challengers had to win a 5 vs 5 battle against a team of low to mid gold stage Pokemon. Apparently, he used 9 Pokemon here, instead of 8. Probably because the number of fighters per battle increased, and he did not want to overwork them. Those 9 were Fiero, Wigglytuff, Vileplume, Slowbro, Rapidash, Marowak, Hitmonchan, Pinsir, Tauros. As for those who wanted to earn a 3-star S-rank badge, had to win a 6 vs 6 battle against a team of mid to high gold stage Pokemon. His 10 most commonly used Pokemon in this category were Crobat, Poliwrath, Golem, Gengar, Exeggutor, Electabuzz, Forretress, Houndoom, Exploud, Altaria. In case someone wanted to challenge his main team, they only had to win a 4 vs 4 battle, but they still only got a 3-star badge. It's more like a self-inflicted difficulty raise, since some people like to make things hard for themselves. He mostly used these 8 Pokemon for this: Pidgeot, Arcanine, Gengar, Kingler, Electrode, Umbreon, Gardevoir, and his ace Rhydon. Unfortunately, I only knew that they were at the Dark Gold stage, but nothing specific. Learning about the first part was not that hard. I simply asked the gym employees, but learning of the Pokemon he actually used for those battles took me quite some time. A few hours actually, since I had to ask a large number of people and search the internet for information. The gym employees kept mum about the Pokemon, so I had no choice but to do so. Still, they told me that the other gyms also used the same standards for their challenges, so that was helpful. From all this, I could conclude that 1-star badges were mostly aimed at senior class trainers, while 2- and 3-star badges were aimed at expert class trainers, at least prowess-wise. After I left the Vidian gym, I visited the halls next and spent around 1 hour at each hall to learn more about them. Mostly because I was curious, and not because I was planning to challenge them anytime soon. It turned out that the ground-type hall was the strongest among the 3. The Hall Master, from what I heard, was not far from becoming an elite, while the Hall Masters from the Flying Dash and Electric Hall were only strong ACE class trainers. The name of the ground-type Hall Master was Lin Beifong, and I had to laugh when I heard that. Her ace Pokemon was a Rhyperior, and I honestly wondered why the gym leader had not evolved his Rhydon after learning about this. My guess was that either material needed for the evolution was really hard to get, the requirements were hard to fulfill, he had some personal reasons, or maybe all of them were true. Anyway, back to the Hall Masters. The Electric-type Hall Master had a Magnezone as his ace, and the Flying-type Hall Master had a Honchkrow as his ace Pokemon. Trainers that visited the halls could schedule fights against hall members if they wanted to, but to be allowed to challenge the Hall Master they needed to beat 3 high-ranking hall members first. The halls made money through these challenges, and honestly, it seemed like a good place to battle against good trainers. All the things I learned so far show that everything the Alliance does seem to be aimed at allowing trainers to get a good challenge. They do this to provide those who work hard enough the chance to get strong. They prepared a great foundation for the growth of their future assets. This shows how important strong trainers are for the Alliance and humanity as a whole. Once I was done with checking out the halls as well, I ate a pizza at Aldini's Delightful Meals for a slightly late lunch. After the best pizza I ever had, I went to the Battle Club to check it out. I have been thinking if I should register or not, because I did not want to stand out in Vidian just yet. Since I was still unsure if I wanted to attract any attention to myself in Vidian City, not even to one of my aliases. Still, after I entered the Battle Club and talked with some of the employees for a while, I decided to register, but I was not planning to participate in any battles yet. I confirmed that Cyan City had a Battle Club as well, so I could participate in battles once I arrived at that place, if I wanted to. Anyway, I did not only decide to register while talking with the employees and trainer in the Battle Club. I also learned about the ranks of the members. It was kind of obvious now that I thought about it, but all specialist clubs derived their rank titles from the Battle Club, or they, at least, allowed themselves to be heavily inspired by the Battle Club, and it showed. Everyone started as a page, and those that stayed pages for a while were equal in prowess to rookie-class trainers. After achieving 15 wins in a row, or a total of 100 wins, against someone of equal rank, their rank was upgraded from page to squire. A squire was mostly equal in prowess to junior-class trainers, and after 20 wins in a row, or a total of 150 wins, they ranked up to Knight. Knights, generally, had the same prowess as senior class trainers, and for any advancement after Knight 1 needed to fulfill an additional requirement to rank up, after fulfilling the first one. The extra requirement was to beat a certain number of opponents at the rank 1 wanted to achieve. One would think that since the plan was to rank up, beating a few people of the rank 1 aimed for should be no problem, but the catch was that one only had a certain amount of chances to achieve the goal. Those that failed to do so had to fulfill the first requirement once more. So, to rank up from Knight to Knight Commander, one first had to achieve 25 wins in a row or a total of 200 wins. Afterward, one had 3 chances to challenge a Knight Commander and needed to win at least one of them. Those that succeed became Knight Commanders, and those that failed had to achieve 25 wins in a row, or a total of 200 wins once again. Knight Commanders, typically, had the same prowess as expert class trainers. The next ranks that followed were Lord/Lady, Duke/Duchess, King/Queen, Emperor/Empress, Sovereign. These were the ones the specialist clubs simply adopted after adding their element in front of it. Anyway, after conversing for a while with whoever was willing to talk to me, purely to gather information, obviously, I decided to watch a few battles. Since I could battle junior trainers anytime I wanted, I chose to watch 2 senior/Knight battles instead. There were no higher-ranked battles scheduled that time, so I could watch any of their battles. The battles were quite interesting, and I noticed that compared to rookies and juniors, all seniors had at least one or more rare, high BS, Pokemon. I did not get to see that many samples since Knight battles were 3 versus 3, and some of the trainers had the same Pokemon, but there were a few rare ones among them. The first battle was a guy with a Parasect, Mook, and Lickitung against a lady with a Rapidash and a Machamp. The reason I did not mention her third Pokemon was that I did not see it, since she won without having to use it. Still, after she called out her Machamp I had to laugh a bit. Seeing such a refined-looking woman standing beside a Machamp looked funny to me. As far as the battle was concerned, it was good but less exciting than I expected. That was probably due to the less-than-ideal matchup between the Pokemon. Rapidash made short work of Parasect with a few uses of a Flame Charge and Flame Will combo that turned into a Pseudo-Flare Blitz, without the self-damage. The guy tried to have his Parasect at least paralyze or poison the Rapidash, but the flames burned the powder before it could come into contact with its skin. It looked a bit sad really how fast he lost. He should have at least taught it how to use Dig, that way it would have held out longer. After that came the fight against Mook, and the lady had her Rapidash attack from a distance using Fire Spin, Flamethrower, and a final Fire Blast, but the Mook did not just stand there letting Rapidash attack it without retaliating. Mook used moves like Shock Wave, Sludge Bomb, Mud Bomb, and Sludge Wave to dish out as much as it got hit. Naturally, there was some dodging involved, but in the end, Rapidash won. Still, it took some damage and got poisoned. As a consequence, it got taken out by the guy's Lickitung after being hit by 2 rock slides. After recalling her Rapidash, the woman called out her Machamp, who proceeded to trash the Lickitung. The Machamp used what looked like Bullet Punch to arrive in front of Lickitung, then it chained that with a low sweep to break its balance before it used a Vital Throw. After that, it lifted the Lickitung from the floor and used a Seismic Toss. The fight was over pretty fast, but the fluid chaining of the moves by Machamp impressed me. Each move prepared the opponent for the next one, allowing Machamp to execute his string of moves without giving the foe the chance to counter. At least Lickitung couldn't do it. Pokemon with enough endurance, those with enough pain resistance, or those fast enough could probably break the chain, but it was still impressive. The second battle was a lot less impressive than the first one, except for the last fight. If the first battle had a less than ideal matchup, then this one was just sad. I couldn't stop laughing at the face of the losing trainer when he saw the Pokemon the winner called out. The loser used a Parasect, a Vileplume, and a Venusaur, but the winner only used an Arcanine. Parasect versus Arcanine was just sad. Arcanine used a single Fire Blast to end that one. It dodged all of Vileplume's attacks and bested after hitting it with 2 flamethrowers. Now, the last fight was much more interesting. but there was only so much the Venusaur could do against the Arcanine, especially since it looked like Arcanine was stronger than Venusaur regardless of the type disadvantage. Still, Venusaur did its best, using moves like Earthquake, Sludge Bomb, Vine Whip, Stomping Tantrum, and a final Hyper Beam to take out the Arcanine. Still, in the end, it fell. Arcanine successfully dodged most of Venusaur's attacks, and it used the pause after Hyper Beam to end the battle by using what looked like a combination of Flame Wheel and Giga Impact, which I now dub Flame Impact. By the end of it, Arcanine looked really exhausted, but the battle was over, so it was inconsequential. After watching those two battles, I left the battle club and visited a few stores during the 2 hours I had until dinner to look for any good Pokemon. I saw a few that were good enough to earn some bucks off them and decided to bring my mother here the next time it was time to buy some Pokemon for the family to sell. Chapter 90, Evolutions and Breakthroughs. After I returned home that day, I decided to spend the rest of the week focusing on the training of my Pokemon. Some of them were nearly ready for either a breakthrough evolution or both, and I wanted to use these days to help them bridge that point. So, the next day I had Zata teleport me to Vidian City and walk towards Route 3. From there, instead of walking to cover some distance, I walked a bit off the path and searched for a good place to train undisturbed by other people, since I did not want anyone to see our training. The occasional wild Pokemon on the other hand were welcome since we used them as involuntary sparring partners. Their ultimate fate depended on their intent when they approached us. Those that were simply curious or had no ill intent in general were healed and even compensated with food. Pokemon that came with ill intent were fought without holding back at all. Their fate was dependent on their luck. No one died yet, at least not through our hands. I, especially, focus on Mothra, the Nidoran, and the Magikarp with Poison Affinity, because those four are the closest to their next step. They all did specific parameter training, just like they had been doing inside my space when I was not using them in battle. The difference was that I was now actively keeping an eye on them and participating in their training. As for Nyx, she still had a bit before she was ready to evolve, so I let her do her thing. She followed me most of the time, cheering on / making fun of the others. Our first day ended without any breakthroughs or evolutions, but that was okay. We came back to the same place the next day, and as luck would have, Mothra finally managed to bring her last parameter, Agility, to SS after we were halfway through the day. Who would have thought it would be so hard to train the agility of a Pokemon without any limbs? Sarcastic, half-depressed, jokes aside. Now, that Mothra had brought all her parameters to SS, it was time for her to evolve. With her previous limit breaking and her current limit breaking, I was pretty sure that she would unlock a genetic trait, at least I hoped so. The limit breaking improved her potential, and the rest of her after all. That should include her genes, so I was pretty hopeful that she should gain something during her evolution to Butterfree. Since I did not want to attract any attention because of Mothra's evolution, I put everyone into my space, myself included. There I started to take out the materials I had prepared for her evolution. Only D-class and above materials were used. I started surrounding Mothra with Butterfree treats, compromised ambers, bug, and silver powders. After that I dabbed the ointment I made, using the low gold Butterfree carcass, some ground amber, some silver powder, some ground float stone, and a ground Pidgeotto's crest feather, on Mothra. Once everything was ready I gave her the go, and she started her evolution. It was impressive to see because the phenomena caused by her evolution was much greater than the one caused by Butterfree's and Zata's evolution. She attracted much more energy to herself, her cocoon of light that always emerged was much bigger than the one Butterfree had, and the light she released was much brighter as well. The process took a bit longer than expected, but in the end, the light stopped, and the cocoon vanished. When I saw Mothra's new form my jaws literally dropped. She was breathtaking, awesome, impressive, and many other such complimentary words. The first thing of note was her size. I would estimate her to be about 2 times the size of a regular Butterfree, which was around 50% larger than my first one. Yet, that was not the most impressive thing about her new form. No, looking at her I was absolutely sure that she had unlocked a genetic trait because she had 2 traits that normal Butterfree didn't. The first one was some sort of white mane around her neck portion. The second one was a blue flame-like pattern on her forewings. Mothra's main body was nearly as large as I was, and if we included her feet then we were nearly the same height. Naturally, she won the height contest if we added her wings into consideration as well. In that case, she was somewhere between 220 and 240 centimeters. It was a bit hard to give a concrete number without really measuring her, but that's what it looked like to me. Anyway, I went up to her, hugged and congratulated her. The others, seeing my action, walked over to congratulate her as well. We talked for a bit and Mothra chittered excitedly, which was understandable. She had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Had it not been for me asking her, she most likely would have evolved much earlier, because she disliked the mobility disadvantage she had as a metapod. While she was able to compensate for that with the use of string shots, she still had wanted to regain her full mobility. So, she was really happy now that she had evolved. That she could now fly was an awesome bonus as well, that made the delay worth it. While everyone was enthusiastically talking, I decided to check her new status. Name, Mothra. Species, Butterfree. Gender, female. Age, +2 years. Type, bug, flying. Potential, light purple, 64.59%. Genetic variation, royal. Abilities, compound eyes, tinted lens. Talents, quick start V2. Affinities, bug, flying, psionic, grass/flora, trace. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, likes to eat, curious. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, high. Vitality, SS. Strength, SS. Endurance, SS. Agility, SS. Energy capacity, SS. Energy density, SS. Resistance, grass, major, fighting, major, ground, minor, bug, minor. Weaknesses, fire, minor, electric, minor, ice, minor, flying, minor, rock, major. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries, bug E, manipulation, proficient, psionic energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, gust, novice, tackle, proficient, bug bite, proficient, electroweb, advanced, thunder fang, advanced, psychic fangs, advanced, harden, advanced, iron defense, advanced, iron head, advanced, string shot, mastered, confusion, mastered. Well, first of all, she obviously gained the flying type, and then there is her potential. While it is still light purple, it increased by about 60% thanks to the materials I had prepared for her. Next up is the point that proves that she unlocked a genetic trait. Apparently, she is now a royal variant, which would explain the white fluffy looking mane around her neck, and the royal blue flame-like pattern on her forewings. The royal trait gave her a plus 25% bonus that applied overall. After that came her two abilities, compound eyes, and tinted lens. Compound eyes increased her accuracy by about a third, and tinted lens allowed her to improve the impact of moves due to type disadvantage to that of neutral ones. Mothra's talent stayed the same, but her affinities had some change. She gained the flying/air affinity, and her psionic affinity reached the same standard that one's typing has. Since it did not cause her type to change, it probably meant that the flying type had a priority during evolution. Still, she now had the same affinity other psychic types had, so that was great. Her resistances and weaknesses were the same all bug, flying type Pokemon had, so nothing surprising there. Nonetheless, seeing her enlarged list of weaknesses, especially her major weakness to the rock type, caused me to decide on training her resistance to those types. Besides those changes, there is only the move Gust left, which she learned upon evolution. Its mastery is at novice grade, which is to be expected since it's brand new. After a while, we left my space and everyone focused back on their training. While the others were training, Mothra was getting used to her new body and checking out her moves to see if anything changed. It turns out that it did. Her moves were quite a bit stronger than before, despite her mastery and parameters staying the same. The most likely cause for this was the combination of her evolution and the bonus from her new genetic trait. The evolution part happened to everyone, but the new trait was most likely the biggest contributor to the large boost. Shortly before dinner, we returned home, and the faces of my parents when they saw Mothra was hilarious. They were slack-jawed, and I could not stop myself from laughing. My laugh brought them out of their stupor, and they congratulated Mothra and me, mostly Mothra. I thought I briefly saw an anxious look on my father's face before it vanished, but ultimately decided that I probably imagined it. After that they started circling her, checking her out, and occasionally giving Mothra an ego boost by saying how impressive she was. The rest of the day we, mostly my parents, talked about our Pokemon. We also talked about our next scouting trip, and I told them about periodically alternating between cities and the stores we bought the Pokemon from. They agreed, and told me that they had already decided to do the same, but that they were proud that I had thought of it as well. They hugged me and all that. It was one of those happy family moments. I could have probably powered a Patronus with the good memories I made if that had not been part of another universe. Ultimately, it was decided that we would do our scouting trip next weekend since my mother said that her Pokemon were about to break through to the bronze stage, and she wanted to focus on that during this weekend. The next day was a dial day. This meant that the day after would be the weekend, during which I would have to pause my focus training. These 2 days also doubled as a rest/relaxing period for my Pokemon, so that was not a problem. Nonetheless, we returned to our new training site the next day and resumed our training. Now that Mothra had evolved, I focused more on the others to help them achieve their breakthrough/evolution. Just when I started to think I would have to return home without anyone succeeding in the last step, my poison Magikarp successfully raised her energy density to SSS, which meant that all of her parameters had now reached that point. Since that was the case, I pulled her from the pond I had her training with my other Magikarp into my space and then told my Pokemon to continue to train. I informed them that I would be back soon and entered my space as well. Once inside, I told my poison Magikarp that she could begin her breakthrough, and she did. The phenomenon was not as big as that caused by evolution, but as always when a Pokemon broke through, she started shining a bit by the energy she attracted from her environment. Since she had brought her poison affinity to the same standard as her water one, she shined even brighter than normal, since she attracted extra energy to fuel the changes that were happening to her body while she gained the poison typing. The same had happened to my Dragon-type Magikarp as well as Grass-type Magikarp, so I was not worried. After the light settled down, I could see her new look, and she had not changed that much. Half of her body was still burnt orange and the other half purple, as it had been before her breakthrough. Furthermore, she had also grown a row of small spikes/thorns along her spine. Besides that, the tips of her whiskers and fins turned a light shade of purple, while the white of her tail gained some purple as well. Other than that, there were no physical changes. After congratulating her, I checked her new status. Name: none. Species: Magikarp. Gender: female. Type: water, poison. Potential: blue, 93.6%. Genetic variation: poison variant. Abilities: swift swim, poison touch. Talents: none. Affinities: water, poison. Bond: Mikhail, weak. Quirks: slightly vengeful. Parameters: stage: bronze stage, mid. Vitality: G. Strength: G. Endurance: E. Agility: D. Energy capacity: G. Energy density: G. Resistance: fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, fighting, minor, poison, minor, bug, minor, steel, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses: electric, minor, ground, minor, psychic, minor. Condition: healthy, happy. Masteries: water energy manipulation, beginner, dash, proficient. Techniques: tackle, proficient, flail, proficient, bounce, proficient, hydro pump, proficient, swift, proficient, aqua jet, Proficient, Splash, Advanced, Water Gun, Mastered. The first thing that changed was that she gained the poison typing, with it came some other things as well. First of all, and I had subconsciously ignored that for the others, was the mention in the genetic variant section. There was now a poison variant there, but all it did was show that she was a poison variant, it had no other use. The reason it was even mentioned there is that my observe took the OG Magikarp as the standard, so every other type variant was mentioned in the genetic variant section as such. The same was true for other species as well. Anyway, moving on. Additionally, to the mention in the genetics section, it also influenced her resistances and weaknesses. She now had the same resistance as water/poison type Pokemon, like Skrelp, would have. Looking at the list, I had to say it was impressive because that's a pretty large number of resistances. Another thing that happened after she gained the poison type was that one of her abilities changed. Rattle got replaced by Poison Touch, which made it possible to poison someone through touch. She would have to learn to control that so that she did not poison someone accidentally, but it was a good ability. Those were all the changes that happened because of her new typing. The only other change that happened was that her potential increased as well as her new parameters, but that happened thanks to her breakthrough. Her potential went from lower scale light blue to upper scale blue. She was only missing a bit more than 6% to reach deep blue potential. Thanks to the +2 she received for the starting values of her parameters, because of her SSS breakthrough, she began directly at the mid-bronze stage. The reason for that was that her high agility and endurance pushed the average of her parameters to F, which in turn made her a mid-bronze stage Pokemon. I was always happy to see the result of all that hard work put into breaking their limits. Once I was done checking her status, I left my space and was back at our training spot. I called out Magikarp and put her back to the pond with my other Magikarp. Everyone saw her new look and came to congratulate her for her breakthrough as well as her new look. Magikarp swam happily at all the positive attention she received, and it took a while for the others to return to their training. A bit more than an hour later I recalled everyone, except for Zatu, either in their balls or into my space. Afterward, Zatu teleported us home, and we relaxed for the rest of the day. Tomorrow was the start of the weekend, so for the next 2 days, we would be at home. Chapter 91, Evolutions and Breakthrough. The next day, an hour after breakfast, my mother left to do her training while I stayed at home with my father. After Arya left the house, she walked towards their training ground, while thinking about the progress Ponyta and Sneasel had made since she had gotten them. Ponyta, more than Sneasel, was nearly ready for her breakthrough to the bronze stage. They only had to make sure she met all their training goals before Ponyta was allowed to break through. Once she arrived at her training spot, Arya called out Ponyta, Sneasel, Emerald, and Rivers. She had brought Emerald and Rivers along to keep them safe in case someone tried to attack them. Additionally, Rivers was able to easily put out any fire caused during Ponyta's training, so that was another reason why he was here. The two of them were naturally not just standing around but doing their own training as well, but the two already knew what she wanted them to do, and went at it without her having to say anything. Seeing them doing their thing, she focused on her newcomers. It has been some time now that you have joined me, so I would like to ask if you have thought about my offer to name you. As you have learned, everyone on my team has names, so do the two of you want one as well, or would you like to be called by your species name? She asked them, once she had their attention. Ponyta showed her agreement, while Sneasel decided against a name for now. How about Ignea? Arya asked, yet Ponyta disagreed rather quickly. How does Rhiannon sound? She gave another suggestion, and Ponyta seemed to consider the name for a moment before she shook her head once more. So, you like that one better than the other first one, huh? Let's see, What about Epona? Do you like that one? Arya asked, and to her joy, the newly dubbed Epona agreed. Happy with having found a name that they agreed on, she turned to Sneasel. I am going to start with Epona today, so you'll have to do your training on your own until I am done with her part. She told him before she began giving out instructions. I want you to train both your Icy Wind and Metal Claw alternately. Try to swap between them once in a while, she said. Sneasel curtly agreed. Your aim for Icy Wind is to reduce its width, to concentrate its power. As for Metal Claw, try to reduce the time it takes to form it, and the hardness of the claw. You can use one of the boulders over there as your target. She instructed him while pointing towards the area he could train at. Sneasel gave an affirmative cry and went over to the area she had pointed at. Seeing Sneasel following her instructions, Arya turned towards Epona. We are going to check up on your progress with your moves first. Afterward, we will check your physical progress. She told her, and Epona agreed. They walked towards another set of boulders before Arya addressed Epona once more. Alright, I want you to start with 3 back-to-back volleys of Ember. Aim each volley at a different boulder. She instructed Epona while pointing at 3 of the boulder in front of them. Arya wanted to see how long she took between volleys and the strength of her Ember. She also wanted to see how much she had managed to limit the spread of her Ember, since they had tried to concentrate the Ember into one area, instead of letting it spread out. Epona followed her instruction without hesitation. Arya noted that there was a more than a second delay between each Ember, and she had to nod in satisfaction at that. Such a small amount of delay was already pretty good, and any further progress would be part of totally mastering the move. She went up to the boulder to check up on them after her Ponyta was done with her performance. She inspected the impact point and was happy with what she saw. Well done. You have reached a point where I can say that you fulfilled my goals for your Ember. She praised Epona, and it was true. From the size of the impact area, which was a bit larger than her palm, Arya could say that Epona had done a good job at concentrating her Ember. The same could be said about the strength of her Ember, which could be seen by the damage caused by the impact area. Since she successfully hit all 3 boulders, it showed that she also had no problem with aiming at different areas, while rapid-firing Embers. Fire Spin is next. I want you to use the concentrated version first and then the wide area version. Arya told her Ponyta, and Epona delivered. Arya checked the damage caused to the area the fire spin had been aimed at, and also measured the time it took for the fire spin to dissipate after Epona had fired it. Predictably, the concentrated version caused more damage, and took longer to dissipate than the widespread version, but she was satisfied with the results of both. While the widespread version was weaker and persisted less than the concentrated counterpart, it targeted a wider area, which would be useful in case they had to use it against multiple opponents. Those were currently all of Epona's long-range moves, so next up were her short-range ones. Let's see your Flame Charge and Flame Will next, she said to Epona, who executed both flawlessly. For both moves Epona had to cloak herself in fire, but there was a difference in the focus of the moves. Flame Charge focused on using the flames to cause fire damage during the impact, while simultaneously boosting the user's speed a bit. Flame Will on the other hand fully focused on using that fire coat to damage the target. Since the fire was not used for any other purpose, the fire cloak was more focused/concentrated, which meant it caused more damage on impact than Flame Charge. Additionally, the concentration of fire made it possible to burn the foe. She had Epona use the moves a few more times to control all aspects and gave a pass for both moves as well. Napa, New York, Ponyta. Epona displayed her happiness over Arya's praise. After letting Epona be happy for a bit, Arya told her to show her agility. Epona currently could stack 2 agilities, which was acceptable. That number would increase with her mastery. Her execution speed was acceptable as well, so Arya told her to demonstrate Quick Attack next. After checking up on Quick Attack and being content with the result, she asked Epona to demonstrate her last 2 moves, Stomp and Double Kick. The result of Double Kick was good, but Stomp needed more work, which was understandable since it was a newly learned move. Okay, you can rest for a bit, while I go and check up on Sneasel, she told Epona, who lay down after hearing that. We'll check up on your physical performance once I'm back, just so you know, Arya informed her relaxing Ponyta. After she said that, she walked over to the area Sneasel was training in. Sneasel turned to her since he noticed her approach, but she motioned him to continue, which he did. She observed him performing Icy Wind for a while before she started to give her input. Sneasel, your current aim is to compress the area of your Icy Wind, so until you can get that part successfully down, your execution speed is not important," she said, which made Sneasel look at her. "You can train your execution speed after you have succeeded in the first part. Until then, take your time before executing the move. It is okay to be slow while using it as long as you manage to limit the area of icy wind," she elaborated, after which Sneasel nodded. It resumed using icy wind, but this time he took his time before performing the move. "That's better. Keep doing that until you can do it reliably. Once you have that down, you can focus on performing it faster," Arya encouraged Sneasel. She kept watching for a bit longer before she told Sneasel to keep up the good work and return to Epona's side. "Okay, time to check up on your physical performance," Arya said before she started taking things out of her silk company bag. She first took out the weights and the straps to attach them to Epona. After that, she started to strap the weights on Ponyta one by one. "Let's see your maximum carrying capacity first," she said while adding the weights. Arya slowed down at 70 kilograms and addressed Epona. "Tell me once you reached your limit. We don't want you to get hurt, all right?" she said, and Epona agreed curtly with Epon. Arya could see Ponyta slightly straining at 80 kilograms and was pretty sure they were at her limit at 85 kilograms if they wanted her to be able to move while carrying that load. Ponyta conveyed her being at her limit at 87 kilograms, and Arya stopped adding more at once. She had Epona slowly walk around while carrying that weight and measured the time. After 5 minutes she stopped her and started praising Epona while removing the weights. Once all weights were removed she patted her, before mentioning the next exercise. "After resting for 5 minutes, I want you to run around the area 10 times as fast as you can," Arya told Epona, after which she gave her something to drink. Once the 5 minutes were up, she gave Epona the start signal and measured the time it took her to finish. It took Epona 120 seconds to finish the 10 laps. Since one lap was around 400 m, that meant that she had run at 120 kilometers per hour on average. This was a great time, and she passed on the speed aspect. "Great! You've done a good job," she praised Epona, who soaked in her praise. After praising her some more, which also doubled as rest, they started the next exercise, which was to measure her endurance. "Alright, next up I am going to strap 61 kilograms on you, and you're going to run at 70% of your full speed for an hour," she informed Epona, who was not as eager to do that, but she still did. Arya used some of the time while Epona was running to check up on Sneasel. She observed his metal claw training and gave her input here and there. Still, he was doing a good job with the move and she told him that as well. He was happy with the praise and continued his training with even more vigor. After an hour was up, Arya gave Epona the signal to return and started taking off the weights. While doing that she checked up on her situation. After checking Epona's physical condition after her run, and seeing that she could still continue if necessary, she was satisfied with the result. She gave Epona something to drink and took out an orange berry from her bag. "Alright, we're done with the all assessments. You've done a really good job, Epona, and I am proud of you," Arya told Epona, and Ponyta was really happy with the praise. Arya went up to hug her, and she stroked her mane while hugging her. They stayed like that for a bit, before Arya gave Epona the result of their test. "Epona, you've done an awesome job. After seeing everything I can tell you that you are ready for your breakthrough," she said, and Epona got excited. "Nay Ponyta," Epona exclaimed, and Arya agreed. "Yes, you can break through now," she said, and after receiving her confirmation Epona initiated her breakthrough. She shone in the light that happened during all breakthroughs before it settled down. Seeing that her Ponyta successfully broke through, Arya heaped a few more praises on her. Her other Pokemon that had noticed the commotion came over to congratulate her as well. After everyone celebrated for a while, she told them that it was time to go back home, so she recalled everyone beside Emerald and made her way back home. Around 4 hours after she had left, my mother came back home. My father and I were relaxing during that time. We talked for a while and spent most of it watching TV. Yet, seeing her face radiating happiness, I could see that my mother had managed to achieve her goal during that time. I could not think of something else that would cause her to radiate such happiness and satisfaction. It seemed one of her Pokemon, Ponyta most likely, had successfully advanced to the bronze stage. This meant Mom now fulfilled all requirements to upgrade her trainer class. As expected, she told us that her Ponyta, whom she had named Epona, had successfully reached the bronze stage. We hugged her and congratulated her. After staying like that for some time, we separated and my mother called the Alliance Center in Teddiursa City to make an appointment for her trainer class upgrade. She managed to get one for the next day. We spent the rest of the day just relaxing and ordered some pizza for dinner. Chapter 92, Evolutions and Breakthroughs. That Day mother went to Teddiursa City to increase her trainer class, just as my father had done before her. She borrowed Sky from my father and returned nearly 3 hours later as a fresh senior class trainer. We held a mini celebration for her, and she informed us that she was planning to use some of the money we had earned to buy a good evolution source for Star, her stereo. Naturally, neither my father nor I disagreed with her. I was actually happy with this because it meant that Star's potential would most likely increase, thanks to that evolution source. The potential of some of my parents' Pokemon were less than stellar. If my parents wanted to keep rising up the ranks at a relatively fast speed, they would have to increase the potential of their Pokemon somehow. In case that was not possible, they would most likely have to replace them one by one with Pokemon that have better potential. This obviously did not mean that they would abandon their Pokemon, but that they would retire from the main team of his parents. They would become either second-string members or retirees. Surprisingly, if Star managed to increase its potential, then his mother was only left with Sunny, her Gloom with light yellow potential, as only Pokemon with worse than light green potential. She would have to keep strengthening the potential of Star and Emerald since light green was not that great, but it would be enough for now. As for his father's Pokemon, after Cyan, his Butterfree with yellow potential, the worst one had green potential. So, I was not too worried about him. What was actually surprising was the amount of light blue and blue potential Pokemon my parents had. My mother currently had 3, and my father had 3 as well, with 3 more that were likely to upgrade to light blue in the future. That was really impressive and showed that my parents had the potential to become extremely strong trainers in the future. Yet, that was the thing with potential, it gave one the chance to achieve something, and it also made it easier, but ultimately, one had to work to reach that point. This took time, and there was the possibility that one would never reach their full potential because of a multitude of reasons, so slow and steady wins the race. This was true for my parents but also for myself. Anyway, the next day was the beginning of a new week, so I returned to my training spot at the start of Route 3. I decided to focus on my Nidoran, as well as my Dragon Magikarp and Grass Magikarp. My 2 Nidoran, Seb and Gaia, had already reached the high bronze rank thanks to all the battles and training they did since I started my trip to the coast. Name, Seb. Species, Nidoran. Gender, male. Age, +2 years. Type, poison. Potential, blue, 49.2%, 61.5%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, poison point, rivalry. Talents, keen hearing. Affinities, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, patient. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid, high. Vitality, C-B. Strength, C-B. Endurance, C-B. Agility, D-C. Energy capacity, D-C. Energy density, D-C. Name, Gaia. Species, Nidoran. Gender, female. Age, +2 years. Type, poison. Potential, blue, 49.6%, 61.8%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, poison point, rivalry. Talents, keen hearing. Affinities, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, curious. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid, high. Vitality, C-B. Strength, D-C. Endurance, C-B. Agility, C-B. Energy capacity, D-C. Energy density, D-C. Yet, I wanted them to be firmly settled at their new rank before I gave them the go for their evolution, and they were so close to achieving it. The aim was to raise the majority of their parameters to B, and I was positive that they would succeed in the next few days. Both only needed to increase only one more to succeed. After that, they could evolve to Nidorino and Nidorina respectively. My Magikarp on the other hand still need quite some training, a few weeks or even months, until they manage to reach the high, bronze stage, which was my requirement for them to evolve. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, male. Age, 1+ years. Type, water, dragon. Potential, blue, 89.4%, 93.6%. Genetic variation, dragon variant. Abilities, swift swim, shed skin. Talents, none. Affinities, water, dragon. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, slightly combative. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, E-D. Strength, F-D. Endurance, E-D. Agility, D-C. Energy capacity, F-E. Energy density, F-E. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Age, 1+ years. Type, water, grass. Potential, blue, 87.1%, 91.8%. Genetic variation, grass variant. Abilities, swift swim, sap sipper. Talents, none. Affinities, water, grass. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, peaceful. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, F-E. Strength, G-E. Endurance, E-D. Agility, D-C. Energy capacity, F-E. Energy density, F-E. Once they achieved an average of C, they would be considered to have stepped into the high, bronze stage, but as could be seen by their status, that was still a bit off. On another note, their potential had come along pretty well, and I was sure I could boost it to deep blue with the help of some materials during their evolution. We trained until it was time for lunch, which I decided to eat in Vidian City. I went to Aldini's again and ordered some spaghetti. My Pokemon got to choose one of the Pokemon specials, at least those that were not inside the space. After lunch, I decided to call Rose and Aaron, which was why I decided to come to Vidian for lunch in the first place. During my call with Rose, I asked her how she was doing and dutifully listened to her talk, for about 20 minutes, about her school life as well as the things she did with Princess, her Vulpix, Ivy, her Eevee, and Boom, her Whismore. I told her about Mothra's evolution and a bit about our training. Naturally, nothing important, but enough to talk for a while. After that bit of low-key bragging, we said our farewells, and I hung up. I changed phone booths and called Aaron next. I asked if he made any progress in his endeavor to catch some fighting type, or future fighting type, Pokemon. Surprisingly, he said that he had already captured 2 out of his 3 targets. Apparently, he managed to find a Poliwag that appealed to him 4 days ago at one of his water trips, and after challenging Poliwag to a battle and beating him with Lucario, Aaron caught him. Additionally, just this morning he came across a group of 5 Shroomish led by a Breloom that had one that felt right. So, Aaron asked the leader for permission to invite her, most likely using his aura to avoid any unnecessary conflict, which he naturally did not mention to me. Still, I was pretty sure that was what he did because I don't think the Breloom would have listened to him otherwise, at least not without a fight. Anyway, he got her permission to invite her. The Shroomish decided she wanted to battle to test him. After Aaron won using his Chimchar, he caught her as well. I congratulated him for his captures and asked if he had checked them yet, but he said he was not planning to leave the forest until he had caught a Heracross as well. I was impressed with his determination and perseverance and wished him good luck. After talking for a bit more about this and that, and after I told him of Mothra's evolution, we ended the call. As for why I asked about his new addition's potential, despite us not being that close yet, I did it to test the waters and to show my interest in his future. Some would say I was too hasty, and that it could be seen as being too nosy, but I went with the flow. It felt okay, so I did it, and he showed no adverse reactions, at least I heard none. After ending my call, I left Vidian City and returned to my training spot on Route 3. There I focused on the training of my Nidoran. Seb had to do exercises that focused on improving his agility, like running exercises, leg training, swimming, and stretching. Gaia had to do strength exercises instead, like weight training and swimming. They kept at it until it was nearly time for dinner. There naturally were breaks between exercises, and I even massaged them to help relax their muscles as well as to help them relax. Unfortunately, they did not achieve their goal, but I still praised them for their hard work, because they had truly worked hard. I recalled everyone and called out Zada to return home. We resumed our training the next day, and shortly before lunch, Seb managed to increase his agility value to B, which meant he was ready to evolve. He got all excited after I relocated him and the others to my space for his evolution. I surrounded him with a few portions of all D-class poison-type materials that I had, after which I gave him the go-ahead. He started shining like all Pokemon did during evolution, and after the light settled down, I took a good look at his new form. He had grown considerably. I estimated his length to be between 100 to 110 centimeters, and his height to be somewhere between 50 to 60 centimeters. His horn had grown to around 15 centimeters as well. In conclusion, he looked impressive. Before I could go up to him to congratulate him, a blue missile flew past me. I saw Gaia excitedly checking out her brother, and the two were talking enthusiastically. I shrugged at her understandable excitement and went up to the two, and congratulated Seb as well. I gave him a hug and a few pats on the head, while carefully avoiding his horn. The others followed my example, and soon we were surrounded by the others and there was loud chattering happening all around. While everyone was talking, I checked Seb's new status. Name, Seb. Species, Nidorino. Gender, male. Age, +2 years. Type, poison. Potential, blue, 61.5%, 79.3%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, poison point, rivalry. Talents, keen hearing. Affinities, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, patient. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, high. Vitality, B. Strength, B. Endurance, B. Agility, B. Energy capacity, C. Energy density, C. Resistance, grass, minor, fighting, minor, poison, minor, bug, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses, ground, minor, psychic, minor. Condition, healthy, happy, excited. Masteries, poison energy manipulation, beginner, proficient. Techniques, leer, beginner, peck, beginner, dig, beginner, poison sting, proficient, focus energy, proficient, fury attack, proficient, helping hand, proficient, toxic spikes, proficient, double kick, proficient, horn attack, proficient, endure, proficient, bite, beginner, poison fong, proficient, poison jab, proficient, toxic, advanced. The only things that changed were his potential and his mastery over his poison energy. The materials that he absorbed during his evolution helped increase his potential by nearly 20%, which was good. It also looked like his evolution gave him the last push he needed to improve his mastery over his poison energy. Other than those two, the rest remained the same. After I was done with looking over Seb's status, I allowed the others to celebrate a bit more and even handed out a few berries to everybody. We had our lunch inside my space, and about 40 minutes later I told everyone that it was time to go back to training, and left my space with those I was training. Gaia seemed to have been motivated by her brother's evolution and threw herself into her training. Unsurprisingly, a few hours later she managed to increase her strength value to B, thus qualifying for evolution as well. She excitedly hopped by my side, as I relocated everyone once more. Just as with Seb, I also placed materials around Gaia, and after I was done she evolved as well. I checked her new look after her evolution, and her changes were bigger than those of Seb. She went from four-legged to semi-bipedal. Well, more like bipedal with the option to walk on all fours as well. Gaia was somewhere between 90 to 100 centimeters in height, on two legs. This did not include her ears. Her length, tail included, was at about 120 centimeters. I went up to her and hugged her. This time no one rushed ahead of me. I was patting her head and congratulating her for a few seconds before the others rushed up and joined in as well. I naturally checked her status as well, and just like her brother, she had only 2 changes as well. Name, Gaia. Species, Teddiursa. Gender, female. Age, +2 years. Type, poison. Potential, blue, 61.8%, 79.6%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, poison point, rivalry. Talents, keen hearing. Affinities, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, curious. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, high. Vitality, B. Strength, B. Endurance, B. Agility, B. Energy capacity, C. Energy density, C. Resistance, grass, minor, fighting, minor, poison, minor, bug, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses, ground, minor, psychic, minor. Condition, healthy, happy, excited. Masteries, poison energy manipulation, beginner, proficient. Techniques, growl, beginner, scratch, beginner, tail whip, beginner, crunch, beginner, poison jab, beginner, poison sting, proficient, fury swipes, proficient, helping hand, proficient, toxic spikes, proficient, double kick, proficient, bite, proficient, dig, proficient, endure, proficient, poison fong, advanced, toxic, advanced. Just like her brother, her potential increased by nearly 20% as well, carrying her ahead of her brother once more. She also raised her mastery over her poison energy to proficient, so I could only assume that the evolution gave them some insight/nudge that helped them. Other than these, the rest remained the same. We celebrated for about 30 minutes more before I told everyone that we were going home earlier today and that training was over. There was only a bit more than an hour until dinner, so I decided to stop now and simply go home early. I had Zada teleport me home, where I told my parent over dinner about Seb and Gaia's evolution. My parents were surprised once again, and I couldn't stop myself from laughing. One would think they would have gotten used to things like this by now. I was not sure if I saw another strange look on my father's face, but it kinda looked like that. Just for a second or so, and honestly, I was not sure if his face simply cramped up for a moment, but I decided to look out for it the next time. They congratulated me, and the rest of the evening went like always. Chapter 93, The Other Side. Mommy, do you know what Mika told me just now? Rose asked her mother. No, honey, I don't, but I'm sure you're going to tell me about. Her mother answered her. He said Mothra evolved, and that she looks cooler than other Butterfree too. Can we go to them? I want to see Mothra. She asked. Oh, it's about time that happened, but sorry, honey. Your father and I are too busy at the moment for a visit. Maybe sometime next month. Her mother answered her, and she was a bit bummed out at that but still nodded. Okay, Mom. Say, Mommy, Mika keeps telling me about all the training he's doing with his Pokemon. Should I start training mine too? She asked her mother, after shelving the idea of visiting Mikhail. She had been simply playing around and relaxing with her Pokemon since she got them. Yet, constantly hearing from Mikhail about how he was training his Pokemon, how they were getting stronger, and how they were kicking the ass of older people, she got a bit curious and unsure if she should start training her Pokemon as well. The most they had done was trying out a few moves of Princess. Ember had looked nice, like a little firework, but they had not done any training, which was why she asked her mother if she should train her Pokemon. Oh, sweetheart, you don't have to train your Pokemon yet or ever, if you don't want to. Her mother told her, and she tilted her head a bit, looking at her mother questioningly. Rose, honey. You're only starting secondary school after next year. You still have more than enough time to decide what you want to do in the future, or if you want to train your Pokemon. Her mother began, and she seriously listened to her. You only have to decide if you want a Pokemon-focused education or not at the end of secondary school, and even then you can still change your mind during the first year of tertiary school. Even if you want to do something with Pokemon in the future, that does not mean you need to become a strong trainer. Her mother said, and she was a bit puzzled. But aren't you and Daddy trainers? Mika's parents too, and now Mika as well. I always thought I was going to become one too. Rose said, confused, as if she had been thinking that she would definitely become a trainer in the future as well. Her mother released a sigh after hearing her. Rose, you don't have to become a trainer just because your father and I are trainers. There are many other things you could become even if you decide to work with Pokemon. You could become a performer or an actor. Even if you decide to be a trainer, you could become a coordinator instead of a standard one. What I'm trying to say is that you still have time to decide what you want to do and that you don't have to rush into things. Mikhail is just a special case, a really special one. Her mother said. Rose, who had listened to her mother attentively, thought for a bit before she said, So, should I start to train Princess or the others or not? Her mother rubbed her face and sighed. If you want to, we could slowly ease you into training. I am sure Tamamo and the others can help Princess and the other two with their moves and everything. She began, and Rose smiled at that. We will start easy and see how it goes from there, not like it could hurt no matter what you decide in the future. We just thought you would like to relax and play around for a while longer. Her mother finished, and Rose went up to her to hug her. Thank you, Mommy, she said, and her mother just stroked her hair. After a while, her mother addressed her once more. Since we decided to do this, we will visit the park every 2 days for 2 hours. We will do the same once your break is over, just after you come back from school, she said, and Rose nodded. Rose thanked her mother once more before she skipped to her room and rushed up to Princess. Nah, Princess, you know what? She asked excitedly. Vulpix only tilted her head at Rose's behavior. We are going to start training with Tamamo and the others from now on. Isn't that great? Rose said, and Vulpix tipped in agreement. She could already see herself becoming like the Ninetales in the future, unleashing firestorms while looking good doing it. Rose broke Princess out of her fantasy when she started talking about all the things they were going to do in the future. And then you're going to release flames like whoosh, and we will win. We're going to be awesome. Rose finished her description on how they were going to become super strong and be the best while looking great doing so. After that, Rose shifted her attention to Ivy and Boom to talk to them about their future awesome training as well. After Rose went to sleep that evening, her parents talked about Rose's new wish to train her Pokemon. Well, as you've heard from her during dinner, Rose wants to start training her Pokemon. Lily began while chuckling a bit, remembering her daughter's enthusiastic explanation on how super strong they were going to get through that training. Thorn had to laugh as well when she said that. Yeah, I did. How come she suddenly wants to start training? Until now she was content with simply playing around with them. He asked before his face suddenly got shadowed. Or is there someone that has bullied her, making her want to get stronger? He inquired in a low tone. Lily had to chuckle at her husband's behavior. No, nothing like that. She had her weekly call with Mikhail, and he told her how his metapod had evolved. She explained, and Thorn quipped in. About damn time. That thing was much stronger than any metapod had the right to be. I was starting to think he was never going to let her evolve with how long he had been delaying it. She giggled at his reaction. Right? We were all starting to wonder when it's finally going to happen. Thorn was still a bit puzzled. That shouldn't have been the reason for her sudden interest in training, right? He asked, and Lily shook her head. Apparently, Mikhail's constant tales of his Pokemon training have made her curious if she should start training as well. She began, and Thorn had an enlightened look on his face. So it's still Mikhail's fault. Lily indicated a SOSO with her hands while replying to him. Not fully. Rose said since we're trainers, her best friend's parents are trainers, and now her best friend is also on the fast lane to become a trainer, she should obviously become one as well. She said while shaking her head at the logic of it. I naturally told her that she had way more options available, and talked a bit about them, but I ultimately decided that it would not hurt to ease them into training, Lily added, and Thorn nodded at that. Well done, honey. You've made the right choice. No matter what she decides to do in the future, being strong can only help her, and since we are starting this early, she can take it as slow as we want. He agreed with her. That's what I said as well, Lily told him. I'm going to have Tamamo and Kojin train them, and I want to borrow Amp, mainly to help train Boom. She informed him, and it made sense. Having a Ninetales teach a Vulpix, a Flareon teach an EV, and an Exploud teach a Whismore, was the simplest way for them to do it. Good idea, darling. Thorn praised his wife. I'll have Lou occasionally go with you. I'm sure there is much that he can do to help with the training, he added. At the time Rose had been talking with her mother about her future training, Aaron had just ended his call with Mikhail. Interesting young guy that one. I felt some pure aura on him, and he seemed nice enough, even if he is a bit too curious. Still, I felt no ill intent, so that's okay. He mused to himself. Seeing that he keeps checking up on me, it seems he wants to become friends. That's good. I can keep an eye on him and see if I should recommend him to the folks at home if he really has some talent and aura. He thought out loud before he shook his head. Anyway, I've been here for a week already, and I haven't seen a Heracross yet. Maybe it's time I go a bit further into the forest. Otherwise, I feel as if I'm going to be here for a long time. He pondered and decided to just that. He tidied up his camp and recalled everyone except for Lucario and Shroomish, whom he put on his head. She lived inside the forest for her whole life, so she could give him some tips or warnings from up there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's head a bit deeper and find us some Heracross, he said, addressing Shroomish and Lucario. Lucario just shook his head at Aaron's antics, but Shroomish warbled in agreement. Aaron started walking at a brisk tempo deeper into the Vidian forest. He slowed down about 3 hours later since the average strength of the wild Pokemon he encountered was rising. He had only covered about 90 kilometers, but since he had slowly made his way deeper into the forest during the last week, he was not far from the boundary of Vidian Forest's outer area. He had yet to reach the inner area, yet the average strength of the Pokemon was equal to that of his Mankey. So, he stopped advancing and started to search for a good place to set up his new camp. It took him another hour, but he found the ideal place for his camp. The place was near a water source, a little creek, and was relatively hidden as well. After he was done clearing up the area around his new base camp, he called out all his Pokemon. He put down Shroomish before he addressed all of them. Alright, folks. This is our new base, he said, motioning to the area they stood in. We are going to perform our search with this place as the center. Hopefully, it won't take us too long to find a Heracross, because I don't think we can go much further without risking our lives, he said, and his Pokemon started murmuring. Nonetheless, I think we'll get lucky soon enough, so you don't have to worry. I plan to stay here for at least a week, which gives us enough time to find a Heracross, he added before he returned everyone except Lucario and Ralts. He then motioned for him to get on his head before he addressed him. Remember this place. He began, if I give you the signal, I want you to teleport us to this place, alright? He finished, and Ralts gave an affirmative Ralts in return. Around an hour later they came upon an area with a pond, and he discovered traces that looked to be from a far-fetched. Those were relatively rare Pokemon, but not his current target, so he ignored them and kept looking for any traces left behind by a Heracross. It took another hour, but Ralts suddenly patted his head and pointed at one of the trees in front of them, where Aaron saw traces left behind by a Heracross. He praised Ralts for his keen observation and released a sigh of relief. The traces were relatively fresh, which meant that there were definitely Heracross coming through this area or even living around this place. Since he had found a trace, he started following the traces with renewed vigor, in hopes of finding a Heracross that clicked with him. Chapter 94, Route 3. The next day, instead of teleporting to my training spot, I had Zada teleport me to the exit of Vidian City towards Route 3 so that I could continue my trip towards the coast. During my time at my training ground, I had noticed that the composition of the Pokemon appearing on Route 3 was a bit different compared to the one on Route 4. Since Route 4 went through the outer area of the Viridian Forest, there were many bug and grass-type Pokemon among the wild Pokemon. Compared to that, I had yet to see any grass type during the time I was training on Route 3, and the number of bug types was really low. Instead, I had seen a higher number of the usual ones that were practically everywhere like Rattata and Pidgey. Still, I had not really left my training area during that time. So, it was possible that I would see something different for a change. Anyway, enough about my keen observation skills. After I set foot on Route 3, I started walking towards Dew City, which was the next milestone on my trip to the coast. Dew City was about 250 to 260 kilometers away at the moment, so I would need around 4 to 5 days to cover that distance. This meant that I would be unable to arrive there this week since today was Girata Day, which meant I had only 3 days left before it was the weekend. Since those 3 days were not enough to reach Dew City anyway, I decided to actually visit the Bug Club this dial day as I had previously resolved, but time and again delayed. That left me with today and tomorrow for walking along Route 3. On dial day I would visit the Bug Club, and during the weekend I would visit Vidian City with my mother to buy some Pokemon for the new family business as we had agreed on last weekend. I was pretty busy this week. Man, I started to digress once more. As I said, I was currently walking along Route 3 with Zatu and Nyx by my side, occasionally checking some Pokemon or some materials to see if we could find something useful. Until now it has been unfruitful, even if it has only been like 15 minutes. I had seen a group of Grimer just 5 minutes away from Vidian City but decided to leave them alone, after finding none with any good potential. Either only some of them or none of them had learned how to control their smell, because they smelled to the high heavens. Which was why I didn't try to battle or interact with them, even if it would have been a useful experience. Had there been only one, I could have maybe endured the stench, but so many of them turned the area around them into a biochemical quarantine zone, at least it felt like that to me. I shudder to think about what a group led by a mook would be like if a relatively small group of Grimer was already this bad. I was actually surprised that the surrounding area had not started to die yet and was wondering if I had to notify anyone about them. I filed that for later and moved on. Just a few minutes later I saw a Smeargle. Yes, I saw the most useless and simultaneously useful Pokemon ever, at least according to all the media I had seen in my previous life. In this universe, they were not as useless as in the games but also not as awesome as in the literature. I, obviously, balled it even if it had bad potential. Species, Smeargle. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, light orange. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, own tempo. Talents, none. Affinities, normal. I personally had no use for it, save for maybe using it for breeding, and I would never do that with Pokemon that had such bad potential. No, the reason I caught him was to give him to my parents, so they can do whatever they want with him. They would most likely sell him, but to whom and for how much was not my problem. As for why I said that he was not as useless as in the games, that's easy. while they still had the equivalent of a shitty BS that could be remedied through copious amounts of backbreaking, hellish training, and lots of limit breaking. Plus, unlike the Smeargle from the games, Smeargle could learn moves on their own as well on Terra. Their possible move pool, without the use of Sketch, resembled that of the Apom line. Now, on to why they were not as awesome as in some of the literature I had read. While the move Sketch still allowed them to permanently copy a move that had just been used, there are limitations. First of all, executing the move and for it to take effect took some time, which made it unviable for battle. Additionally, the number of moves a Smeargle could simultaneously have that had been sketched was 4. Not only that they could only use the move sketch 5 times per stage, so depending on how strong they were they could only use it a few times. Fortunately, it was stackable, so leftover uses could carry over to the next stage. Still, this meant it was better to catch them while they were weak to prevent them from wasting those chances. In conclusion, this meant that they were useful and I would definitely catch one for myself if it had good potential, but they were not the key to unlimited wealth. On a side note, I had a theory that the Smeargle line had through some lucky genetic mutation bullshit gained the mutastic, see what I did there, ability to unlock the genetic memory of some moves through the use of Sketch. This was why they had a limit on it, and why they could not learn them on their own. Still, useful though. Damn it, I keep digressing. Moving on. After putting away my new capture I continued my walk with a small pep in my step. During the next 20 minutes I saw 2 or 3 Voltorb and the occasional Meowth, but the farther I got from Vidian, the rarer that became. Another 2 hours later and the only interesting Pokemon I encountered except for members of the Pidgey Dash, Rattata Dash, Spearow Dash, Ekans Dash, Sentret and Zigzagoon line were 3 Machop. Naturally, I did not forget to mentally note that information down to later tell that to Aaron. Unfortunately, the best one had only yellow potential so I merely beat them up with Weedle and Nyx as training. I was using some of the stronger wild Pokemon, like Rattata, Pidgey, and Zigzagoon at the high, iron stage, to train both Weedle and Teddiursa. I used those even stronger, mostly the evolutions of the previous group, like Raticate and Pidgeotto between the low and mid bronze stage, to train Nyx and Xatu. Mothra and the Nidos had to get used to the bodies for now, so I didn't use them yet. It had been some time since I had gotten the 2 Weedle and using some good old hard training, the occasional battle, and the many bug-type supplements that I had, many of which were even extra useful for members of the Weedle line, I managed to bring both to the high, iron stage. Name, none, temporary, Queen Bee. Species, Weedle. Gender, female. Type, bug, poison. Potential, blue, 0.4%, dash, 26.9%. Abilities, shield dust, run away. Affinities, bug, poison. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, mid, dash, high. Vitality, E-B. Strength, E-C. Endurance, E-B. Agility, D-A. Energy capacity, F-C. Energy density, F-D. Condition, healthy, happy, tired. Masteries, bug E, manipulation, initial, dash, novice, poison E, manipulation, novice. Techniques, electroweb, novice, new, bug bite, beginner, string shot, beginner, dash, proficient, poison sting, proficient. I checked her status after her latest battle. My first thought was that I needed to think of a name for her pretty soon. After that came that her potential and parameters had made good progress. Her moves on the other hand had been a bit neglected, even if there was not much that could be done there anyway. She had increased her mastery of string shot to proficient, which helped the mastery of her bug energy. Additionally, she had recently learned Electroweb thanks to Mothra. Other than that nothing else changed. The status of her lackey was even less impressive, but his progress was nonetheless not small. Name, none, temporary, lackey 1. Species, Weedle. Gender, male. Type, bug, poison. Potential, deep green, 7.6%, 39.3%. Abilities, shield dust, run away. Affinities, bug, poison. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, low, high. Vitality, H-C. Strength, H-C. Endurance, H-C. Agility, G-C. Energy capacity, I-D. Energy density, I-D. Condition, healthy, drained, tired. Masteries, bug E, manipulation, initial, poison E, manipulation, initial. Techniques, bug bite, novice, new, poison sting, novice, beginner, string shot, novice, beginner. Looking at his status, especially his condition, I decided to let the poor guy rest for like a week. I had made him train even harder to let him catch up to Queen Bee, and he had succeeded, barely, thanks to copious use of supplements. Yet, his move mastery, as well as his general condition, had suffered because of it. At least the supplements used had also given his potential a boost as well. So, I relocated him to the space and gave him off for the rest of the week and the next week as well. This obviously meant that I did not use him, while battling the occasional wild Pokemon and trainer, for the rest of the day. Well, that simply meant Teddiursa and Queen Bee had more opportunities to battle instead. By the time dinner came around, all participants were tired, and we had managed to cover roughly 50 kilometers. Seeing their fatigue, I told them that they would not do any training or battles tomorrow. Weedle and Teddiursa weakly complained, but I insisted. I had Zata teleport me home, which took a bit longer than usual because of his tiredness. I simply relaxed the rest of the day, and the next day I had Zata return me to our last stop. Afterward, I put him and the others into my space for them to chill. Today, instead of Zata and Nyx, I had Butterfree and Gaia accompany me while walking. They, along with Seb and Mothra, were my battle lineup for the day. Since all of them were at the high, bronze stage, I ignored all wild Pokemon below the mid, bronze stage, which left me with much fewer opportunities to battle. During the whole day, the only ones that fulfilled that requirement were Eradicate, 2 Fearow, an Arbok, a Lanoon, and a Drowzee. I battled against all of them, except for one of the Fearow, who simply flew away, totally ignoring me. The Drowzee was a surprise for me because psychic types were generally much harder to find / spot in the wild. Had it not been for his light yellow potential, I would have caught him. The Drowzee was already sapient, as nearly all psychic types are by the time they reach the high, iron stage, and after his defeat, he asked me if he could join me. For the previously mentioned reasons I declined, and I could see as well as feel his disappointment at my refusal. That made me feel quite bad, and I actually tried to console the guy. I even went as far as to heal him and gave him a few E-Class as well as 1 D-Class Psychic Seeds before moving on. It was only the second time a Pokemon directly asked me to join me, and I felt bad for refusing. Don't judge me, okay? Anyway, thanks to those wild battles and some trainer battles, Mothra and the others got some pretty good exercise. 2 hours before it was time for dinner Gaia, stumbled upon something useful. Quite literally this case, since she fell flat on her face because of it, and I had a hard time not laughing. Regrettably, 1 or 2 snorts may have escaped my mouth. Name, Big Root. Type, Grass. Class, E. Uses, it's a root that mysteriously contains some insight into health-absorbing moves. Can be eaten as food, but tastes pretty bad, and may cause indigestion if more than a small amount is consumed. Upon consumption, the consumer may gain some useful insight into any health-absorbing moves they possess. It was a good find, even if its use was pretty limited. What honestly confused me a bit was how the hell the root held any kind of insight into anything, but I decided to do like a certain straw hat wearing guy together with his friends always did and simply categorized it as a mystery root. After stopping Gaia from destroying the root and putting it away, I calmed her down and we continued on. Since I decided to ignore most of the wild Pokemon, we managed to cover more distance than usual. By the end of the time I went home for dinner, we had covered a distance of 80 kilometers. Chapter 95, Should I Nerf Maruam? After I woke up this morning, I took my Growlithe egg out of my space just as I had been doing every morning before breakfast. I always put it inside before sleeping, so that it could get the bonus provided by the breeding area that was created for it. Then after waking up I would take it out, so that my parents could check up on it while I was out exploring. This time I decided to check its status to see if anything had changed. Species, Growlithe. Gender, male. Type, fire. Potential, deep green. Stage, none, Pokeegg. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, intimidate, flash fire. Talents, none. Affinities, fire. Nope, nothing had changed after all, but I had expected that. There was still quite some time until the egg would hatch, and I was sure I could increase his potential at least once before then. To help along with it, I was going to start using the fire chips and fire rocks that I had been accumulating for this. I was sure that the D-class versions would have been too much for the egg, which was why I had my space produce the E-class version instead. This had resulted in an increased production rate, which left me with enough materials to start my plan now, rather than in a few months. I put the incubator in the padded area inside my room specifically prepared for it, before taking out 10 fire chips and placing them down in a circle around the incubator. Name, Fire Chip. Type, Fire. Class, E. Uses, it's a fragment of a fire gem that has retained the ability to absorb and store certain amounts of fire energy from the environment. Contains fire-type energy and can be used as a supplement to help fire-type Pokemon. Afterward, I took out 10 fire rocks and placed them down around the incubator as well. Name, Fire Rock. Type, Fire. Class, E. Uses, it's a rock that forms around a firestone. While it is not as precious or useful as a firestone, it can absorb and store certain amounts of fire energy from the environment. Contains fire-type energy and can be used as a supplement to help fire-type Pokemon. To be honest, I had half expected the fire rock to turn into a firestone after the upgrade, but ultimately that didn't happen. Apparently, the rock was missing the wavelength that evolution stones possess. As a result, only its effectiveness got improved, but it didn't turn into firestones. By my estimation, it should take the egg about 2 to 3 weeks to drain these chips and rocks, so until then I won't have to replace them. Anyway, after I placed the incubator in its place and surrounded it with the fire materials, I went downstairs for breakfast. I told my mom about the chips and rocks I had placed around the incubator so that she didn't get surprised while checking up on it. I simply told her that I had bought them in Vidian City, using the money I earned during battles. Well, the part of my money that I didn't hand to her for safekeeping. She readily accepted my explanation. After I was done eating, I hugged her and left after telling her that I'll see her later. Just as I had previously decided on, I had Zada teleport me to the entrance of the Bug Club. I walked up to the registration desk and signed up for a fight. This would be my first battle as a bug collector after my rank up. Battles between bug collectors were 2 versus 2, so I needed to decide on which ones to use. As I was sitting there in the lobby thinking about my options, I realized I had F*** kit up. I had 4 bug types, which was good. The only problem was that after Mothra's evolution, she had become too distinct. If I used her here, then my connection with this alias would be uncovered as soon as I used her outside the club, which I had already done. So unless I was willing to out my alias as Maruam, I couldn't use Mothra. Well, that still left me with Butterfree, and my 2 Weedle is what would normally be the logical conclusion. The only problem with that was that both Weedle were only at the high iron stage, while the Pokemon of most, more like nearly all, bug collectors were at the bronze stage. As if that was not enough, I had given Lackey 1 the week off, because of his exhaustion, so he was out as well. This left me with only Butterfree and Queen Bee, who was only at the high iron stage. I should have thought about this before coming here. At least the battles were only 2 versus 2, I could still win, as long as no one too strong came up, thanks to Butterfree's strength. I was simply going to use Weedle first, have her battle as long as she could without getting trashed, so that she could get battle experience, and then recall her. After that, I would send in Butterfree and hopefully mope up the opposition. I would have to take longer rests between battles since I couldn't substitute them, and I also wouldn't be able to participate in as many battles for the same reason. I normally avoided being in a disadvantaged position, so this was something new for us, but it would be a valuable experience nonetheless. I called out both of them and explained the situation to them. Contrary to what one would expect, both were excited by the prospect. Since it had been some time since I last checked his status, I decided to check up on Butterfree's status before the battles began. Species: Butterfree. Gender: male. Type: bug, flying. Potential: deep green, 86.72%, 96.69%. Abilities: compound eyes, tinted lens. Affinities: bug, flying. Bond: Mikhail, weak. Parameters: stage: bronze stage, high. Vitality: A. Strength: B-A. Endurance: A-S. Agility: A-S. Energy capacity: A. Energy density: A. Condition: healthy, excited. Masteries: bug E, manipulation, beginner, proficient, air E, manipulation, novice, beginner. Techniques: tackle, beginner, string shot, proficient, bug bite, proficient, electroweb, proficient, harden, proficient, iron defense, proficient, gust, proficient, confusion, proficient, sleep powder, proficient, stun spore, proficient, poison powder, proficient, bug buzz, proficient, psybeam, proficient, advanced, air slash, proficient, advanced, tailwind, proficient, advanced. It was impressive how far the guy had come. He was only missing a scant few percent to upgrade his potential to light blue. Not only that, but by the time his strength had reached the A value, his endurance and agility parameter had also increased to S. This made me hesitate on allowing him to break through to the silver stage, since he was only missing another 2 S values to receive a 40% potential bonus upon breakthrough. Besides his impressive progress with his parameters, he also improved his masteries, both for his elements, as well as moves. I had him focus on Psybeam as well as Air Slash for long-range offense and Tailwind for mobility. This overall improvement in his strength was the reason I was willing to go with my current plan, despite practically participating in 1 versus 2 battles. Soon enough the announcement came and I had my first fight. Our first fight was against a boy that used a low, bronze stage Ledian as his first Pokemon. As planned I used Weedle first, but no matter how hard she fought, she had nearly no chance at winning. She tried to hit Ledian with Poison Sting or entangle it with either String Shot or Electroweb, but the Flying Menace dodged all her attacks while flying. We tried to use strategy to lure it into some string traps, but it was too fast, so we had no chance to box it in. Using String Shot to either approach it or dodge its attacks was also not working that well, because of the speed difference. So we, or rather she, did her best to tire out Ledian instead so that Butterfree could have an easier time beating it. We did just that until I saw that she was unable to hold on. I praised and then recalled her, before calling out Butterfree instead. As soon as he appeared on the court, he used Tailwind to give himself a mobility boost. While it might have been unnecessary because of the strength difference between the two, but it was part of our standard battle protocol, so meh. I ordered Butterfree to use Fast Asleep, and he released a cloud of sleep powder that got propelled by a gust. Ledian naturally dodged it, but it successfully reduced its airspace. I told Butterfree to bombard it, and he used Psybeam and Air Slash to attack it. While Ledian managed to dodge a few, he ultimately fell to Butterfree's assault. The boy recalled his Ledian and called out a low, bronze stage Pinico next. This confused me a bit because that was a really slow species and a pretty bad match against Butterfree. The only thing I could think of was self-destruct, but as mentioned earlier it was too slow to reach Butterfree with it. I told Butterfree to take it out from afar when the boy gave an order that surprised me. Or more like the result of said order surprised me. After the boy said Rapid Carnival, his pinnacle first shone with a metallic light, which made me guess that it used Autotomize. Afterward, it used Rapid Spin, followed by Rollout. It practically shot at Butterfree and started to glow halfway to Butterfree. Surprised at the turn of events, and seeing that he would have a hard time dodging the blast radius with how fast that pinnacle had gotten, I told Butterfree to use Ultimate Defense first, before he tried to dodge. Ultimate Defense was the command for the combo of Harden and Iron Defense. As I had expected, Pinnacle used Self-Destruct as soon as he was close enough, trying to take Butterfree down with it. The boy had apparently decided that he could not win against Butterfree with his Pokémon, so he had settled for mutual destruction. I could respect that, but unfortunately for him, he was going to be disappointed. Once the dust stirred by the explosion settled down, his downed Pinnacle and my mostly unscathed Butterfree became visible. The referee declared the result and praised my opponent for his strategy. Since Weedle was exhausted and Butterfree was mildly injured by the kamikaze attack of Pinnacle, I took a 30 minutes break to heal them and give them some rest. After that, I registered for our next battle. We battled another 7 times that day. The overall sequence stayed the same. I set Weedle out first so that she could hopefully tire out the opponent's first Pokémon. After that, I cleaned up the rest with Butterfree. Towards the end, winning got harder, mostly because Butterfree was pretty tired. Which was why I decided to stop, even if there were still 2 hours until dinner. I used that time to visit Vidian City instead. I checked up on the Pokémon I had marked for our family, to see if they were still there. Fortunately, all of them except for a light green potential Diglett were still available. It seemed someone got lucky with that one. Anyway, once I made sure that the Pokémon I was going to show my mother tomorrow were still there, I returned home. The next day, after breakfast, I addressed my mother. Mom, while I was in Vidian City, I went through a few stores to look for any Pokémon that would be useful for us and I found some. Could we go to Vidian City this time? I told her, before asking for her consent. Oh, did my boy do preliminary work for his family? I'm so proud of you. Of course, we can go to Vidian City. She answered while pinching my cheeks as if I was a little boy. Okay, I may have been a little boy in her eyes, but that stuff was still embarrassing, even if I used to like doing it to little kids as well. Great! I said, after choosing to ignore her actions. My father, who had been listening on the side, decided to butt in as well. How about I come with you as well this time? We could turn it into a little family work trip, he said, and I just shrugged. My mother, on the other hand, just looked into his eyes, quirked an eyebrow, and posed a question. Were you not planning to train your Pokémon? My father, who absolutely did not squirm under her gaze, replied. I want to do something together instead. We shouldn't neglect family time. We've been busy during the last few weekends, so this weekend I want to do something together, even if it is kinda like work, he said, and my mother put on a face that clearly said, yeah, I believe you. Still, she chose to reply with something positive. Oh, honey, how thoughtful of you. That's a great idea, she said, and our weekend business trip turned into a weekend business trip for the whole family. It took us a bit less than half an hour, because Zada had a bit of a harder time teleporting so many people at once, but we arrived at Vidian City. Still, considering that the distance we covered was about 800 kilometers, I would say he did a good job. I led my parents to the different stores I had found good potential Pokémon in, and my parents bought them without any hesitation. After that, we simply strolled around, occasionally visiting some other stores as well. I brought them to Aldini's because I quite liked the store, and I was craving some pizza. We ate our lunch, I had my pizza fungi, and everyone was happy. After lunch, my parents decided to return home, since they were satisfied with our harvest. I had selected 7 Pokémon beforehand, the missing Diglett excluded, and during our stroll, we managed to find one more. So, we bought a total of 8 Pokémon today. Our yield consisted of a light green potential Ekans, a light green Pinico, a light green Sandshrew, a green male Nidoran, a green Hoot Hoot, a deep green Farfetch'd, a light blue Goldeen, and a light blue Pidgey that I was totally planning to set aside for myself. The only one I was interested in was the light blue potential Pidgey, and I was absolutely taking that one. I had no interest in the rest. While the Goldeen and Farfetch'd had good potential, I was not really interested in their species. Had it been the Galarian variant instead, I would have definitely taken it for myself, but the normal one was just meh in my opinion. The next day my father flew around a bit to get the Pokemon checked in several batches at different cities. He came back and told us about the results. I used my manly charms to persuade my parents to leave the Pidgey to me. I definitely did not use watery, hopeful eyes, pouting, no pleases were involved. I didn't put on the whole program. Nope, only my manly charm and natural handsomeness. After that my father went around once more, but this time to sell the rest, since they were not interested in any of the others as well. When he came back a few hours later, he told us that he got a total of 8.170.000 poke for all of them. Our total expense for all Pokemon, including their potential test, was 3.050.000 poke. Pidgey was included in this as well. So, after subtracting our expenses from our earnings, we were left with a profit of 5.120.000 poke. Had I not taken Pidgey for myself, that could have been even more, but I would say that it was good money for a few days of hard work. We were all happy with the result and ordered some sushi for dinner as a tribute to the Goldeen that made up the bulk of our earnings. That night while I was laying in my bed, I suddenly remembered the Smeargle that I had caught and subsequently forgotten. I facepalmed at my Goldeen brain and decided to tell my parents about it tomorrow. Having made that decision, I went to sleep. Chapter 96, Route 3. Early next morning, right after waking up, I registered Pidgey's Pokeball to myself. Afterward, I called her out and introduced myself to her. While doing the whole introduction spiel, I checked her full status. Name, none. Species, Pidgey. Gender, female. Age, +3 years. Type, flying, normal. Potential, light blue, 6.9%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, keen eye, tangled feet, big pecs. Talents, composed. Affinities, flying/air, normal/neutral. Bond, Mikhail, weak, artificial. Quirks, calm. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, high. Vitality, A. Strength, B. Endurance, A. Agility, A. Energy capacity, B. Energy density, B. Immune, ghost. Resistance, grass, minor, bug, minor. Weaknesses, electric, minor, ice, minor, rock, minor. Condition, healthy, accepting. Masteries, air E, manipulation, beginner, neutral E, manipulation, novice. Techniques, agility, beginner, wing attack, beginner, tackle, proficient, sand attack, proficient, gust, proficient, quick attack, proficient, whirlwind, proficient, twister, proficient, feather dance, proficient. Oh, wow! I was impressed. Her status screen was really impressive, much better than I had expected. Well, I already knew her potential was light blue, so there's that. She had 3 abilities, but I already knew that flying types, or more like the bird-like Pokemon, had keen eye as a bonus/racial ability, so I had expected that. What I had apparently ignored/overlooked while choosing her was that she had a talent. Seems like I focused too much on her potential. I have to make sure something like that doesn't happen again. Anyway, her talent made sure that she stayed calm and composed no matter how stressful or bad the situation was. In my opinion, this was a great talent to have, just about there with combat instinct, even if it was slightly worse. As a result of her talent, her quirk was calm, which made sense. Her weaknesses and resistances were pretty standard. The points that really impressed me were her parameters and moves. She had trained half of her parameters to the A value, and I was pretty sure that she was planning to do that to the rest of them as well. Who knows, with her talent and quirk, I would believe it if she said that she was planning to break her limits. As for her moves, except for agility and wing attack that were most likely newer additions, all her moves were trained until proficient mastery. Her age showed that she was more than 3 years old, and from her status, I could see that she did the best she could to use that time to the fullest. Seeing her status, I was pretty sure that she would have someday become a powerhouse on her own if she survived long enough. Yet, now that she was mine, she would have a smoother path reaching that point. Once introductions were out of the way, I relocated her into my space. She received her own habitat, and her potential was increased to blue, 66.9%. After confirming that everything went okay, I made my way downstairs for breakfast. While I was going down, I remembered that I wanted to mention Smeargle to my parents. Since today was Arc Day, my father was at work, so only my mother was at home. I shrugged at that. Either Mom would call him and tell him about it, or he would find out when he came home. I was just happy that I had activated the preservation mode on the ball, or Smeargle would have gone without food for nearly 3 days. Thankfully, I had decided on using the stasis mode for all Pokemon that I had caught but not really wanted, or that could have ended badly. Anyway, after I sat down at the table, I addressed my mother. "Mom, I forgot to tell you and Dad about something I did on Pocket Day." I began. "What is it, honey?" "It's nothing bad, is it?" she asked in a slightly concerned tone. "No, it's nothing bad or anything. It's just that I encountered a Smeargle that day, and I remembered hearing that those were pretty valuable, so I caught it. Yet, I forgot about it later on, because I was not really interested in it." I told her, and she gained an incredulous look on her face when she heard my explanation. "Really?" she asked, a bit in disbelief, and I nodded. "Yeah, I suddenly remembered it last night. So, I decided to tell you about it today," I added, and she started to look concerned about something. "It's been more than 3 days since you caught it, and you forgot about it until now. Doesn't that mean the poor thing is starving right now?" she asked, sounding a bit disappointed. At least she sounded like that to me. "No, fortunately, I activated the stasis mode on the common ball after I caught it. So there's nothing wrong, hopefully," I told her while whispering the last part. "Good," she said with relief before she continued sternly. "I still hope that something like this does not happen, young man. Once we catch a Pokemon, we are responsible for them, so don't go around forgetting them again, all right?" She started out sternly but got softer towards the end. I promise, was all I could say in this situation, because I knew that what I did was kind of irresponsible. The forgetting part, not the stasis one, that one was brilliant. Nonetheless, after doing her required soft scolding, she put on a smile and hugged me. "Still, you did a good job catching it. Smeargle are worth pretty large sums regardless of their potential. So, even if it has bad potential, it will still sell for much money." She praised me, and I smiled at her. After a bit, we separated, and I casually took out Smeargle's ball. I gave her the ball and started eating my breakfast. My mother just chuckled at my nonchalance before she joined me. Once I was done with breakfast, I hugged my mother and had Zada teleport me to our latest spot. A bit less than 15 minutes later, we arrived at the pace, and I called out Nyx. After that, we were once more on the way to Dew City. There were still around 120 kilometers to the place, but I was positive I could visit the city sometime on Girata Day, which was the day after tomorrow. I kept walking until lunch, and during that time I saw a few of the usual Pokemon. So, Pidgey, Rattata, Spearow, Sentret, and Zigzagoon, but none were good enough for me to catch. Still, I had Weedle, Teddiursa, and Pidgey battle a few of them. None of them had any problems beating their opponent, but it was still battle experience, so that was good. I also saw Pidgeotto and Eradicate, but Nyx beat them soundly. We naturally met some trainers as well, but I only agreed to 3 battles. Neither of the trainers had any uncommon Pokemon, and I used Nyx, Xatu, Seb to win those battles. Anyway, once lunchtime came around, I had Zata bring me to Vidian City. I had to call Rose and planned to call Aaron as well, so I had to come here for lunch. So, after eating some crispy strips at Flying Choice, since I couldn't always eat Italian, I went to a telephone booth and called Rose. She told me that she started training as well with the supervision of her parents, and some other stuff that she did during the week. After ending my weekly talk with Rose, I changed booths and called Aaron. I was surprised to hear that he was still camping in Vidian Forest, despite catching a Heracross on Dial Day last week. Apparently, he had found some far-fetched tracks after my call, but simply ignored them, since he had no interest in the regular far-fetched. Yet, he actually found traces of a Surfetched on Pockeday while looking for a Heracross. What actually happened was that he followed some Heracross tracks to an area where a battle took place recently. At first, he thought the Heracross briefly fought against a Farfetch'd, since the footprint of the two were pretty similar, but after checking the surrounding area he found traces that fit neither Heracross nor Farfetch'd. So, he started to check the area thoroughly and found a white feather, that together with the traces led him to the conclusion that it had been a Surfetch'd that battled the Heracross instead. This naturally made more sense than a Farfetch'd fighting a Heracross. Anyway, since Surfetch'd were pretty strong fighting types, and he had actually found traces of one, he obviously added it to his capture list. His plan was to either capture the Surfetch'd or a Galarian Farfetch'd, since he did not believe that the Surfetch'd was the only one around, at least he hoped not. So, even after Aaron managed to catch a Heracross on Dial Day, which was the day after, he decided to stay in Vidian Forest for a bit longer. He told me he had actually found some normal Farfetch'd during the last 2 days, but none of the ones he was searching for. I was pretty surprised that there were actually Galarian Farfetch'd and Surfetch'd in Vidian Forest and made a mental note for myself before I wished him luck in his endeavors. After our call, I briefly wondered about the luck of some people, before I called out Xatu and returned to my last point. I kept walking along Route 3 and for the next 2 hours, I saw nothing besides the usual, except for another Raticate as well as a Fearow that I beat with Nyx. However, after that, I actually saw a few Mareep leisurely eating some grass. I naturally checked their status, since I actually wanted to have a Mareep, but unfortunately, none had good potential. I was going to keep walking, but Nyx apparently had other ideas, because she walked towards the small herd of Mareep. Just as I was going to warn her to leave them alone, I saw her ignoring them. Instead, she was focusing on the grass they were eating. She looked a bit confused as if something was off with the grass, but she had no idea what. So, being the handsome, intelligent, and observant individual I was, I walked up to her and checked out the grass myself. Name, static grass, clump/bundle. Type, electric. Class, F. Uses, grass that sometimes grows after some grass survives in an area where lightning has struck. It can absorb electric energy from the environment and static energy. Contains minuscule amounts of high-quality electric energy. Can be used as a supplement for electric-type Pokemon. No wonder the Mareep were staying around this area. I took a bundle of grass for myself since this thing would be useful. It turned out that the static grass was like the silver powder, you needed a certain amount before it registered as an item. In this case a bundle/clump of 30 blades of grass. Anyway, I praised Nyx for a few minutes for her find, since I would have ignored them without her. I checked out the area for a bit more, just to make sure I did not overlook anything. I came up empty and continued my walk until 20 minutes before dinner. During that time I fought 2 trainers and 1. I also saw another Fearow, but it flew away before I could challenge it. Furthermore, I saw a small pack of Poochyena that I tried scanning from a distance to avoid provoking them unnecessarily. Well, I forgot to consider that my telekinesis won't work on dark types. So, I had to approach them and get in contact with them to check their status. When I tried to do that, they got alert, and after I came a bit closer, they turned around and ran. I also saw a few Taillow, but none of the ones I checked had good enough potential. Other than that, nothing out of the ordinary happened, and I had Zata bring me home for dinner. I managed to cover about 50 kilometers today, which was an alright amount. While we were eating, my father was praising me for capturing the Smeargle. According to him, even one-star Smeargle could be sold for up to 1.500.000 poke. So, he was going to check its potential during the weekend, and depending on the result, he would search for a buyer. I simply nodded at him and accepted the praise. During Mew Day, which was the next day, I covered 60 kilometers, which left me with only 10 more until Dew City. While walking, I saw the usual Pidgey, Rattata, Spearow, Sentret, and Zigzagoon. In addition to that, I also saw a few Taillow, a group of 3 Snubbull, and even 2 Wingull. On top of that, I seem to have been really lucky or unlucky, depending on who you ask, because I also met 2 Furret, 1 Linoon, and 2 Swellow. I was actually considering if I should catch one of the Swellow for my mother, but none of the Pokemon I met that day had any good potential. The best one was a yellow potential Furret, which was not good enough as well. So, I could only battle against them for the battle experience, but they were not useful otherwise. Anyway, thanks to the 60 kilometers I covered that day, I only needed to walk for another 10 kilometers tomorrow before reaching Dew City, which was the penultimate milestone on my trip to the coast. Chapter 97, Dew City. The next morning, I had Zata teleport me to our last stop so that I could finish the last 10 kilometers before Dew City. After I called out Nyx, I decided to check them both, since it had been some time that I had checked their status. Name, none. Species, Xatu. Gender, male. Age, 3+ years. Type, psychic, flying/air. Potential, light blue, 98.9%, dash blue, 6.42%. Abilities, keen eye, synchronize, early bird. Talents, moderately increased energy sensitivity. Affinities, psychic, flying, ghost, trace. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, high. Vitality, A-S. Strength, A-S. Endurance, S-SS. Agility, S-SS. Energy capacity, S-SS. Energy density, S-SS. Resistance, grass, minor, fighting, major, psychic, minor. Weaknesses, electric, minor, ice, minor, rock, minor, ghost, minor, dark, minor. Condition, healthy. Masteries, psionic E, manipulation, proficient, dash, advanced, flying/air E, manipulation, beginner. Techniques, Leer, proficient, Peck, proficient, Nightshade, proficient, Gust, proficient, Confuse Ray, proficient, Psycho Shift, proficient, Wish, proficient, Light Screen, proficient, Reflect, proficient, Cosmic Power, proficient, Calm Mind, proficient, Dash, advanced, Stored Power, advanced, Protect, advanced, Air Slash, advanced, Psychic, advanced, Shadow Ball, advanced, Teleport, advanced, Dash, mastered. Looking at Zata's current status filled me with pride. The little guy had come a long way from the little Nata that I had met a few years ago. His potential had been boosted to blue during their time in Honey City, and since then, they had managed to increase it by about another 6%. The psychic seeds they had obtained played a significant part in it. Zata's parameters had already been trained high enough for him to gain the second stage potential boost, 80%, upon breakthrough, since the average of his parameters was SS, but I was not planning to let him break through yet. I had made him break through to the bronze stage prematurely, but I planned to have him gain the full potential boost this time around. His moves saw no big difference because I had Zata focus on only 2 moves outside of battle, which were Calm Mind and Teleport. Calm Mind was always useful for Psychic-type Pokemon and had reached Advanced Mastery. I do not believe that I need to elaborate on the importance of Teleport. He successfully reached the Mastered grade for the move while teleporting me and my parents last weekend. Apparently, the added difficulty of teleporting multiple people for great distances helped his mastery increase. The increase in mastery of his psychic-type moves allowed his manipulation of psionic energy to increase as well. He had reached an advanced mastery of psionic energy, which was pretty impressive. Those were the obvious changes to his status, but he had also gained quite a bit of battle experience since we started our trip to the coast. This was important, otherwise, he would be unable to utilize his full strength when necessary. Anyway, Nyx had made good progress since the beginning of our trip as well. Name, Nyx. Species, EV. Gender, female. Age, 1+ years. Type, normal. Potential, blue, 26.9%, 38.21%. Abilities, runaway, adaptability. Talents, stealthy. Affinities, normal/neutral. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, E-D. Strength, E-D. Endurance, E-D. Agility, D-C. Energy capacity, E-D. Energy density, E-C. Immunity, ghost. Resistance, none. Weaknesses, fighting, minor. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries, neutral energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, growl, beginner, tackle, beginner, tail whip, beginner, sand attack, beginner, helping hand, beginner, takedown, beginner, endure, beginner, dash, proficient, baby doll eyes, proficient, bite, proficient, copycat, proficient, baton pass, proficient, dig, proficient, focus energy, proficient, charm, proficient, shadow ball, beginner, dash, advanced, quick attack, advanced, swift, advanced, iron tail, advanced. Her potential had increased by more than 10%, and while she had not reached the high, bronze stage yet, she was not too far from achieving it. Nyx had increased all her parameters by a single value during this time, and I estimated that she should be able to reach the high, bronze stage after another 2 to 3 months of training and battles. Once she reached the high, bronze stage, I would give her the go-ahead for her evolution. This meant that she would be a high, bronze stage Umbreon in 2 to 3 months, which was really impressive considering that she was less than 2 years old. I had her focus solely on Shadow Ball during move training, and thanks to that she managed to raise it by 2 grades to Advanced Mastery. All the battles she participated in helped her improve her mastery over Endure to Proficient. Satisfied with what I had seen, I started to whistle while walking towards Dew City. Nyx was hopping around happily beside me to the heavenly sounds I was producing. It took me an hour of leisurely walking to see the periphery of Dew City. From the trainers I had battled on the way here, I had learned some interesting information, besides Dew City being a Tier 5 city. The most important thing I had heard was probably that Dew City had a minor water-type gym and a flying-type hall. Additionally, it had a flying-type club. Compared to the grass club in Leaf City that I could not take part in, because I didn't have any grass-type Pokemon, I could register for the flying club. Xatu, Pidgey, and Butterfree were enough for now, even if I couldn't use Mothra for this club as well. I was sure that I would have more flying-type Pokemon by the time I reached a high enough rank to need more. Anyway, once I was about to enter the city, I recalled Xatu and entered with Nyx by my side. We just kept walking around for about 2 hours to talk to pedestrians and to get an overview of the city as well. While talking with the people on the streets, I learned stuff like which ones were the best restaurants and where were they located, which store has the best prices and which has the best selection, where were the best places to rest and relax, where was the gym, hall, and club located. Important things like that. After getting a relative overview of the place, I decided to check out the gym first. After learning that the current gym leader was a woman called Mara that had a Sea King with the King/Queen Jean as her ace, I asked her if there was a photo of the Sea King I could look at. I was understandably curious what the Sea King was looking like. As if she was prepared, the receptionist said that they were selling photos of the gym leader and her Pokemon since she was pretty popular. I paid 20 poke for a photo that showed the gym leader together with her Seaking, which was pretty expensive in my opinion, but I was curious. Looking at the picture, I could understand why she was popular. Mara had long, red hair, a really pretty face, and a perfectly sculpted body. Her curves looked just the right amount of big to not look too big, and she seemed pretty tall as well. A short question later I learned that she was 178 centimeters tall. In short, she looked like the woman of most men's dreams. I would give her a 10 out of 10. After I was done looking at Mara, I focused on her Seaking, which I had totally not ignored because of her. Just wow. Where do I begin to describe the thing? First of all, after comparing Mara and her Seaking, I could guess that it was about as long as her, but because of its width, it was bigger. Its body was not as round as that of a regular Seaking, but overall still pretty round. The biggest difference was its horn and its colors. The black stripes and spots that were on regular Seaking were purple instead. Additionally, the part of the body that was normally white was royal blue instead. The position of the horn was slightly shifted upwards, and two much smaller horns were added below it. It looked much more impressive than a regular Seaking, and I was pretty tempted to get myself one as well. This was the influence the upgrade version of Mothra's royal gene had on Pokemon species, and I was impressed by it. I had forgotten to check out all the modifiers I had inside my knowledge sea after Mothra had unlocked her royal gene. However, I made a mental note to look them and their effects up later. After I put away the photo, I asked the receptionist about the process necessary for the challenge, and she told me that it depended on what kind of badge I wanted. Apparently, even the qualification process changed according to the difficulty one chose. Those that wanted a 1-star badge had to beat a single gym trainer who had Pokemon ranging from the low Iron stage to the low Bronze stage, depending on the number of your badges. The battle ranged from 2 versus 2 to 4 versus 4 according to the number of badges as well. The gym leader battle ranged from 2 versus 2 to 4 versus 4 as well depending on the number of badges the challenger has. The strength of the alliance provided team depends on that as well, ranging from the mid-Iron stage to mid-Bronze stages. For a 2-star badge one had to beat 2 gym trainers with mid-Iron to mid-Bronze stage Pokemon. The battle went from 2 versus 2 to 4 versus 4 according to the number of badges as well. The gym leader used some of her own high Iron stage to mid-Bronze stage Pokemon for the battle, which ranged from 2 versus 2 to 5 versus 5 depending on the number of badges the challenger possessed. For the 3-star badge, the number of gym trainers increased by 1, while their Pokemon ranged from high Iron to high Bronze stage. The versus battles stayed the same. The gym leader used some of her mid-Bronze to low Silver stage Pokemon for the battle, which ranged from 3 versus 3 to 6 versus 6. This was apparently how all minor gyms handled the challenges. Frankly, the difference between what I just learned about minor gyms and what I had learned about the procedure of Viridian Gym was enormous as far as the difficulty of the challenge went. Still, it was kinda obvious, since the Viridian Gym was part of the senior circuit and minor gyms were part of the junior circuit. Besides, the Viridian Gym had given me the impression that it was hard even among major gyms. I briefly wondered if I should give it a try, but the receptionist rained on my parade by pointing out that it was impossible to do the gym challenge anonymously or with an alias. So, I thanked her for her time and left after looking around the building for a short while longer. After leaving the gym, I made my way to a restaurant a few of the pedestrians had recommended. The restaurant was called The Sea's Jewels, and it offered all kinds of seafood that catered to everyone. It had regular fish dishes in the lower-end price range and Pokemon dishes in the higher-end price range. I ordered the Golden Goldeen for myself and the Seaking special for Nix. I also ordered 16 Seaking specials for takeaway for everyone else, after asking if Pokemon of their species could eat it. Initially, they did not want to accept my takeaway order, because they apparently did not provide that service, but I managed to charm them into doing it anyway. The taste was awesome, and the bill was awesome as well. Especially since I agreed to pay 20% more for the takeaway. After I paid the 11.280 poke bill, I made my way to the flying hall next. I checked out what kind of offers they had besides the whole challenge thing, and I was positively surprised that they offered care lessons, as well as some flying move guidance. I had seen stores/places that offered such courses as well, but the quality of the courses offered by an official hall had to be better, at least I thought so. I decided to make use of that for my flying types, mostly for Pidgey, since the others had their hands full with their current moveset. I registered Pidgey for the Roost course and paid the 10.000 poke fee. That was okay from what I heard about TM prices. Afterward, we were guided to the hall trainer that specialized in teaching that move. We spent around 3 hours with the guy, and at the end of it, he told us to return tomorrow for another session. Move courses comprised of 3 sessions that were 3 hours long, and generally, that time frame was enough for the hall trainers to teach the move. Still, in case the Pokémon did not succeed, one had to register for another course. However, if the Pokémon managed to learn it earlier, they kept coaching, helping the Pokémon improve their mastery. After I left the flying hall, I still had around 2 hours until dinner, so I decided to visit the flying club next. I talked to the receptionist, and as expected, the format was the same as in the other clubs. The first 3 trainer ranks were pretty different, and the ranks after that were the same as in all clubs, just with a sky in front of the title. So the first 3 ranks were Bird Keeper, Rookies, Bird Collector, Juniors, and Bird Tamer, Seniors. After that came Sky Noble, Experts, and so on. Since I had enough flying types, I decided to register under an alias. I used for this identity. Once I had registered, I decided to sign up for a battle. Since I was a newbie, I started as a Bird Keeper, which meant my opponent was pretty weak. He used a mid-Iron Stage Spearow, so I had Pidgey battle him, which she won pretty easily. Seeing her fast win, I decided to sign up for another fight. That one was against a young girl that used a high Iron Stage Taillow, but Pidgey won that one without too many problems as well. After that battle, I decided to leave the club, since the time for dinner was approaching. Once I was outside, I called out Zatu and had him teleport me home. Chapter 98, Route 3. Today was the 7th day since I had made my way from Dew City towards the last milestone of my trip, Cyan City. The first 2 days were nothing special. I saw the usual wild Pokémon, spent 3 hours after lunch in the flying hall to finish the Roost course, battled a few trainers, while occasionally checking if I could find anything useful. Well, I actually did see a few Poliwag and Wooper near a pond, but none of them had any good potential. I managed to walk around 50 kilometers on both Pocket Day and Dial Day, so I covered about 100 kilometers before the weekend came around. Since it was the weekend, once more I spent the next 2 days with my parents at home simply relaxing. Well, at least my mother and I did. My father went to check the Smeargle's potential on Kaide. I tried to tell him that he shouldn't bother since I did not feel too optimistic about it, but my father said that nearly all worthwhile places he was considering selling the Smeargle at wanted to know its potential, so he still went to do it. The 2 of them were slightly disappointed when it came out that it only had 2-star potential, but they weren't bothered for long, since I had cautioned them about it. Besides, we were still going to earn a lot of money from its sale. On Gruday, my father flew away for a few hours to sell off Smeargle, and after he returned he told us that he managed to get 3.200.000 poke for it. So after subtracting the potential identification fee, we still earned 3.100.000 poke from a single Pokémon. The only noteworthy thing that happened on Arc Day was my talk with Aaron. Well, I made a stop at Dew City during lunch to call Rose and Aaron after filling my stomach. Oh, and that of Nyx, can't forget about Nyx. I didn't order anything for the others this time, since the last time proved that it got too expensive if I did. Besides, they were eating their lunch inside the space. Anyway, after I left the restaurant, I found a telephone booth and called Rose first. We simply talked for a while. She told me about her school days since her school started again. She also told me about all the training she and her Pokémon were doing with the help of her parents and their Pokémon. Their training basically consisted of her Pokemon getting down their moves, as well as some basic strength, endurance, and running exercises. Rose also told me that she had wanted to visit us to see me and Mothra, but that they couldn't because her parents were too busy at the time. I told her that it was fine and that there was still the next holiday. She got excited by that and asked how I was doing. I told her a bit about my trips, and about the different kinds of Pokemon I had seen. After a while, we ended the call and I changed booths to call Aaron. Aaron told me that he had managed to track down the Surfetch'd on dial day, but that they didn't click. Still, after receiving the confirmation that there were more of his kind around, Aaron apparently challenged the Surfetch'd to a battle with the condition that the Surfetch'd would lead him to some Galarian Farfetch'd if he won. The Surfetch'd accepted after making sure that Aaron would not harm them and that he would not force anyone to come with him against their will. After coming to an agreement, they battled. Aaron told me he used Lucario and that they managed to win after a really hard battle which they nearly lost. The Surfetch'd kept his promise and led them to his kin. From what Aaron told me, that group seemed to be the only Galarian Farfetch'd group inside Viridian Forest, at least from what the Surfetch'd told him. Those were apparently all the descendants of the Surfetch'd. After checking out all the Farfetch'd, he felt positively towards two of them, but in the end, he chose the one that he felt the highest attraction to, even if it turned out to be the youngest and weakest of them. Anyway, after he got his Farfetch'd, Aaron started making his way back to Route 4, and from there to Teddiursa City. I told him about me walking through Route 3 and we ended the call shortly after. By the end of Arc Day, I had covered another 40 kilometers, since I got slightly delayed by the phone calls. The next morning I decided to check the situation of the fire chips and rocks while doing my daily checkup on the Growlithe egg. The condition of the egg was pretty good, but there still had been no change in potential. As for the fire materials, from what I could make out, there was still enough fire energy for them to last another 5 to 6 days. Afterward, I had my breakfast and left to continue my trip. I walked a bit faster than usual to make up for the shorter distance I had walked the day before. So, I participated in fewer battles than I usually do. During lunch, I decided to check the status of the second half of my Magikarp. It had been some time that I had looked up their status, since I only looked at the status screen occasionally to see the result of our training, or the influence of something. Anyway, I checked out my only regular Magikarp first. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, male. Age, 1+ years. Type, water. Potential, deep blue, 69.6%, 74.7%. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Affinities, water. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, G-E. Strength, G-E. Endurance, E-D. Agility, D-C. Energy capacity, G-E. Energy density, G-E. Looking at his parameters, one could see how hard the guy trained. While still behind the Dragon variant and the Grass variant, he was not too far off. A few more months of hard training and he would reach the high bronze stage, which would mean that he could evolve to Gyarados. The rise of Magikarp's potential in the last few months was okayish. 5% were not bad, especially considering that his potential was already pretty high and that the water materials I possessed had become nearly useless for Magikarp. The Magikarp with a fire affinity was way luckier in that aspect. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, male. Age, 1+ years. Type, water. Potential, light blue, 19.6%, 29.4%. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Affinities, water, fire. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, slightly impulsive. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, high. Vitality, SS-SSS. Strength, SS. Endurance, SS-SSS. Agility, SSS. Energy capacity, SS. Energy density, SS. Resistance, Fire, minor, Water, minor, Ice, minor, Steel, minor. Weaknesses, Electricity, minor, Grass, minor. Condition, Healthy. Masteries, Water Energy Manipulation, Beginner. Techniques, Aqua Jet, Beginner, Dash, Proficient, Tackle, Proficient, Flail, Proficient, Bounce, Proficient, Hydro Pump, Proficient, Swift, Proficient, Splash, Advanced, Water Gun, Mastered. Thanks to the materials for the fire type I had gotten for my Growlithe egg and the materials I already had for the water type, his potential had increased by nearly 10% in these few months. On top of that, the training he had been doing supported by the supplements I have been giving my Pokemon allowed him to raise another 2 of his parameters to SSS. So, he was not too far from being allowed to break through. I was excited to see what he would look like after gaining the fire typing during his breakthrough. The last point would be his increase in mastery of his Aqua Jet. I had him focus a bit more on his parameters, so he only had time to focus on one move. Since Aqua Jet was pretty useful for Magikarp's mobility, I had him focus on it, and he had gotten proficient in it. After I was done checking his status, that left me with only the youngest member of my Magikarp 6. Cringy group name aside, I checked out her status as well. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Age, 33 months. Type, water. Potential, light blue, 11.5%, dash, 18.3%. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Affinities, water, dark. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, calm. Parameters. Stage, Iron Stage, high. Vitality, SS. Strength, S-SS. Endurance, SS. Agility, SS-SSS. Energy capacity, S-SS. Energy density, S-SS. Resistance, Fire, minor, Water, minor, Ice, minor, Steel, minor. Weaknesses, Electricity, minor, Grass, minor. Condition, Healthy. Masteries, Water Energy Manipulation, Beginner. Techniques, Swift, Beginner, Aqua Jet, Beginner, Dash, Proficient, Tackle, Proficient, Flail, Proficient, Bounce, Proficient, Hydro Pump, Proficient, Splash, Advanced, Water Gun, Mastered. Her progress was just as impressive as that of the Fire Affinity Magikarp, at least parameter-wise. Thanks to her hard training and the supplements I provided, she managed to bring up all her parameters to SS while improving her agility to SSS. While her potential increase was not insignificant, it could have been more than the nearly 7% it was. The reason she had gotten a smaller increase than the Fire Affinity Magikarp was that I had no Dark-type materials available except for the Moon's Buttercup, which was a recent addition, as well as Black Apricorn, and that had already lost its effect. So, I had to use mostly water-type materials for her that she had also started getting used to, which was why her improvement was smaller. After lunch I resumed my trip, and thanks to my faster-than-usual speed, I managed to cover about 60 kilometers by the end of the day. This leads us to today. I had covered about 200 kilometers until now, and there were still around 60 kilometers more until Cyan City. This meant that I would get to spend tomorrow inside Cyan City, at least as long as nothing big came up. Don't want to provoke Murphy by talking in absolutes. This meant that as long as nothing wrong happened, I would reach my last milestone before the coast itself by tomorrow. With that happy thought, I left the house and had Zada teleport us to our last spot. After I called out Nyx, I started walking. During the last few days, I had noticed that the closer I came to Cyan City and the coast, the more water-type species started to show up. It started with the occasional Wingull as well as Wooper, and the higher number of Poliwag, yet that was not the end. Yesterday I had seen the occasional Marill, and just now I saw a Psyduck. I was definitely not complaining about the increase in diversity, on the opposite I was happy about it. The only unfortunate point was that I had seen no Pokemon with great potential among them yet. All this still gave me some fun and excitement during my walk. That and the occasional trainers I battled. Shortly before lunch I even saw my first wild Lotad. Unfortunately, it just had light yellow potential, so I left it alone, despite being interested in having one myself. During lunch, I saw a Pelipper flying overhead, which was surprising since I had not thought that they would fly this far inland. I mean, we were still a bit more than 200 kilometers away from the coast, so that was cool even if it was too high up for me to check its potential. Now one would think if this is too far inland for Pelipper, then why isn't it so for Weedle? The answer to that question is preference. A Pelipper is much bigger than a Weedle and needs more food. They have a much easier time procuring that food at the coast or the open sea, so they generally prefer to stay around those places. Since Weedle are smaller, they don't have as much of a hard time getting something to eat inland. After lunch, we resumed walking, and 2 hours later I saw a Lotad that I was not too sure what to do with. Species, Lotad. Gender, male. Type, water, grass. Potential, light green. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim, rain dish. Talents, none. Affinities, water, grass. It was not really good enough for me to want it personally, but it would feel like a waste to just let it go. After the upgrade by my space, he would have at least green potential and might even reach deep green potential. You know what? Even if his potential is not good enough for me to want him in my team, I could still give him to my father. A Lotad would fit well into his team. Now that I thought of it, I kind of regret not catching the Mankey that time with Aaron. I got a bit too picky lately. Anyway, I challenged the Lotad to a battle and won using Pidgey. After that, I used one of my common balls to catch it, before I went on with my trip. I put him inside my space and let him out. The space did its thing and raised Lotad's potential to green. I also gained a new habitat that would be left empty after I gave Lotad to my father, but I was not going to complain about more space. By the time it was time for me to return home for dinner, I saw a sign that said 8 kilometers to Vidian City, so I considered if I should keep walking, but I decided otherwise. Wouldn't want to be late for dinner, you know. So, I called out Zatu and we made our way back home. Chapter 99, The Talk in Vidian City. That evening, after dinner, while we were lounging on the couch, I took out Lotad's ball and showed it to my parents when the topic of our day came up. They were naturally curious about my behavior, even if they looked a bit exasperated. "What did you do this time?" my father asked, and I put on an obviously fake hurt look, wouldn't want the old man thinking that he really hurt my feelings. "Whatever do you mean?" "I did nothing." I opposed, and he got that really look on his face while looking at the ball in my hands. "Well, okay, not nothing." I conceded but still contended the question. "This time it's not for me," I told them. Boys, no need to get agitated," came from my mother, who played the mediator. "Now how about you guys stop your comedy session, so that Mikhail can tell us why he pulled out a pokeball," she said while shooting my father a look. "So, honey, why did you pull out that ball?" she asked while turning her focus towards me. "Well, I was walking along Route 3 today," I began and told them a short version of my day since that was what started the thing. My parents quietly listened to me, only occasionally throwing in remarks like "well done" and "good job" or simply nodding. The Lotad gave me a pretty good feeling, so I caught it for Dad. I ended my narrative with the capture of Lotad. "Your dad, not yourself?" came from my mother, and I nodded at her question. "Yeah, I'm not really interested in having more Pokemon for now," I answered, even if that was not the whole truth. "Okay, but why your dad?" she asked curiously, while my father just nodded along. He seemed content with leaving the talking to my mother for now. I once saw a Ludicolo fight while visiting the Battle Club in Vidian City. It looked pretty strong, so it left a good impression on me at the time. I began my explanation. My parents looked content with simply letting me speak, so I continued. I learned that the line has the grass/water typing, and you already have water and grass Pokemon. I clarified why I chose to not give the Lotad to her. My mother just smiled at my justification. Dad, on the other hand, has only one water Pokemon that can't really leave the water and no grass type. So, I decided to catch the Lotad for him, since Ludicolo is a pretty strong Pokemon that covers those shortcomings. I clarified why I chose to capture it for my father. After listening to my full explanation, my mother hugged me and turned to face my father. Did you hear that, honey? Our baby boy is already trying to take care of us. Isn't that just precious? She said in a sweet tone that showed how proud she was of me and my action. I just smiled when she said that, even if I mentally cringed a bit when she called me her baby boy. Yeah, that's great. My father answered her while ruffling my hair. I silently complained about that. Never liked it when someone ruffled my hair, but he had parent privileges, so I didn't complain out loud about something so minor. Son, you said Lotad gave you a good feeling, right? How would you rate it? He asked curiously. I paused a bit before I answered him, making it seem as if I was contemplating the answer. Well, I would say worse than the feeling Ponita, sorry, Epona gave me, but slightly better than Sneasel, I told him. He mused after hearing my answer. So, either 5-star potential or 4-star potential at the upper echelon. That's great. Good job, son, he said while patting my head. Thanks, Dad. Here, I simply replied while passing him Lotad's ball. My father smiled and just pocketed the ball for now. He was most likely going to talk with Lotad later on. My mother, who had been smiling heartily and just listening while we were talking, asked me a question after she released from her hug. Honey, you said you're going to arrive at Science City tomorrow, right? I agreed since it was true. In that case, could keep an eye out for any good water-type evolution materials? I tilted my head a bit at her request. She seemed to consider that as me asking why, so she started to explain the reason for her request. I want to evolve Star into a Starmie, and I want to use this chance to raise its potential as much as I can. Science City is one of the major cities near the coast, so they should have some of the rarer water-type materials available. She explained, and my father agreed with her but decided to elaborate, most likely to impress me with his knowledge. You can ignore the normal Waterstone because it won't be good enough for your mom's plan. The highest class star can use without wasting the material is C, so we need something in that class that is much stronger. Don't worry about the cost, just look around and tell us if you find anything useful. He told me and I conveyed my understanding. Sure, I'll do it. I'll find the best stuff for you, Mom, I assured my mother. I'm sure you'll do, honey, she said while pinching my cheeks. We talked a bit more before we decided to watch a movie. We chose to watch Pokeranger and the Temple of Spirits. The movie was pretty interesting and was most likely supposed to interest kids in the profession of Pokemon Rangers. Well, I had to admit the movie was pretty good and they most likely succeeded. The movie was about a Pokemon Ranger that stumbles upon a half-buried temple during one of his missions in the area between routes. Surprisingly, he calls for backup from the headquarters, most likely because the Alliance did not want to encourage reckless behavior, and then a team of 10 Rangers explores the temple full of ghost and ground Pokemon. The movie ends with the capture of a Spiritome that had been brutally ruling over the tomb and wanted to kill the humans after learning about them. After the movie ended, I wished my parents good night and left for my room. The next morning I made my way towards Science City. It took me less than an hour to cover the last 8 kilometers and see the periphery of the city. Once I had covered more than half of the outer area, I fell into my by now routine of just exploring the city for a few hours while occasionally talking with the pedestrians. Well, the most important thing I learned during my jaunt was the information on the classics. Science City was a Tier 6 city, with an ice gym and 3 halls, those being the Water Dash, Flying Dash, and Normal Type Hall. In addition to that, there were also a battle club and a sailors' hangout called Call of the Sea that stood out to me. From what I had heard, sailors that wanted to spend their time further inland at a major city liked to visit that place. The reason why this was important to me was that multiple people assured me that if there was word of any rare water material around, I would hear it there. Besides, they apparently occasionally gave out tips on training water types as well, and they supposedly sold the best seafood too. Another really important thing I learned is that apparently, Cyan City was not the last large city I would find on my way to the coast. No, there actually was a Tier 5 major city called Coast City just 5 to 10 kilometers away from the coast itself and around 150 kilometers from Cyan City. So, if I really wanted to get some rare water-type materials, I was likely to find some there. The reason I did not know about Coast City was that it was not on any of the maps I had previously looked at, since it was not part of the main route system. Well, at least this meant I would have practically reached my goal once I arrived at Coast City, and I would also have a nearby city to rest between explorations of the coast itself. Anyway, back to Cyan City. After hearing the name of the current gym leader of the Ice Gym, I could not believe the number of coincidences I was encountering. Her name was Elsa and her ace Pokemon was a Vanillux. The descriptions of her that I had been given portrayed her as a beautiful blonde woman that was apparently also an ice elementalist. Hearing about someone with a special talent was pretty cool, especially one that was neither Aura nor psionic in nature. On top of that, she had a pretty important position, since she was a gym leader. This once more confirmed what my parents said about the Alliance supporting/safeguarding people with special talents. At least I thought that this supported that, or she would not have gained such an illustrious position. I would have to visit the gym itself to learn more, but this was already enough for now. I had to look around the stores some more first before I could visit the gym or the halls, or more like I wanted to get that out of the way first. On the topic of halls, it looked like there was another flying hall here, despite there already being one in Dew City. Now many would think that this was unnecessary, but I would disagree. First of all, there was a large enough distance between the cities that the argument became pretty weak. Furthermore, the most common species around Cyan City were of either Water Dash, Flying Dash, or Normal-type Pokemon, so it made sense that the halls were specialized in those types. I was going to visit them to see if they had any offers that were useful to us. Pidgey had benefited from learning Roost, so I was curious about what else I could gain from them, especially the normal hall. As for the Battle Club, I was planning to visit that one tomorrow since I had too much to do today. The first thing I did after I finished my preliminary scouting was visit the Call of the Sea. I just stayed there for an hour talking to some of the sailors and other customers that were there, and I got some good information. Many of the sailors recommended me some stores after I brought up the topic, and the two stores that came up the most were Deep Sea Treasury as well as Ocean's Fortune. I made sure that I got the route description for those two. Furthermore, one of the sailors told me about a place near the coast and Coast City where I could find some FIBA. Another one told me that it may be possible to see a pod of Lapras near the coast in a month or so. When I asked about their safety, since I had heard in my last life that Lapras were endangered and I quite liked the species, the sailor said that the Alliance sent some high-ranking agents to supervise their passing to make sure no illegal hunting happened. Apparently, they did not interfere with trainers that got the permission of the pod to challenge one of them for capture, but simply made sure that criminals did not interfere with their migration. The Alliance normally did not interfere too much, but known migration routes were being supervised so that the events did not get disrupted by greed or criminal organizations. After spending that hour collecting information, I decided to eat my lunch there. Their baked fish with sauce was awesome and I would definitely recommend it. Maybe I'll bring my parents here when they came over to Cyan City to buy the item my mother wanted. Once I was done with eating, I left the Call of the Sea and made my way to the Ocean's Fortune since that store was closer to my current position. I leisurely walked towards the store and I must say the first impression I got was cool and classic. The front of the store looked like wood and the decorations gave one the impression of it being part of a ship. I entered the place and walked up to the information desk to ask about their assortment of evolution materials. The man employee was of the friendly sort and politely asked if I wanted to be led to the section of the store or if I wanted to see their catalog first. I decided to take a look at their catalog first because that one was usually more extensive than the store displays. The employee politely accepted my request and brought out a pad from under his desk that he handed over to me. Chapter 100, Cyan City. The pad in my hand had the whole assortment of the store, so I first chose the evolution section. Surprisingly, this section was divided into 3 subsegments, which were books, supplements, and triggers. I was here for the triggers, which fit surprisingly well since I assumed that anything that triggered an evolution was in that segment, evolution stones included. However, I was kind of curious about what they had to offer in the other segments, so I took a short peek. The book section contained a variety of you wouldn't believe it books. There were all kinds of books that were about many different topics, all on evolution. Books containing talking of the experience of training up certain Pokemon up to their evolution. Books about evolution items, either in general or specific ones. Books about evolution in general, and books about what to do before and or after an evolution. In short, there were books for many different topics, all focusing on the main topic of evolution. None of the books were cheap, but some of them were pretty expensive. Even more astonishing was that some had extra requirements for the buyer, like psychic enforced non-disclosure or a certain trainer class. I checked out the supplements section next. There were all kinds of supplements listed there. Concoctions, drinks, materials, and even food that helped to alleviate the consequences of premature, rushed, or desperate evolution. Others helped boost the positives of evolution, and so on. Naturally, the first group had to be taken for an extended period, and the latter was no miracle that multiplied the effects but generally gave a small but welcome boost. After satisfying my curiosity, I took a look at the trigger section and found all kinds of water-type evolution items. Each item had a picture of the product besides its name. From deep sea tooths to the standard water stones, they had quite the variety, and most were available in multiple classes as well. I chose to use the filter since I was looking for items that worked for species that could use a water stone to trigger their evolution. That still left me with quite a few options, so I tried to see if I could target certain species, and it seemed that option was available. I naturally chose stereo, and I was left with 3 items that were for sale. The standard waterstone, something called Terror of the Deep Sea, and a red gem of the sea, which from what I could see was actually a Starmie's red jewel core. No wonder the last one was among the items most useful for stereo. It came directly from its F******************* ing evolution itself. They even used the species nickname to name the item after adding a red at the beginning. Well, at least it could still help the next generation in some way, so at least that was nice, right? Anyway, since the highest class star could effectively utilize was C-class, there was no reason to look for anything higher. Fortunately, they had the C-class version of all 3 items available, and boy was there a large difference between the prices. The cheapest was the Waterstone, which cost 140.000 poke. That was okay since I already knew beforehand that the C-class Firestone, Thunderstone, Leafstone, and Waterstone cost as much. The Tear of the Deep Sea was next and cost 920.000 poke, while the Red Gem of the Sea was the most expensive at 1.490.000 poke. That was even a bit more expensive than the B-class Waterstone, yet I knew that we were going to buy the Red Gem. We could afford it, and I was pretty sure that it would be the most useful for Star's evolution, which was the most important point for us. I decided to take a look to see if they had any red gems of the F and E class. I was planning to use them as supplements to boost the evolution a bit. There were not many, since not many people wanted F-class evolution items, and even E-class ones were not that popular. Nonetheless, they had 4 F-class red gems and 6 E-class ones, which cost 24.000 poke as well as 90.000 poke per piece respectively. After coming to a decision, I returned to the pad to the employee and thanked him for his help. I had essentially already made my decision, but I decided to take a look at Deep Sea Treasury first to see if they had something that may change my choice. So, I left Ocean's Fortune and made my way towards the other store. Once there, I looked through their assortment and they had something called Azure Jewel that was pretty good but not as good as the Red Gem, at least not for stereo. Apparently, the Azure Jewel was the best evolution item for Shelter. It was a bit cheaper than the Red Gem at 1.280.000 poke, but that was not enough to change my mind. After I found out that they had no better alternative, I left the store happy to have finished my parents' assignment. Afterward, I made my way to the gym to check it out. At the reception desk, I asked if they were selling photos of the gym leader, and they were. After examining the photo, I can only confess that she really resembles her namesake. She was pretty tall and had a slender build with long, platinum blonde hair. She also had pale skin with a light dusting of freckles, as well as blue eyes, rosy cheeks, thin pink lips, and a small nose. The picture showed her in a teal dress while she was manipulating some ice. After satisfying my purely professional curiosity, I put away her picture and asked the receptionist and the other visitors some questions regarding the gym challenge. From what I learned, gyms use the same format for their challenges as the minor gyms, with the difference being that the Pokemon were generally stronger by a whole stage. This made sense since gyms were part of the senior circuit like the major gyms, unlike the minor gyms that were part of the junior circuit. So, the weakest Pokemon used during the challenge was at the low, bronze stage instead of the low, iron stage, and the strongest Pokemon used by the gym leader for 3-star challenges was low, gold instead of low, silver. Elsa herself was apparently an elite class trainer, which was impressive considering her relatively young age. I was unable to learn her exact age, just that she was young. Anyway, after learning more about the gym, I left and made my way towards the flying hall. It turned out that this flying hall was more combat-oriented than the one in Honeydew City. While they did offer courses for Pokemon care and moves in addition to the challenge aspect, the selection was less extensive than in Honeydew City. However, in return, the average strength of the hall members and hall master was higher. After leaving the flying hall, I went towards the water hall next. The only water-type Pokemon I had were my Magikarps. It was just that I was pretty sure that they already learned all the moves they could learn before evolving to Gyarados. So, this visit was more to check what they had to offer, and if there was something that my Magikarp could profit from. Well, they did the standard challenge thing all halls did, and they also offered care and move courses, but unfortunately, none were useful for my Magikarp. Still, I was planning to return once they evolved or I got some new water types because they were offering to teach some good moves like Aqua Ring, Rain Dance, and Crab Hammer. My last stop for today was also the last hall. Once I was at the normal hall, I acquainted myself with their offers as well. While I was browsing through their selection at the reception desk, the people around me suddenly started to excitedly chatter. From their talking, I managed to get that the hall master was going to walk through the reception along with his ace Pokemon, a female Pyroar. I could understand their excitement, because from what I had heard, most hall masters preferred to focus on training or their duties. So, they appeared less in a public manner than gym leaders. The reason hall masters were pretty popular was the fact that many of them were just as strong as gym leader, and strong trainers are pretty popular on Terra, kind of like celebrities. This was especially so for trainers with distinct Pokemon, and after hearing that the hall master had Pyroar variant instead of a regular one, everyone's excitement made sense. Once I heard that piece of information, my curiosity shot through the roof, so I decided to check her status, even if that was most likely only going to yield her potential. I planned to position myself in such a way that the Pyroar would hopefully have to slightly brush by my side to walk past me, since I seriously doubted my chances of checking her undetected through my telekinesis. Still, I did not believe that she would react too aggressively to that. It was unlikely that the hall master would let her walk outside among the pedestrians otherwise. Anyway, I moved towards the entrance to get in position, but the area was already pretty full due to the other people in the reception hall that wanted to see the Pyroar, the hall master. Naturally, I did not let that discourage me and started to push my way through. While I was shoving, nudging, and tugging my way through the crowd under the quiet curses of my victims, sorry, got a bit dramatic there, I meant curses of the innocent onlookers, I concocted my plan of action. By the time I had reached the front of the crowd, a small distance from the entrance, I had a simple but effective plan. Once the hall master and his Pyroar came into my immediate area, I was going to act as if I got pushed by the people behind me and accidentally stumble into the path of the Pyroar. Then I only had to brush by her side or have her brush by my side and use that moment to check her status. Obviously, I was not going to risk myself if she seemed aggressive or dangerous, so I was going to evaluate her behavior first, before executing my plan. About 2 minutes later, they turned up and I observed Pyroar's reactions to the crowd and any interactions that happened. I have to say the difference to a regular Pyroar is obvious at the first glance. Regular Pyroar had dark brown fur with light brown legs, tail tip, chest, and face. They also had a gold and red mane that looked like a shield for males, and females had a crest-like mane in the same colors. Well, the normal variant Pyroar of the Hall Master kept the color pattern for her body, but her mane differed from the regular one. Instead of red and gold, it kept the color pattern of its body and was dark as well as light brown. It looked pretty cool, at least in my opinion it did. Anyway, after I was sure that I would not end up mutilated because of my plan, I got ready to enact it. Once they were close enough, I used a slight push from the people behind me to stumble forward right into the path of Pyroar. The Pyroar simply dodged slightly to the side and just walked past me. Still, it used its tail and brushed the tip of it on my face, while giving me a slight smile. I used that chance to check her status while smiling back, obviously without showing my teeth, and waved at her. I saw Hallmaster Isaac just nodding at me and I naturally nodded back. I looked after them for a while until they were further away before I checked the status screen of Pyroar. Species, Pyroar. Gender, female. Type, normal. Potential, blue. Stage? Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? Her status was as empty as I had expected, but what could see still allowed me to infer some things. First of all, her type only showed the normal type, so it was reasonable that the genetic variation was of that type as well. Especially since I knew that she was a normal variant, that simply confirmed it. Next up, that I could see her potential meant that her strength was somewhere around stage 5, the dark gold stage. Being unable to see anything after her potential meant that she was above the low gold stage. Taking these points into consideration meant that her strength was somewhere between the mid gold stage and the high dark gold stage. Once I was done musing over her status and my curiosity was sated, I returned to the reception desk and went over their offers once more. From the move courses, I singled out 4 that I thought were the most useful for now: Disable, Flash, Hyper Voice, and Screech. Not everyone could learn one of those, but they were pretty useful, and I believe that many of my Pokemon could learn at least one of them somehow. Once I had singled out those moves, I mentally noted them down and left the hall, since it was time to go back home. During dinner, I told my mother about the items I found for her and that the red gem seemed to be the best one. My parents didn't even flinch when I told them the prices, which showed that they had expected as much. They decided to visit Vidian City with me during Kaide to take a look at the items and to hopefully buy one. I was going to visit the Battle Club tomorrow to participate in some battles, so I decided to go to bed slightly earlier than usual. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 5. Peace.